Right, we are live. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the Kiwi Lads channel. We are back for day 2 of the second test match between Australia and the West Indies. Now, currently the West Indies, they are still batting after day 1. 266 runs on the board, losing the 8 wickets, including the last minute wicket of Alzarri Joseph. Right at the end of day 1, he was on 32 of 22 deliveries, progressing quite nicely, and Sinclair's played some nice shots at the other end as well, sitting on 16 of 37. They have still got 2 batsmen to come for the West Indies, one of which being the youngster Shamar Joseph, who has already proven himself to be quite a contender for a future star for the West Indies. Alongside him, the experience of Kumar Roach. Those two were able to put on 50 runs together in the first test match, and now with Sinclair, they have to try and build this lead towards that 300 mark before, of course, the Australians get those last 2 wickets. Now, Mitchell Starc, he has been bowling very well. He was sitting 3 for 11 off about 7 overs, now sitting 4 for 68, so has been knocked around the park a little bit more recently, but still managed to pick up that important last-minute wicket as well of Hodge in the evening session. Hazelwood has got 2, Cummins has got 1 of the others, and then Nathan Lyon breaking the 149-run partnership that was formed between De Silva and Hodge. And currently De Silva sitting at the top of the West Indian batsmen in terms of runs scored. He managed to get himself 79, but we're only around 8 minutes away from the start of day 2 in this test match. I hope you guys are all enjoying your day so far. You are excited for a little bit more test match cricket. The weather for today at the Gabba is supposed to be very nice, so I don't believe we'll have any problems when it comes to the conditions today. It's still going to be extremely warm. We saw that on the bowlers' faces yesterday for Australia. Mitchell Starc looking heavily fatigued. It's going to be about 30 degrees Celsius by the looks of it, but definitely extreme heat for them. It's supposed to be even warmer tomorrow with some thunderstorms in the morning. Good night, Test Cricket loving family. Says Michael, welcome in. We have also got Robert has said hi, all and Hamish. Welcome in, Robert. And also, we have got Let's Go the West Indies, need another 50 runs, says Marlon. Yeah, I think the big goal for the West Indies from this moment here is to build towards that 300 mark. If they can get 300, then they are on the right track of being able to put the Australians under pressure. And another big task for the West Indies, by the end of today, they do not want Australia to have any sort of lead. So what that would mean is they do need to bat for a bit longer in this first session. And to be honest, the tail have actually been the standouts of the performance for the West Indies with the bat in hand. Shamar Joseph getting himself about those 36 runs in his first innings for the West Indies. Alzarri Joseph just very recently playing some classic cricket shots in the evening session to move to a quick fire 32. Watching from New York. Good night, says Williams. Welcome in. And hi, kid, what's up? Says Sinclair Mayers. And their chat as well. Welcome in. Hope you are extremely excited for this day of cricket. Do let me know, ladies and gents, in the comments, how many runs do you think the West Indies will be bowled out for in this first innings? My prediction at the very start was 320. They've got a little bit to go to get there, but it's not completely impossible. All we've got to remember is a quick fire 30 runs or so in a partnership brings them up close to that 300 mark. Another 20 with the last wicket partnership, which is actually something that the Australians have really struggled to break across their last maybe 24 months or so of test match cricket. Their last wicket partnership, no matter who they are playing, averages around that 25, I think it was, or about 20 mark for Australia when it comes to conceding those last minute runs. 306, says Marlon there. And good morning from South Africa, says Leon. Welcome in. 340 runs, says William for his prediction, so going a little bit higher in that regard. But from what I've heard, Sinclair, of course, he is on debut, but I've been told that he bats 3 in the local competition. He has got batting ability. We actually saw that last night in some of the shots that he did play. I have no doubt that this man could put together a nice partnership with Shamar Joseph. I have a few concerns with Shamar Joseph's batting, only in the same regard as what Alzarri Joseph's batting was, and that is that I believe he will go full steam ahead straight away. Won't play that support role of Sinclair, because at the moment you would think Sinclair should be the man playing the shots, but I think Shamar Joseph has shown that when he times the ball, it sails to the boundary. Good Sinclair could bat. Says Marland. And there's also, yeah, I think that Sinclair, as long as he's getting a little bit more of the strike, they could definitely tick their way up towards that 300 mark. Maybe within the first, let's say, maybe 5 or 6 overs. I honestly feel like the West Indies won't want to mess around in terms of the amount of runs that they are scoring. And right at the start of the day, maybe that is the best time to take it to the Australians. There'll be plenty of sore muscles around because yesterday they had to work extremely hard. They aren't used to bowling 90 overs at a side in a day. Normally their bowlers get the job done early. They normally bowl about 60 overs and then they get a session to rest. That wasn't the case up against the West Indies. They did not back down. And like I said, that massive wicket partnership between De Silva alongside his batting teammate and Hodge. And Sinclair is capable to score runs. Says Williams, he certainly is. It's just dependent on has he got someone with him at the other end to support his batting. Of course, we'll have to wait and see. We need 350, says Effa. And also Stark 5 wickets, says David Clemens there. Could be a possibility. Mitchell Stark, I believe he will be starting out in the bowling attack. And with that pink ball last night, 1.9 was the amount of degrees that we were seeing the ball swing compared to the first new ball that the Australians had in the early stages of the day. It was only swinging 0.8, so a drastic extra oomph on the ball when it does start moving, and I feel like that is something that they will certainly try and use to their advantage, the Australians. As long as they can get off to a good start here, pick up those early wickets, their goal will be to keep the West Indies under 300. And honestly, probably to keep them under 280. They'll want to get these first 2 wickets in the first couple minutes of the session. But I should mention India versus England is going to be taking place simultaneously with this test match. We did see England bowled out last night by India. And now, I believe they aren't a mile behind here, India, either, with Jaiswal actually doing extremely well. 76 runs off 70 deliveries, scoring extremely quickly for the Indian side. And hey, Hamish, I'm excited Rugby Sevens I'm watching right now. Says Brandon there. And I'll say Eva Star, go to the West Indies. And what's the starting time? Says Williams, only 2 minutes away. So very close to the start of this test match. We're quickly going to do is we're going to go like that. And like that. There we go. I've got the multi-screen going here, ladies and gentlemen. I've got the West Indies versus Australia on one screen. I've got India versus England on another screen. And then down the bottom in the multi-view, I've also got the Perth Sevens on. So I'll be able to keep you guys updated across the board. We have got their West Indies will reach 300 runs. Says Janelle, and also 330. Says Eva Star. Okay, so a lot of people saying they will get over that 300 mark, which is very awesome to see. Of course, the West Indies, heavily supported. I'm here if you need backup. There's Brandon in there as well. But I don't think the crowd will be quite as large as it was yesterday. They had the packed out house, 23,000, which was actually the highest amount that they have had for a game at this ground up against the West Indies. And West Indies making 350 plus. So here's Govindra in there as well. So yeah, the main thing for the West Indies is to keep this next partnership running for a while. They cannot, oh, here we go. It's actually going to be Kumar Roach. Now, they did change the batting order on the sheet. Did actually have Kumar Roach coming in after Shamar Joseph, but they have decided to send him in at 10. Sinclair's still out there, 16 runs off 37 deliveries. And the camera's a little bit wet. Raindrops falling. That is not what was planned for today. And in fact, when I'm looking at the weather forecast, chance of rain is extremely slim. So I'm not sure where that rain's coming from, but hopefully it is only a passing shower. And we get straight back into the action as it is supposed to be. And 301 says Eva Star. Yeah, but Kumar Roach averages 11.65 in his test career. His best is 41, and Roach will play strokes. Says Marland. I honestly think he won't. I think that he will know his role here is to support Sinclair and try and create that big partnership between them. So I think he'll be a lot more sensible than maybe we have seen Roach in the past, mainly because he will also know that when Shamar Joseph makes his way to the middle, it's going to be probably quick fire. I watched the last cricket game when you play Roncalli and when you got 3 wickets, says Lyndon. So some of the bowling in that was a bit rough at times. I did cut out a few of the rougher deliveries, but yeah, I have to release the batting of that game in the near future as well. But thank you very much for watching it, Lyndon. You will even see yourself in one of the videos in the future. The first ball left alone by Roach outside of the off stump. Hazelwood trying to find his mark straight away. Of course, he bowled 4 balls. And the 4th picked up Alzari Joseph. Really hope Sinclair makes the 50-plus runs. Says Govindra. And hi, it's midnight here, says Stanley. Welcome in. And it's a beer, says Robert. And good fight, young men. I just get another 30 to 40 from New York City, says Wilbert. And good evening, Hamish. Says Marnus there. Welcome, mate. Early morning star. Oh, no. Is it evening for yourself, Marnus? Or is it early morning? I think it's late, isn't it? I get confused by my time zone. Once again, left alone. And that will be the end of the Hazelwood over. 90 overs bowled now. 266 for 8 for the West Indies. Crowd are booing at the moment. Oh, okay. I think someone just ran onto the field already, which is a bit of a shame. It's currently 6 a.m. in South Africa, says Marnus. And there as well. So yeah, early morning start for yourself. Of course, the Blitzbox going to be playing in 7s in a couple hours' time. In fact, it may be a little bit less than a couple hours. Actually, probably only about 45 minutes away from the Blitzbox being in action. Shamar Joseph, the last man, will be making his way to the crease after there is a wicket falling here. Now, Australia, they have actually bowled 8 different bowlers. The only 3 men who haven't bowled, Steve Smith, Alex Carey, for obvious reasons, and Usman Khawaja. And as a streaker, says Stanley, that's the thing. If I was a streaker, right, and I'm not condoning it at all, but if you're going to do it after you've watched the cricket for the day. Like, they've probably paid like $40 to go in just to get kicked out within the first over or the first 2 balls of the day. Like, if you don't like cricket, I guess it's fine. But, like, surely you could have done it later in the day so you at least get to enjoy the cricket, get some bang for your buck first. But Sinclair now, nicely played, thought about the single, but they say no. I think we are getting new players for our team this season, says Lyndon. Yeah, there'll be quite a few changes across the board because we've actually got a few guys from A grade who are coming up to play for us now. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting because our team already we had about 12 players. Now we're going to have about 15 or 16. So, yeah, it will be interesting to see who plays where type thing. They're saying a little bit of drizzle at the moment. It's Australia plus a big fine, says David there. Yeah, I think the MCG's $25,000 fine, so I'm not sure what it is at the Gabba, but I would assume something similar. Going to be left alone by Sinclair, just ducked his hands down enough. Should mention early on in India versus England, we have just actually seen the caught and bowl wicket Joe Root picking up a very early wicket on the day. A very good ball for Mitchell Starc, got quite a bit of extra bounce. Might take a couple overs for them to really be able to work him out. Current temperature is 28 degrees Celsius, humidity 88%. I believe there's still a little bit of drizzle around. Now, that won't be a bad thing for the West Indies as that will take a little bit of shine out of the ball early. That is a wide delivery from Mitchell Starc. In fact, it was that wide it almost could have been called as one on the offside. Yeah, Joshwell has just gone out. 80 runs off 74 deliveries. Caught and bowled by Joe Root. Was Motti dropped from the team? He was, and Sinclair is actually the guy who replaced Motti. They decided to give him the crack in this contest. It is still drizzling. It looks like it's getting a little bit heavier now, unfortunately. So I'm hoping that they will not be stopped here, mainly because rain was not planned for today. I don't think it's in the weather forecast. It wasn't expected. That's left alone nicely. by Sinclair again, who has now faced 41 deliveries for his 16 runs. How many overs has Pat done? Says Linden. I'll just quickly make sure. But I think he's around, I think he was on 18 or so. Could be wrong there. But he is, here it goes. It's loading. The Wi-Fi is playing up. Probably because I've got 3 different streams all going at once here. Scorecard. Pat Cummins, yeah, he's bowled 18. 70 for 1. 3.89 is his economy. Actually, the second most expensive bowler for the Australians. And again, it is wide. Stark's radar just a little bit off. He's gone 5 dot balls in a row, which I guess isn't terrible. But Australia don't want to spend too much time here trying to pick up these last 2 wickets. They would much rather get it out of the way. Oh, yeah. There's Linden in there as well. But yeah, it's surprising that he's the second most expensive bowler, mainly because, like, we normally see he does have a economy of one of the lowest out of the Aussie quicks. Normally Stark is actually the most expensive. Now, nicely glided there by Sinclair. We'll get just the single, and that'll close out the Stark over. 1 run off it is 267 for 8. Only 91 overs down for the West Indies. Still 8 down, though, on the board. They do want to make sure that this partnership develops into something big. Currently just the 1 run off it. Roach, I believe more than likely they won't have him on strike often. I think that they'll try and keep him at the non-strikers end. The scoreboard is not active. Says Ivan, it is updating. They just aren't scoring a lot of runs at the moment. But yeah, currently 267 for 8 off the 91 overs. TGIFF. I've realised what this second F was. I was about to ask, what does the second F stand for? But then I had the realisation exactly what it stands for. But Hazelwood will continue his bowling. And like I mentioned earlier on, Australia aren't used to bowling 90 overs at an opposition. Normally they bowl them out by 60 or 70. They hardly ever get to use the new ball. So this is uncharted territory for them, at least more recently. Here comes Hazelwood. Left alone again by Sinclair, who's going to be patient early in the day. Perhaps look to attack a little bit later on in the session. The last thing that they want, though, is for his wicket to disappear. Although we've seen Roach and Joseph actually had that 50-run partnership in the first Test match. I think England... Oh, no, they didn't. I was going to say, I think England got another wicket, but they didn't review it by the looks of it. So, still 2 down. For India, trail by 122 runs. Hazelwood now, though. Nicely played off the back foot, punching it. A deep backward point where Nathan Lyon is fielding. He had a bit of an injury yesterday, but it does look like he is all right to play just for now. Need a 60-plus partnership between these two, says Phillip. Yeah, I mean, if they can get anywhere near that 60-run partnership, even 30 or 40 runs between these two for now, would be a massive help for the West Indies in terms of progressing towards that 300. I like the fact that the Windies bat 90 overs, says Marland. It's very helpful. At the end of the day, it's all about building confidence this series. Roach has been 17 not out and 11 not out in the first test in Adelaide. So he is actually, I believe, I could be wrong here, I think he's the only batsman who has batted twice and has been not out both times throughout the West Indies or Australian batsmen. Averaging 28 actually for this current series. He hasn't been dismissed as of yet. Hazelwood trying to change that though. Man who was able to pick himself up 9 wickets in the last test match, none of which being Roach though. Work to the leg side, beautifully played, and that will be 4 runs for Roach to get off the mark. Just shifted across the off stump, just whipped it off the leg. Gets it away to the boundary. Fantastic shot from Roach and keeps those runs ticking over. It's one of the most important factors for the West Indies at this stage of the morning. Yeah, just the inside edge. But that's all he needed, just a little bit of something on it. And got it away to the boundary for 4. 5 runs off the Hazelwood over here at this stage. 3 slips and the gully for the Australian field, and solid behind it for Roach. It's all about decision making here for these two. Making sure they play that straight delivery, but they can leave the balls that are wide. I like that they will play passive in 5 overs. Says harsh there. Shamar Joseph, he will be the next man to the middle. He is waiting patiently for his opportunity to make his way out there. I hope Kay Sinclair can repeat the solid 80 runs he made in the Headley Weeks tournament earlier last year and Antigua. Says Mikhail, and okay, thanks. I just saw they just scored 1 run. Yeah, they were a little bit slow starting with the run rate, although this over, they managed to get themselves to 5. Now 272 for 8. Crowd all dressed up for day 2. And happy Australia Day. And Red Hill going to pee it down soon. Says Fluffy, how close is Red Hill compared to Brisbane? Fluffy, do let me know, because they've currently got drizzle at the game currently. I feel like that is something that could end up affecting how much cricket is played today. More than likely, though, it is light enough that they will be able to continue through it. And hi, everybody, says Vaughan. Welcome in, Vaughan. Mitchell Stark will be bowling the next over. He's sitting 1 wicket away from his fifer. Sinclair on strike at the moment. And come on, the Windies, says Don. Nice cover drive from Sinclair, who is willing to just keep the strike ticking over. He's actually giving a majority of the strike at the moment to Roach, which is, I mean, it's an interesting choice, but at the same time, we know that Roach still has batting capabilities. Even if he does bat down the order, he hasn't been out this series, like I mentioned earlier on. Lovely commentary, says Ashton. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciated everyone being here. Anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. We are currently 12 away from 44,700. If you want to be one of those 12, be sure to hit that subscribe button. And I can almost throw a mango at Steve Smith, says Fluffy. Oh, you'd have a good arm on you. He's fielding that second slip. And that is a big, big throw that everybody like, says Harsh Singh. Just getting lured into playing that one, Roach. Slightly dabbling at it outside of the off stump. Tried to drive, and it's only just missed the edge of Kumar Roach's bat. Has to make sure doesn't fall victim to the same type of delivery that we have seen from the top 5 wickets in the West Indies innings. All 5 playing the ball outside of the off stump, getting drawn into a shot. Oh, I think he tried to leave that one, Roach. He's ended up hitting his bat and gone to the man at mid-off. And the drizzle will aid the Windies bowlers when they roll the pitch to start Australia innings, says Marlins. And good to see the West Indies putting up a fight, says Lisa Charles. Exactly right. Like, a lot of people ruled them out from that first test match. But to say, like, in just 1 week, the amount of improvement that we have seen from the West Indies here is absolutely awesome. And it just shows that some of these young guys just needed some minutes under their belt at international level, like Shamar Joseph, Sinclair, also Hodge. He was another player who only recently got added into this Windies team and now is second top run scorer in this innings. Again, leaving it late, Roach. He's almost leaving it that late that it's close to sneaking a little edge on his bat as he's trying to lift it up. That is due to that little bit more pace that Mitchell Stark has. Just showing Scott Boland, man who wasn't able to play in this series for the Australians. Australia very keen to keep the exact same team as they played with in the first match up against the West Indies, making 0 changes, even though one of their players did test positive, so he wasn't actually allowed to touch any of the other teammates. Here's the man fielding at gully, that being Cam Green. Mitchell Starc bowling that one into the pad of Roach, but it did hit him on the thigh pad. And actually Starc shaking out his finger after bowling that one. Not too sure what he's done there. Might have tried to roll the finger across the ball and it's actually ended up hurting it in the process. And DJ from Kingston, Jamaica. Welcome in, DJ. You have been enjoying this test match so far. I believe in Jamaica you guys are sitting at around 11:15 p.m. somewhere around there. So it is greatly appreciated you being here for this match. One ball remaining in the Starc over. And is wide outside off stump, left alone. So just the single off it coming from the first ball from Sinclair. The score 273 for 8. The longer that the West Indies can keep Australia in the field, the more beneficial it will be for them. The more fatigue that will set in for the Australians. These bowlers aren't normally used to bowling so often or so many overs. Yep, it's the time. Says DJ. And up says Lloyd, and also 11:15 says Phillip. And there as well. Quite a few people dressed in Star Wars attire. We've just seen a man dressed as Darth Vader, which has got the whole crowd cheering, as there's about 500 stormtroopers sitting right next to him. Now there's someone with a trumpet playing Star Wars. Or this theme song for Star Wars. Anyway, are you going to cover the India versus England game? Says Fluffy. It is actually happening simultaneously. Currently, India, after 27 overs, do sit 127 for 2. Recently losing that wicket of Jaiswal off a caught and bowled of Joe Root. And Battlement Mesa, Colorado, here for the Windies, says Seldom, and 9:16 at the moment for yourself. But first ball of the Hazelwood over is a dot. Guyana, and they enjoy it. Says Marquetta, and it's nice to see some improvement in the West Indies team, says Williams. Exactly right. They are just showing that very last wicket of the night, last night, for the Australians. Hazelwood getting the wicket of Alzari Joseph, who was seeing the ball very nicely, actually moving up to 32 runs off only the 22 deliveries. A little bit of an away swing movement for Hazelwood there. 129 Ks, good shape on the ball. And let's go the Windies. Says DJ's there. And also go Windies from Japan, says Dane there. For Australia, their goal will be, of course, to get rid of this West Indies partnership. Break it before they reach the 300. Whereas for the West Indies, this is all about trying to build as many runs as physically possible. If that is over the 300 mark, would be ideal for them. Oh, playing a miss there from Sinclair. Very limited foot movement. Just throwing the bat at it. Unfortunately, you cannot afford to do that up against the Australian attack, as often they will find that outside edge. And England are 418. Come on, the West Indies, says Don there. And how can I watch this match live on my phone, says Sylvester. It does depend on whereabouts you are from in the world. Will depend on what options you have got. I know that in the Caribbean, there aren't actually that many options of being able to watch the game, which does heavily suck. I feel like they should have it free to air in the West Indies loving countries, such as whether that is Jamaica, Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago. And I'm from Guyana, says Sylvester. So yeah, unfortunately, I don't think there's a free to air option in Guyana for this test match. Not that I know of anyway. The best way to do it, though, would be to go onto your internet, whatever you use, whether that's Google, Firefox, whatever it is, and just search how to watch West Indies versus Australia in Guyana. And that should hopefully give you a bit of a indication. We'll pass the 300 mark. Roach can bat and will not give away his wicket. Says Ashton, and great show. Jeffrey from Guyana, enjoying it. See Jeffrey there, nice drive. And once again, Sinclair will take the easy single. Just rotating the strike at the moment. Not in any hurry to score here, the West Indies. Do you have Komodo Dragons in Guyana? And also thanks to Sylvester. And also government-led support and sports. Is Lloyd. Got there, this match is going to draw, says Eric there as well. And it could be an option because we've got to remember this match is supposed to be heavily affected by rain. Oh, great ball from Hazelwood just outside of the off stump. Roach tried to drive it down the ground. Doesn't end up connecting into the over 200 and 74 for 8. And 11:20 p.m. in Vaughan, Ontario, Canada, says Mikhail. But yeah, the third day is supposed to have a little bit of rain. Fourth day is supposed to have quite a bit. And then the fifth day is supposed to be the most heavily affected rain day of this test match. But a high of 35 degrees tomorrow. If the West Indies are going to be in the field, it's going to be extremely hot. So they want to make sure they're tearing through as many Australian wickets as they can early on today, seeing as the temperature is only 28 degrees. But first of all, of course, they want to keep this partnership growing between these two. Stark pitched up and well driven by Sinclair. Getting in behind it, hitting it straight to mid-off. Currently 122 in Japan, says Dane. It's probably, Japan-wise, I think it would be almost one of the best time zones to watch this test match. Other than, of course, Australia. But like in terms of when it starts at 1 p.m. in the afternoon, finishes at around that maybe 8:30 mark. So it's actually a very good time zone to watch this cricket. A beautiful wolf moon at the moment, says Stanley Khan. And it is actually, says Dane. Oh, that one, a little bit down the leg side. Does end up hitting into the pad of Sinclair. And 1-1 Coca for the basket, says Lester. And also Werewolves, says Fluffy. Should mention for an update in the women's sevens that has taken place in Perth, where it is just as hot at the moment. It is 33 points to 15 in favour of the Fijian women's side. So taking a nice lead over Brazil in the opening contest. Sinclair still on strike. 2 dot balls to start off this Mitchell Stark over. Shorter and down the leg side from Stark. Not luring Sinclair in. Playing the aggressive shot. And 12:22 in Trinidad and Tobago, says Vaughan Edwards there. I'm wondering who the wicket-taking option is at the moment for Australia. Don't get me wrong, Stark or Hazelwood could both get it, but neither being able to get that wicket just yet. They've got Pat Cummins, who I'm sure will be keen to come back into the bowling attack. Nathan Lyon with his spin might not be a terrible option at the moment. And then you've also got Cam Green, Mitchell Marsh as the two pace bowlers that they may look at, or medium pace for Mitch Marsh. And if Stark can get the ball in the right place, bring it back in. Another single taken by Sinclair. At the moment, he is just going at a single and over, tapping it to the man at cover. Getting the easy single. Mark Moore on the commentary just saying that they do need to make sure that they are looking to score runs, though, not just looking to defend in this test match. Would a werewolf be a batter or a bowler or a keeper? Says Fluffy. Probably a keeper, and it would probably catch the ball in its mouth, which currently you're not really allowed to do because you're not allowed to put saliva on the ball. So they'll probably get in trouble. It'd fit into this Australian side, seeing as they have a pretty good record with bending the rules. I didn't mean it, Australian supporters. The sandpaper thing was an accident, I'm sure. Great commentary, says Herbert. Thank you very much, mate. And happy Australia Day too. Says Robert, did I make that joke on Australia Day? That's very un-Australian of me, even though I'm not from Australia. Got a few people supporting Jamaica. And West Indies should quickly add 25 to 30 more runs rather than defending, says Arif. Yeah, there may be a little bit of hesitation from the West Indies here, seeing as they want to try and bat for a bit longer in the morning and wear down this Australian bowling attack. Early on, that's a drive, slightly uppish, but it will fall safe. Out to the man in the deep. Travis Head, and that will be another single. 2 runs off the Stark over, and it is 276 for 8. And yes, lol, says Robert. And lol, says Dane. And there as well. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We are currently only 9 subscribers away from our goal. So if you do want to help us get there, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We've got hello from Zephaniah. Hopefully I've said that correctly. Welcome in. Keep him well. Not many people in attendance at the cricket who aren't dressed up for today, which is great to see. Steve Smith don't like to wait to bat, so he chose to go up, and now he is made to wait by the tailwinders, says Karaoke Singer. Yeah, I remember how frustrated he was with that 50-run partnership of Shamar Joseph and Kumar Roach, mainly because he was shadow batting in the slips. He was getting ready. He was trying to, get himself stretched out, warmed up, and then he just had to keep on waiting, and they actually had to go another session with that partnership. They've got to keep the wickets in hand, says Dane. Yeah. They cannot afford to have the partnership broken between these two. New ball was taken when the West Indies were 6 for 218. There's been a few runs scored since that new ball. Well controlled by Roach, just keeping that elbow high, gliding it towards Pat Cummins, fielding at mid-on. Praise the Lord. Says Zephaniah and texting from Jamaica. How can I see the match live? Says Ainsley. Unfortunately, I'm not too sure of the watching options in Jamaica, but I know that if you search on the internet, West Indies versus Australia test where to watch or how to watch in Jamaica, hopefully it would come up for you. I don't think there's too many free options around, unfortunately, for being able to watch this test match, which I heavily think is one of the reasons why test match cricket is struggling as well. T20 seems to be more heavily available. Do you? Says Vaughan. I think you might have accidentally clicked send there. No Kimono Dragon in Guyana. But Cayman, huge crocodile in the Jaguars with a bit of bite force with 15 PSI. Says McCown. Hello from Atlanta, Georgia, USA, says Jimmy. Welcome in. Roach and bat at the middle order. Says Zephaniah. Although I don't think that the middle order have done too badly in this match. I mean, Greaves got a little bit unlucky with the shot that he decided to play. Nice and behind it again from Roach. But, Hodge, De Silva, all those guys did decently in the middle order. In Jamaica, franchise T20 team anymore. Says Lloyd. Do you always do cricket comms? Not always. So we actually split normally between rugby and cricket. So during the second session of this test match, right at the very start, we're actually doing a sevens live stream, which is only about 20 minutes long, which does mean that we will be starting the second session just around 20 minutes after. But other than that, we are doing pretty much the full day of the cricket today. And what about India versus England at the moment? India, after 30 overs, are sitting 145 for 2. But they only trail by around 115 runs currently. So India in the box seat, as long as they don't lose too many wickets soon. Francis from Guyana, watching from Rochester, New York. And good commentary, keep it up, says Francis. Thank you very much, mate. And also, sup, says Amelia, welcome in. 5 dot balls in a row for Hazelwood. Roach sitting on 5 runs off 19 deliveries. So, not scoring too quickly at all at the moment. Oh, and he's been hit there on the thigh pad again. Whitehouse. Westmoreland in Jamaica, says Dwight. I'm watching from Pakistan, says Zephaniah. And the match is streaming, but it's freezing from time to time, says St. Clair Mayers. And Rebels gone into admin, says Dry Tone Down Under. I actually didn't know that. I haven't seen any rugby news. So what does that mean for them, Amelia? Does that mean they are now no longer in the competition, or is it just that they are in a pretty tricky scenario? And take a day back and ask for a refund, says Fluffy. Also, we have got there how many slip fielders are there. So currently they have got 3 slips and the gullies still, so they are keeping the attacking field. And, I mean, it seems like a decent tactic at the moment for the Australians, mainly because there aren't many runs that are being scored in Sports Max in Jamaica, says Andrea. And also, we still play this season, but I doubt we will be a Super Rugby side after this year. Do you cover football as well? Not really. We've only covered maybe 2 or 3 games of football in the past. And Chris from Jamaica, West Indies will win. There's Christopher there. Sinclair on strike. Stark, the bowler, still continuing. He's actually coming around the wicket now. Slightly lofted. But he has gone to the man at backward point, and they're going to test out the arm of Matty Renshaw, and they get back for 2. Brilliant running between the wickets from the West Indies. And how much first innings total is reasonable according to pitch condition? Says Arif, I would say anything over 300. It seems like on the surface, once you get yourself in, it is pretty tricky to go out unless you do get a very good ball. So, yeah, I would say 300, 350 on this pitch would be a very good inning start for the West Indies. I'm opting towards the draw because their fan base is electric. Says Triton Down Under, do you think the Windies can win this match? I mean, they're putting themselves in a decent position at the moment. Now they will take another single. Just tapping it around at the moment, Sinclair. Not sure what Mitchell Starc just said. Don't know whether he was talking to the umpire or whether he was talking to the West Indian batsman. I think he might have been talking to Sinclair. I don't know what he said, but for some reason I feel like I saw the word boring. I feel like he might have been trying to say a bit boring that you're not hitting boundaries or not scoring a lot of runs, just to try and get in the head of the West Indian side. And thanks for the commentary, says Christopher. No worries at all. Well done, thanks for the commentary, says Cedric. Yeah, it is greatly appreciated everyone being here. Nice drive from Roach. Another single taken. They haven't got a man at point, but they do have a man at deep point for Kumar Roach. So it's as if to say, if you want to play square of the wicket, you can have a run. But if you don't hit the ball out of the middle, we're going to get your wicket, get you out caught behind. Awai Raheem Cornwall not being given a chance. I believe he does prefer short format cricket. So that is probably the best way of saying it, is just that he prefers the shorter form rather than the long form. And outstanding commentary, says Dane there. Thank you very much. But already 4 runs off Mitchell Starc's first 3 balls of his over. Sinclair back on strike. Great on drive, but well fielded by Pat Cummin. And slow and steady West Indies, says One United, and make sure you come to the West Indies for the World Cup, says Leicester. I don't think my bank account would allow that, unfortunately. And seats on the plane were big enough for Rakim, says Fluffy. And also we have got there the West Indies big, says Lloyd. And hi, Hamish bro, says Vishal. Welcome in, Vishal. Like they're saying, just trying to create a chance here for the Australians. Who's the bowler going to be that breaks through? I don't think it's going to be Starc. Sinclair this time goes aggressive, actually hits it over the top of Gully, and that will be 4 runs. Frustration for the Australian quicks. And a few extra runs here for Sinclair. Will you cover the World Cup, says Harsh Singh? I would like to. Last time we tried to cover a Cricket World Cup, though, we did end up getting a copyright strike, so I think we'll have to play it by ear, but I would like to. And good night to all. Happy to be up again at 4:33 a.m. in England, says Clyde Jones. And how many runs West Indies first innings? I said 320 for my prediction. So it could be somewhere around there as long as this partnership does keep growing. Already 8 runs off this Mitchell Starc over. Another aggressive shot, but it is misfielded by Marnus Labuschagne. That is not something you see too often, and that is actually not the first time Starc has had a misfield off of his commentary, off of his bowling. And now the partnership moves up to 20. 10 runs off Starc's over. I think they gave him 1 too many, like I said. You deserve subscribe done, says Zephaniah. Thank you very much. And what's your name, mate? It is Hamish. And Hamish, bro, today's our nation's 75th Republic Day here in India, says Vishal. And also your commentary should get a sponsorship to visit the West Indies. I mean, that would be pretty awesome if any opportunity like that did ever come up. And all the Fox stations down is carrying the rugby. Says Sinclair Mayers. Sinclair has moved up to 28 runs. It was only at the start of this over. He was on 20. So it just shows you how quickly the game can change in cricket. They weren't scoring a huge amount of runs for the morning session. Now it's not looking too bad with those extra runs coming. In fact, he's moved up to 30 runs now for the West Indies. And to get past that dreaded 21, which we have actually seen two batsmen, Chanderpaul and McKenzie, both go out when on 21 runs. I thought West Indies Cricket live streamed all the games on YouTube. I think they do for the short format. Not sure about the long format, but then that was also, I believe, at a time when licensing wasn't being picked up for West Indies cricket, but now I think it has been picked up, so that's why they're not allowed to anymore. Shashank has said hello, bro. Welcome in. Now Lyon to replace Josh Hazlewood, following a little bit of off spin to Kumar Roach. Just nice straight delivery from Lyon to start off his bowling spell. Like I mentioned, he had a bit of a leg injury yesterday, but for now seems like he is going to be all right. Australia should be polite to their guest. Says Stanley. I think 350 plus is on. Says Marquetta. It's all about partnerships in the lower order. I know Australia is so strong at keeping partnerships flowing when they've got their top order batsmen out there. West Indies, it seems to be their lower order that's actually created more partnership opportunities. I think 300 plus, says Tharindu. Which three players you choose to bat in the middle order? Your opinion, please. I'll be honest. I feel like the middle order at the moment, they aren't a mile off it. I think Hodge, Greaves, and De Silva, I could see that as a future three for the West Indies, because Greaves we haven't seen a lot of. He got unlucky with the bat, but his bowling actually adds a lot, and also his intensity in the field, I think, really helps. Polite Australians endangered species list. Says Fluffy, and you're doing a great job, mate, says Jamir. Thank you very much, mate. And it's because it's going to be a tough match for Aussie, because West Indies has put a very strong score. Their bowling is very good. Says Shashank, and Caribbean leaders need to support their cricketers, more need to put more money, hello everyone, in the Caribbean, to see it for free, says Lloyd. Already 5 dot balls in this Nathan Lyon over. Only picked up the 1 wicket, but it was a crucial one of Joshua De Silva. And just protecting his stumps there for Roach. Sitting on 6 runs now of 27 deliveries. It is 286 for 8. I love your commentary. Keep it up, bro. Says Tharindu. Thank you very much. What about fuss of the Bazball in India? Well, the thing is, at the moment, India are playing Bazball up against England in Indian conditions. So I feel like they've realised as well, you've got to try and score runs quick on this wicket, or else it will fall apart. And come eat some fresh West Indian food and good drink, says Lester there. Hello from Sinclair hometown, says Zabir. Or Zabir, hopefully I've said that correctly. And West Indies given tough competition than Pakistan, says Saad. And 10 runs for the morning so far. Not too bad at all, says Ivan. Yeah, I mean, 10 runs off that last over of Mitchell Starc. Here comes Pat Cummins. He is going to be replacing Mitchell Starc. Quick question, who do you think will make most runs for Australia in the second innings? It's a short ball, and tried to pull it away with Sinclair. He got lured into the shot. It was a little bit too short for him to get the bat up to it. I think Labuschagne's due for a big innings, and he hasn't had one in quite some time. So, yeah, I'd say Marnus will go all right here. And also, we've got to remember, it's his home ground. So that little bit of extra pressure to perform at your home stadium normally actually works very well for the Australians. So look at someone like a Travis Head at the Adelaide Oval. He always seems to be able to stand up Usman Khawaja when playing in Sydney, another example. And yes, Greens, let's go, says Remax. And there as well. Did you enjoy previous Pakistan versus Australia series? I didn't mind it, I'll be honest. It wasn't as competitive as I wanted it to be, but the thing that really hurt the series, in my opinion, was Pakistan's fielding. The fact that they got their chances and then would just drop the catch, and then that would allow Australia to run away with the game. Like, catches are so important in international cricket, and Pakistan learnt that firsthand. Unfortunately, you cannot win a match when you're dropping more than 5 catches. Cam Green has just dropped the catch of Sinclair. That is now his second drop catch of this test match. He is unwell, currently very sick, but they made him play because they didn't want to give any other one of the Australian squad an opportunity. And that was the chance to get Sinclair out. Normally safe as houses with a catch like that, Cam Green. But you have to wonder, what did playing yesterday do in terms of impacting his fatigue, how well he was feeling? He doesn't normally drop catches. He normally catches at about an 80+% rate. Not today, though, and not yesterday. And grass won't work on Indian pitches, says Fluffy. And nice, the tail balancing 350 is still good. Their rate is good too. And I just mentioned about it. Pakistan versus Australia. The thing that hurt the Pakistan side was drop catches. Catches win matches was the comment I was just making as Cam Green dropped that catch for the Australians. And Carnival season here in Trinidad. All invited to come visit, says Stanley. Will you do commentary of New Zealand versus South Africa test? I am hoping to, yes. And make them pay now, Mr. Sinclair, says Vaughan, and best gully fielder in recent times is Cam Green, says Shashank. So yeah, very uncharacteristic of him to be putting down catches. Let's look at the win probability. It's still showing win percentage for Australia is 79%. What the heck, says Karaoke. That is due to the fact, though, that second innings, when Australia bowl, they can bowl sides out cheaply. So I think that is why the TAB are still not willing to say that the West Indies are too heavily in the match. But 5 dots for Cummins. Side off stump left alone. And that'll be the end of the over, 286 for 8. And Wonder Kid getting sloppy, says Fluffy. And the premier dust-doctored pitches in Test Series, says Sard. And only Australia can beat India in India. All others can't. Just like Australia won the final on their home conditions. And what about Mitch Starc? He loves pink ball. He does, although he has gone for 10 runs off his last over. So they did decide to take him out of the bowling attack. He's sitting on 4 wickets at the moment, so wouldn't mind being able to pick up one more. Looks like Mitchell Marsh at the moment has got the ball in hand. Is he going to have a bowl? No, he just gives it to Nathan Lyon. Says it's your over, mate. Try and get that breakthrough. And they've been close. Sinclair, they dropped him on 30. We will have to remember that. Josh Hazlewood looks like he is making his way from the field. And that is just due to the fatigue that is setting in. Oh, a little bit of an aggressive shot there from Roach. Hoiked it to the leg side. Should all donate some coin and get Cam a prostitute. I mean, he just made like $3 million from the IPL, didn't he? I don't think he'll need too many donations. Cam Green. Oh, yeah, okay, there. What about South Africa pitches? Will the match get over in 2 days? Says Shashank. Yeah, unfortunately, that one was an exception, some would say, to the rule. And Aussie favourite batsman, your favourite bowler. For batting-wise, currently, I'd say it's either KL Rahul or Aiden Markram. Those two just seem to play the ball so nicely and have both played pivotal roles for their sides in recent times. Bowling-wise, I mean, Hazlewood's always good to watch in terms of how he's able to just bang it on that good length time after time and create chances. Nathan Lyon bowling to Sinclair. Roach was able to get that single off the first ball of the over. We are 3 balls away, ladies and gents, from the West Indies facing 100 overs. Certainly an achievement for them. Currently the run rate is still 2.88, so it's not terrible here for the West Indies. Rocking back on to the back foot. They don't sneak the single though. True silly me. Says Fluffy. Are your favourite team other than Australia? Well, Australia aren't actually my favourite team, I wouldn't say, but I'm also not from Australia, I should mention. I am from New Zealand, so next door. Oh, hit down the ground. Get just the one again. Australia will be in big trouble once these guys get retired. Says Karaoke Singer. Yeah, the fact that they are so intent on not giving opportunities to other players tells me that in 5 years' time, once these guys do start retiring, like, there could be some big gaps, and maybe they just haven't given the other guys the opportunity that they require to be able to be the next big stars off the outside edge of Roach, but it doesn't carry to Steve Smith. 100 overs now bowled for the West Indies, 288 for 8. It's been a long time now since West Indies lasted 100 overs in a test, and this is great, says Philip. And what are you having for dinner tonight? I have my barbecue going. I think I'm just having some chicken. More than likely. I don't think I'll have too much extra time to be able to cook too much else. Normally I only get those very short breaks for test match cricket. And big trouble in Little India, says Fluffy. What do you love most, IPL or PSL, says Shashank. It's a tricky one because both of them aren't on at great times for us here in New Zealand. So we don't really get much of a chance to watch too many. And hey, bud, do you have a practice today as well? Not today, no. So just yesterday we did have our practice, but luckily we do not have it today, which is very handy. 100.1 overs faced by the West Indies. If they can take Australia into around 120 overs, that would mean, of course, that they've survived this session. Already 45 minutes down the drop catch from Cam Green. A little bit late playing at that one, Sinclair. Didn't really want to hit it. Still got a bit keen to put the bat out towards it. And Pat's bedroom eyes are glorious. If he spoke French, I may contemplate becoming bisexual, says Fluffy. And the good thing about this team is that it's a good mix of young, experienced and senior veterans, which makes the future look bright. Australia's in big trouble, says Karaoke Singer. And so you will covering the whole day, right? Says Harsh Singh. A majority of the day. I think there's only about maybe 30 minutes or so of today that we won't be covering. So right at the start of the second session, the first 20 minutes, we are actually covering a game of sevens, but the scoreboard and the stream will still be running during the time that we are away, and then we will be back for the rest of that session, as well as a majority of the last session as well. And yet, big trouble, Sherable Mango season this year, says Fluffy, and Paul bowling from Australia against weak West Indies team, says Sard. I think it's almost impressive that you've managed to insult both teams just in one sentence, Sard. It's very impressive, in fact. Or short ball, ducking under it there was Sinclair. And test ends in 2 days or test draw in 5 days. Choose one. I prefer a test that's drawn over 5 days. Definitely if it's close to a result. Because at the end of the day, test match cricket, for the spectators wise, you've got to make sure you're giving them their money's worth. And if you're only getting 2 or 3 days of test match cricket, it just doesn't have that same feel. Just imagine mighty Australia losing to young Windies. Says Karaoke Singer. Should I mention Shupman Gill has just been dismissed in the match between India and England. So currently India 159 for 3. It's a good leave from Sinclair. Big smile on his face there. Just talking about the fact that a few of the other men did not leave the ball so nicely for the West Indies. Brathwaite, Chanderpaul, both dismissed off similar deliveries. Just imagine India winning anything at all, says Fluffy. Still only the 8 down for the Windies, and 22 is this current partnership, making it now 23 with the single down to deep backward point. Into the over, 1 run off it, 289 for 8. If India bat the whole day, then I think the test match will end tomorrow, says Shashank. And they've probably got a decent chance. India, if they can get even 150 as their lead, it might be enough on the surface. Where's the next test? They don't actually have another test, these two sides. They have got their ODI series, which will be starting next Friday, I believe it is when the first ODI will be taking place. We are hoping to cover a majority of the ODIs on the channel as well, alongside the T20s. For the Australians, I think their next test series might actually be up against New Zealand, and that is going to be taking place in March. Your favourite format of cricket? I'm still test match cricket through and through. In terms of my favourite, second favourite would be T20, third favourite ODI. Only because ODI, it just takes that a little bit longer. But if you're really wanting a good day of cricket, then ODI can sometimes be the way to go. Sinclair on strike for Nathan Lyon. First ball is the dot, just getting him behind it and blocking well. It's what West Indies need to be able to do. Once again, well controlled. Fielded by Lyon, no run taken for the West Indies. And fell into Mumbai when I was 5. And as their overconfidence against this weak West Indies team, which is letting them down, says Shashank, I think that West Indies have just put in more heart and fight than Australia anticipated. Oh, nice front foot drive from Sinclair. They will get through for the 2 runs. And I like Cricket Max. I thought Shamar Joseph was going to bat at number 10. He was originally, but they did switch the order. So he is now going to be batting at number 11. He will be the next man into the crease. But currently, this partnership has been going for 11 overs. And they are unbroken at this point. 71 balls. They have only scored the 25 runs, so scoring a little bit slower than perhaps they would have liked. But I have to say, it is still very impressive as they slowly work their way towards that 300 mark, which is, I feel, the minimum the West Indies would need for this first innings. Australia should bring spinners from both sides. What do you think? Says Karaoke Singer. I know that they won't do it, but I wouldn't mind seeing Marnus Labuschagne get another crack with the ball in hand with his leg spin, just for something a little bit different. Roach, so used to facing Nathan Lyon's off spin, perhaps having some leg spin could throw them off just a little bit. And morning, Hamish, are you covering the 7s today? We are covering some of the 7s matches. I believe we've only got 3 today that we are doing, but we are hoping to do a few more tomorrow. Nice, beautiful sweep shot from Sinclair. Gets it down to fine leg, and that'll be 4 runs. Partnership moves up to 29, 6 runs off the Nathan Lyon over, and the West Indies will now sit 295 for 8. Good bowling in the first innings from the Windies. Could we get a win? I'm just saying, says Rakesh. I should mention though, Johan, I will give you guys updates of the 7s all throughout the day. Like currently, the Blitzbox are playing Canada, and it's almost half time. It's 7 points to 5 in favour of the Canadians. Although, Kieran Nokia about to score. Yes, he does. So South Africa will have the lead going into half time. And I think they're going to score more than 350. Says Daytime TV. I should mention it is pretty overcast at the moment in Brisbane. A lot of humidity, about 88%. Kevin Sinclair sitting on 38 runs on test debut, so we haven't seen him with the ball in hand as of yet, but certainly doing decently when it comes to the batting department. 2.89 at the moment is what the run rate is for the West Indies. Still 3 slips in play for the Australians alongside a gully. Pitched up from Cummins and well defended by Roach, who has played the support role extremely well. Early on when he made his way to the crease, it was questioned whether or not he would go aggressive or whether he would be a little bit more passive in the way that he played. I did say passive because he needs to play that support role for Sinclair, and it's been working quite nicely in the way that this partnership is built. Hodgson to Silva partnership was the turning point for the West Indies fight back. Yeah, exactly right. 149 runs. John wants me to say something, but unfortunately, John, I do know what it means, so I'm not going to be saying that. Thank you. If they reach around 350, then I think Aussie will not win the test match, either a draw or West Indies winning it, says Shashank. And another single taken for Roach off the second ball of Cummins over. I've got to admit the Indian cricketers are the world's best, says Fluffy. And yesterday, Steve Smith completed 300 international catches in just 422 innings, the fastest, says Karaoke Singer. And also, these new West Indian players really have potential, says Daytime. They certainly do. And if I was one of those players who went to T20 overseas, I'd be looking at this and being like, I might have lost my spot. All cut shot attempted by Sinclair, didn't time it and didn't actually get any bat on it. So we have got there, especially at TikToking and Instagram modelling, says Fluffy. Not bad by the Windies, says John. And there as well, yeah, currently only the 4 runs away from bringing up the 300 for the West Indies, which is more than 110 more runs than they have had throughout the series at this point. Their highest, I believe, was 188. It's the first innings in the Adelaide Oval Test. 102.4 overs are bowled now by the Australians. Pat Cummins, as much as he's trying to not look frustrated, you can see it on his face that with that Cam Green drop catch, it means that Australia perhaps have to be out there on the field for another maybe 20 or so extra overs. Your favourite is playing with Mark Wood, 3 boundaries in an over, says Shashank. Again, Sinclair, solid shot. This partnership marching along nicely, says Philip. Yeah, it's currently moved up to 35 runs, I think it is, or maybe 30 runs, somewhere around there, which is very handy for the West Indies. And they've almost batted out the first hour of this session. Now, session number 2 yesterday, they did not lose a single wicket. And at the moment, this partnership looks like it's also got the potential of not losing any. Hi, says Max. Welcome in, Max. Into the 103rd over now, and it is 296 for 8. Anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are currently now 43 away from the next target that we've got for subscribers. So if you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Got plenty more cricket coming in the near future. Craig Braithwaite used to be the only shining light on the West Indies team. He hasn't scored in this series, says Daytime. And I hope that the top order batters are watching. They need to trust their skill and relax. Sinclair is just playing naturally. Yeah, he's just making good decisions. Not going after the wrong ball. Because when he has, he almost went out. We've got to remember that one that he was dropped when he was on 30 runs off the bowling of Pat Cummins. There you go. That is the Instagram of our channel. So be sure to check that out. We haven't posted anything on it as of yet, but at some stage soon, we will have to post something. Nice straight ball from Nathan Lyon. A little bit flatter, 90 Ks. Bowling to Kumar Roach. Moment on the commentary, Kerry O'Keefe just saying that if Nathan Lyon had some sort of variation ball, this would be the time to bowl it. Oi, a little bit of extra spin as well as bounce for Nathan Lyon. Just saw the Roach Instagram pics on the telly. Shipman Gill has some competition, says Fluffy. Got the man in close, out cover way, and good going West Indies, says Andrea. And morning they batting much better than Ambrose and Walsh, says Marco Brown. Nathan Lyon's pitch map has actually been all over the place. Gone for quite a few runs, and he's got it in the wrong spot. Four dot balls in a row, though, for Nathan Lyon. And now he's changing his angle a little bit. He's going to be going round the wicket. See if he can possibly get him into that leg side. I love the attitude of the new West Indian players. Sinclair, Hodge, McKenzie and Sharma Joseph. I hope they will stick around for some time, says Ashton. Yeah, it would be a big shame to see these young guys doing so well in these matches and then just lose their spot in the near future because those other players return. I'd like to think that they'll let them have a few more cracks in the future. Great going, Windies. Cedric, it is a maiden for Nathan Lyon there, and that is the first hour done on day 2's morning session. What about the baseball by Ishasi? I always mispronounce his name, unfortunately. Against England, says Shashank. Yeah, he was batting extremely well. Do you know anyone that is racing in the 2K Cup at Levels Raceway this weekend so I can give them your support? No one at all, to be honest. Couldn't even name a single person who has taken part. Currently 296, 4 away from that 300 mark. They're doing all right here, the West Indies. We are from Cesar. I am from New Zealand. So it's currently 6 p.m. here in New Zealand, which is a lot better time than some places for having to watch this game. I know that it's 1 a.m. for certain regions of the Caribbean, also midnight for some of you guys as well. Just the drinks break now. First hour down for the Windies. 1 hour to go before they have made it successfully through this whole session, which would be such a massive achievement for this West Indies combo. Can you pronounce Virat Kohli right? Says Shashank. Probably not. Not really. Weather beginning to look ugly in Brisbane. Says Russell. Yeah, it's pretty overcast. It wasn't supposed to be raining today, but there was a bit of drizzle early on. Still, humidity is a high factor. And 1 a.m. time to hit the sack. I'll be back, says Stanley. And go the West Indies Jamaica log in with you, mate, says Jermaine. What about Jasprit Bumrah, says Shashank. Okay, Mitchell Stark now saying it's not doing a whole lot. Now, unfortunately for the Australians, last night they were getting a huge amount of movement on the ball, and now it's not so much for them here. Let's give Kiwi Man some more likes. I'm enjoying the stream, says Vaughan, and some flat earther don't understand time zones. I think that it's the same time all over the world, says Kiwi Gamer. And West Indies win 100% is the prediction there as well. They are just showing some of the highlights of the first hour. Now, I will mention there weren't a huge amount of runs being scored by the West Indies. Currently only 30 runs from that first hour. But they have made the Australians bowl an extra 13 or so overs, which they won't be happy about bowling. Much better than the first test, says Vidraj. And also when you come into India, I don't have any plans on going to India at this stage. Maybe one day, though. Will be quite cool. And 99.9% humidity. Can you pronounce Babar Azam? Says Saad. Should mention anyone wondering about the 7 side of things that is happening currently in the Perth Sevens. South Africa have won their contest up against the Canadians, or at least they are on track to win it with about a 3-try deficit in their favour. Now Pat Cummins continuing the bowling spell here. Can Cam Green bowl? Is he fit? He can bowl, but I honestly think Australia made such a bad decision playing him in this test match. Because the fact that he's already dropped 2 catches in the field tells you his mind's not completely where it needs to be. Because normally he takes catches easily. But because Australia was so content in not changing their team and not giving another guy an opportunity in the test side, it means that they may have shot themselves in the foot a little bit with the choice. And thank you, says Robert. Can you predict the result? I'll be honest, at the moment, West Indies are sitting a lot better in this test than a lot of people did originally predict. Water bottle. Got to be good for you. And Aussies and Kiwis have same type of accent. They're relatively similar, our accents overall. And hello, stairs are walking dark. Welcome in, mate. Nice back foot punch. Out to the man at deep cover. That seems to be a spot that has been targeted so far from Sinclair with his soft hands. They could have replaced Cam Green with Aaron Hardy, like-for-like replacement, says our Mac. Or, another option, they could have batted Matthew Renshaw as an opener and put Steve Smith back to 4 where he should be. Would have been a very easy option. But if they wanted that extra bowler, like you said, they had Aaron Hardy. Renshaw offers a bit of spin as well, so it's weird. I feel like Australia are too keen on keeping this exact same team rather than trying to develop their cricket further. Give me some water. I'm thirsty too. If I pour it on the camera, I think I'll disappear. I think it will cut out. Watch Room Jamaica says walking dark. And 50-50, what do you think? I still don't think it's 50-50. I know that this will sound harsh, but I still see the West Indies as heavy underdogs in this game. This has been a brilliant start to this test match, but until we see Australia bat and we get to see how well the West Indies will bowl to the Aussies, I think it's very hard to predict who will actually win this test match. But I'd say the West Indies currently about a 20% chance of winning the test match. I know that the TAB odds and everywhere else only has them at about a 7% at the moment. I can bet mostly Indian and Pakistanis watching you live. Am I right? You are pretty wrong, Saad. We did Pakistan versus Australia, the test series. And on those live streams, we had 15 people watching. That was the maximum that we hit. We've done this West Indies Australia live stream. We peaked at about 1,500. So, we've got a few from India and a few from Pakistan, but they definitely aren't our main audience that we find with these test match streams. We're definitely more of the Caribbean and North America. As this old Australian team in need of rejuvenation, some younger players, says Almac. I think that eventually they need to realise that they will have to put a few young guys in, or else they won't have. Oh, big run out. Unfortunately, he has slipped over, and that will be the wicket. Roach wanted the run. Sinclair sent him back, slipping on the halfway on the pitch. And Marnus Labuschagne takes the stumps down. It's a big shame for the West Indies, just as they were building quite nicely. Just a half little mistake. I just need moisturising. Oh, yeah. Going for the run. Slipping over halfway down the pitch. I don't know if Sinclair would have got there. I think it was a good call from him, but Roach was just way too committed. And then did end up slipping over halfway down the wicket, so of course wasn't going to be able to get back up. It's approaching to that 300 mark, and we're looking good when you consider where we're at one point. Says Philip, yeah, the comeback from the West Indies has been very strong in that regard. The run out there did not help. And now Sinclair and Shamar Joseph, the two who will be at the crease. You can see the disappointment on Sinclair's face because I think he did call early. Roach didn't hear it or didn't see it, kept running because he thought there should have been a single. But it's a tricky one. We bat deep, remember, says Vaughan. And also what channel says Babaliko. Here in New Zealand, it is Sky Sport 3. No commenting here as Indian and Pakistanis. Says Saad. No, not necessarily. I'm looking through at some of the names, and we've got a lot of guys from the West Indies, or who support the West Indies, who are here. And I hope the top order batsmen are watching how the lower order men play their cricket, says Ivan there. Now Shamar Joseph, first ball, facing Pat Cummins. It's a nice pitched up delivery and the on drive. He's going to get at least 2 runs for Shamar Joseph. Oh, he's been sent back. Another mix-up for the West Indies. Sinclair is very hesitant now. He doesn't know whether to run or whether to not. That is the end of the over. 298 for 9. Yeah, I'm surprised how many Americans are watching. Says Robert. Sinclair, I think now watching that, he waited way too late to call no. Marnus doing extremely well. Get that underarm throw in. Sinclair disappointed. And you can tell that as a young player, having a run out like that has now got to him a little bit, because that should have been an easy 2 for him and Shamar Joseph, but he did send him back. Like I said, drop catch and a run out, the 2 worst feelings in Test match cricket. Nathan Lyon now going to be bowling to Shamar Joseph, who does only have 1 gear, and that is 6th. He will make sure that he can score as many runs as physically possible for the Windies early here. Although he's played that one sensibly, no run called again. I'm feeling Sinclair hates his teammates, says Fluffy. I don't think he hates them. I think he's just unexperienced in running with them. Oh, he thought about a sweep shot there. Shamar Joseph pulled out of it. Why Americans watching, says Sayed. A lot of guys who are watching from America, I could be wrong here, but they do have Caribbean roots of some sort, originally from either Guyana, Jamaica, Trinidad, Antigua, Grenada. You know, any of those areas originally from there, and then Americans, or now living in America. Same with Canada. Remember when they were 64 for 5? Yeah, it's been impressive from this West Indies side to be able to bring themselves towards the 300 runs. Will you cover T20 World Cup? We are hoping to cover some of it, although the T20 World Cup, we also got copyright struck last time we covered it, so we'll have to be a little bit cautious, I would say. And St. Lucia, says Robinson there. And Jamaica living in Atlanta, USA, says Coach. And why the Windies playing so slow? I think it is just a little bit of hesitation, but also because they want to tire out this Australian bowling attack. Nathan Lyon, 4-dot balls to Shamar Joseph once again, not giving him too many freebies. And good morning from South America, says Rudy in there as well. Welcome in. It's going to be a very interesting match heading to the last days of the Test match, says Shashank. And of course, we have to wonder what kind of impact is the rain going to have on the later stages of this test. And last ball blocked again from Shamar Joseph, Jamaica, says Seymour. And WTF wrong with Sinclair. Yeah, it seems like that run out has really, kind of, I guess, destroyed his confidence in a way. But, like they're saying, Australia will actually look forward. Yeah, see, I think he was very late. And probably an Indian spy, says Fluffy. Yeah, no from Sinclair was very late. Ended up selling Roach up the river. And now he has to go on to get a lot of runs. As Mitchell Marsh not doing much bowling these days. He's only bowled, I think it's the 2 overs so far in this test match. But yeah, I don't think they often like to use him a huge amount, mainly because he does normally pick up injuries. I'm usually in South Africa, but doing some travelling. Says Rudy, so hopefully you are enjoying your time in South America. What about India versus England at the moment? India, after 38.5 overs, sit 179 for 3. And Sinclair Meds match up with the run-out says Philip. This lose or draw is going to haunt Australia for the World Test Championship qualification next year. Short ball down leg side from Cummins, left alone by Sinclair. This is actually interesting. Brian Lara in the commentary box is saying he'd like to see Sinclair get a single so that Shamar Joseph can look to attack, which is, I mean, it's probably a fair statement because Shamar Joseph does score runs normally pretty efficiently, but Sinclair just hasn't found his confidence yet in this innings. He hasn't played too many real impressive shots, if that makes sense. There's been a lot of hesitation and a lot of blocking as well. No run taken. They could have got 2 runs there if they wanted it. Sinclair, now he's having a chat to Shamar Joseph. I don't know what's happened, But it seems like the youngster has lost his mind in the shortest and most effective way of describing it. That was one of the easiest runs that they could have taken. But Sinclair said no. They've got all the men back on the leg side. So the only boundary that's available is out through cover. Shamar Joseph has a very brilliant debut, by the way. Says Shashank, yeah, one of the best we have seen in recent times. Shamar Joseph. Second top run scorer in the first innings. 5 for him with the ball in hand. A run taken again. Crowd absolutely loving it at the moment. I do have to question, and see even Lara hates Sinclair, says Fluffy. And Sinclair needs to get his debut 50 now that he got a start, says Rakesh. Although he seems like he's in no hurry to, is the slightly concerning thing. He's very happy they take this run this time. He's decided it's late enough in the over, but ticking over at 1 run and over, I'll be honest, for the West Indies here, isn't doing them enough. You know, like, yes, it's all well and good wearing out that Australian side with the bowling department, but they do still need to go a little bit more aggressive. And also the Pakistani all-rounder, Jamal in his first test, says Shashank. Mark Waugh making an interesting statement. They were showing a group dressed as Jamaican bobsledders, and Mark Waugh's comment was, oh, there are some fit boys there, which is an interesting one from Mark Waugh, but he's probably trying to scout another cricketer out of them. Pass, says Vaughan, and good luck to the West Indies, says Rudy. Oh, that's going to do. He's tried to duck underneath it for Shamar Joseph, and they will get the single. Right, so Sinclair's in a weird mood here because he didn't look happy that they got the single for that one. He's the batsman out of these two who's more likely to go out, I feel, over Shamar Joseph. Yes, Shamar Joseph eventually might go out, but I still feel like Sinclair at the moment, they don't want to take any runs. It looks like there's going to be some memes of Sinclair, I can't run, says Kiwi Gamer. And 1K Live now, says AJ. Oh, Kerry O'Keefe, he's got all the Jamaican bobsledders in front of him taking selfies. Bars 300, then throw the willow, says Vaughan. And looks like there's going to be some memes. Oh no, I read that one, wasn't there? And will we ever see another Chris Martin or a tailwinder required to bat these days? Or are tailwinders? A lot of tailwinders do need to bat now. And some of the most crucial runs can actually come from your tailwinder. Sinclair missing that ball. It'll be the end of the Cummins over, and it is 300 for 9. And West Indies should start playing again, says Maharam. Here we go. Highest total visiting teams in day-night tests. At the moment, they are sitting 3rd on the list. If they get another 3 runs, they will be 2nd, passing Pakistan from Adelaide in 2019. What about declaring? Yeah, I don't think they will. I think that they still know that they need some more runs. 300's all well and good, but 320, 325 will look a lot better. Martin is a manager at Bunnings these days. I think he is, isn't he? Because he did start out at Foursquare in Palmerston North. He was managing that business with his wife. And then did end up moving on to somewhere else. Or it might have been a Fresh Choice, sorry, rather than a Foursquare. No, I think it was a Foursquare. Predict Sinclair to deliberately run out Joseph and Mary too. Says Fluffy, but Nathan Lyon now. Work to the leg side. Runs on offer here. They will just get the single. Nicely worked by Shamar Joseph. Move himself up to 3 runs now off 9 delivery. Hey, what's the score? Says Macy at the moment. It is 301 for 9 off 107 overs for the West Indies. But declaring here will make a very bad impact on Australian mind, says Shashank. Yeah, but then imagine the effect if West Indies come up about 5 runs short and they've declared in the first innings. That is something that can hurt a side. Sinclair given width to the man at backward point, and Josh Hazlewood, no run being taken there. of 94. A solid block from Sinclair. What you love most, day, night, or only day? I honestly like the only day better than the day-night test match, mainly because the day-night test seems to have too much variation in that last session compared to what happens during the day. Yes, it helps progress the test match, which is always good, but... Oh, big shot coming from Sinclair. Tries to go over the top, and it will be 2 bounces to the boundary. Good shot from Sinclair. And who's older, Scotty, Sean, or Monty? Lockie and Cooper, my girlfriend, Jacayla. I'd say probably still Sean. Or was it Scotty last time? What you loved most? Oh no, I read that one. Aussie Mines, already badly impacted by Bundy Rum and VB. And hooray for 300 runs, says Stanley. And now they have moved to 305. Attacking shot down the ground from Sinclair. He's realised he hasn't got a lot of time left to try and bring up his half century. And that is even bigger for him. And he's got it for 6. That is his half century. On debut, there was a little bit of the early slight problems after that run out for Roach, but it seems like now he has come right. Debut 50 for the youngster Kevin Sinclair. He's playing as one of the best innings right now, says Shashank. Does day-night cricket actually bring in bigger crowds? I think they get a few more in the evening, mainly because people have finished work. But, yeah, I'm not sure about bigger overall. Oh, stumped. And now Sinclair, he got his 50. Now he's gone, and the West Indies bowled out for 311 runs. Just getting his 50. Steve Smith now will have to run to the back out, says AJ, trying to spoil it by getting a little bit quick. I think Shashank may have put it in before we saw the wicket as well. If you can avoid it, be sure to put it in after we have reacted so that it doesn't spoil it for anyone. But just overrunning that one, Sinclair trying to work it square, probably looking for the single off the last ball he over rather than just playing the ball on its merit. And Sinclair did better than the top bat as well, says Babaleko. And also we have got there, it goes Sean, Scotty, Lockie, my girlfriend, Jacayla, Cooper, Monty. And gets 50 and deliberately runs himself out. I think an Indian bookie is involved, says Fluffy, and well, says Alidians. And until the second innings start, do commentary on India versus England, says Shashank. Well, currently they have got Joe Root bowling. Oh no, it's actually Hartley. 183 for 3. India find themselves. And congrats to Sinclair on his 50, says Melvin. Yeah, he's done well there. I still feel like they have more runs that they could have had there. Shamar Joseph is not a bad batsman. Sinclair was batting with him as if he was Chris Martin and saying, no, we cannot afford to give him even just the singularest of balls to face. We've got there, out, says AJ, and beautiful, says Rakesh. And there, but I will mention anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. The West Indies batting for 107.5 overs, which now means that Australia have got around a 25-minute period, probably closer to 30 minutes. 30 minutes at the end of this session. Hartley won a worst debut any person can have, says Shashank. I mean, with the ball in hand, he hasn't gone that great. With the bat, he didn't do too badly, but he has also picked up an important wicket. I think he got Rohit Sharma, if I'm not wrong. I predict Steve Smith to get a third ball duck, says Fluffy. Congrats, Sinclair, says Stanley. And there as well. But now we are up to that stage, ladies and gents, of predictions. And it seems like Steve Smith is the one that everyone wants to pick. So how many runs do we think Steve Smith will get, ladies and gents? Whoever is closest, I will star and put their comment up on the screen. No, Leach got Roy. Who did Hartley get? Did Hartley get... Oh, he might have got Shupman Gill, did he? So no, Joe Root got the other man. So yeah, he might have got Shupman Gill. 2, says Vaughan. And also we've got there Steve Smith, third ball duck is another prediction that we have seen. Where was it? Third ball duck. And Gil says Shashank. 11 says Roddy. So yeah, be sure to keep on putting in those predictions in the comments. Ladies and gentlemen, how many runs will Steve Smith manage to get now? He was not out in the second innings for the Australians of the last test match, but he did go out in the first innings. It was actually the first ball that he faced of Shamar Joseph when he picked up the wicket. Steve again shadow batting and an early wicket loading, says Shashank. And I mentioned about it with the temperature being as hot as it is supposed to be tomorrow. The West Indies do not want to spend all of tomorrow in the field. I think that the plan will be try and get Australia by the end of today at least 7 wickets down. That is a bold amount that they have to try and go for. I reckon half a century. Says O'Neill there. And negative 13 for Smithy. But yeah, if they can manage to get even 5 down at the end of today, I feel like that would put Australia at around maybe 150 for 5. They might actually be a little bit higher, probably 200 for 5. Steve Smith even 100 runs. Like the commentators here, Michael Vaughan is just saying, you've got 20 overs with this pink ball to really make the absolute most out of it. If you don't make the most of it with that ball, then that is when it goes down. Now, what team you supporting? An India versus England match, says Sard. I just hope it's a good match, and I hope that it goes more than 3 days. Because at the moment, test match cricket is dying, and we need longer test matches to try and save it. Cal should be an automatic choice for both spin-friendly conditions at home and swinging tracks abroad. He is the most technically correct batsman after Virat and the entire squad. Showed no weakness, and nice to see they go past 300. Says Leslie, yeah, my original prediction for the West Indies was 320. So I was just a little bit off. Where can I see the game in the US? I believe it's on Willow TV, I think is your option there. And will the ball get soft for the nighttime swing? Says Al Mac. More than likely it will. And we've got to remember they also won't get the opportunity with a new ball under lights, which is the difference between Australia yesterday and the West Indies today. And 2 wickets before lunch, says Vaughan. And Smithy likes soft balls, and 41 for Smithy. And how much do you think Smith will make? I'm going to say, it's a tricky one. I'm going to go 64. I don't know why. Just feel like that's a good number to guess. But he could also get 14. So it'll be interesting for Steve Smith. Although a majority of the time when he gets his 50, he does go on to get the 100. Very good conversion rate for him. Will be Usman Khawaja at the other end for the Australians. And just out of curiosity, at the moment, for the percentages, the overview for this one, the West Indies have currently got a 7% chance of winning this test match. 7%. So it's not a huge amount. I'll be honest. I thought that it could have been a little bit higher than that, but the West Indies already out on the field ready to start. If he gets 64, I'll be polite for the rest of the season. Wow. And that's going to be extremely hard for you to do, Fluffy, isn't it? Who took the catch, says Karaoke Singer. So the last one wasn't a catch. It was a stumping for Alex Carey. And good fight back by the Windies. Will they have a dew problem? Says Vaughan. Maybe a little bit later on in the day, we might see a bit more of the wetness coming into play. Draw at the moment in this test match is sitting $4.10. Now, I know before the start of today, it was actually sitting at $9. So, changing quite drastically in that regard. Just showing Shamar Joseph again. And can you show the live match? Sadly, no. Any match footage or audio that we show would get us taken straight off YouTube and probably sued. And how many overs to reach 300 for Australia? I think that they'll take around 80. Somewhere around there, I would say, would be where they'll try and hit the 300. Most of us wanting to see Smithy coming. Says Karaoke Singer. And will Green do enough to justify his selection? I don't think he will. I know it sounds terrible to say, and it's nothing against Cam Green, but there is a part of me that wants him not to do well, not for his own individual regard, but just so that maybe Cricket Australia and the selectors can go, oh, maybe if a player is sick, we shouldn't play him, and give someone else an opportunity who could have easily filled that gap. The West Indies can't disable the top order in 10 overs. I bet the Aussies will beat the predicted score with Mitch Marsh with a century, says O'Neill there. And why New Zealand team does not have their own domestic league like all other countries? They do. It's called the Super Smash, and it's T20 as well as ODIs get played as well. We have got there, who is New Zealand's rival? Says Sayed. I'd probably say Australia overall in terms of the best rivalry for New Zealand. I just dropped a cricket ball. And Kane Williamson, only player with 0 hater, says Sard. And Western Samoa, says Fluffy. And predict Usman Khawaja score. I think Khawaja, the thing that will annoy me about Khawaja here is I think he won't be in any hurry to score these runs, which works all right, but sometimes it does actually hurt him because he doesn't get the runs that maybe he should have up till the stage of when he goes out. But I think Brisbane, I think he'll go all right. I'm saying 32 runs for Usman Khawaja. See how we go. Khawaja's missing his partner. Yeah, he's missing David Warner. At the moment, Steve Smith making his way out onto the field alongside Usman Khawaja here. In Australia, they have got just under 30 minutes of batting to do in this session. A little bit of time still remaining, but still plenty of chances to get runs, plenty of chances to also get wickets. It looks like Kumar Roach will be opening the bowling for the West Indies. Still not going with Shamar Joseph. I believe it will be the Roach and Alzari Joseph combo. Anyone who hasn't already, hit that subscribe button. We are currently 25 away from the goal that we had by the end of the session. So if you want to be one of those 25 and help us out, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Steve Smith, he will face the first delivery of this match. Also, you don't know what you are saying about Sinclair. As a lucky player, the man can bat. Australia can take pressure. 8 bowlers against an underrated team. Talk about that, says Reynolds. And there as well. Oops, I dropped that ball again, so it's staying down there. Where is Sulfikar? I'm looking through for him. Sulfikar. Was it a comment earlier on, Reynolds? Oh, pull shot from Steve Smith. Shamar Joseph well fielded out on the boundary, but they will get 2 runs off the first ball of... Oh, no, they only got 1. No, they do get 2. Sorry, my apologies. And Uzi needs to learn to relax more, says Fluffy there. I just hope Smith won't be ducked. Well, he has not got a duck now. He has got 2 runs off the very first ball. Roach tried the short delivery, which unfortunately with his pace does just sit up nicely on the surface. Can he get it line and length outside off stump? That's much better. Almost finds the outside edge of Steve Smith. Time for the guys to throw the willow. The lower order has done well. The match is setting up nicely, says Macy. And yeah, like you've said, the lower order and the middle order have done their job. Now we're in the situation of, unfortunately, they have to do their job again with the ball in hand. They're being heavily relied on for this test match. 26 for Usman, says Stanley there. And Roach's gold chain could feed Northern India for a year, says Fluffy. Outside of off stump, a little bit too much width from Roach. So Steve Smith able to leave that one comfortably. Something that Roach does so well is get that ball right up in the channel where you're not sure if you need to play it or whether you can possibly put that block in behind it. But either way, they need the early wicket. Lit up hope that this is Roach's last test. Says it was there from Sherwin. Now 3 balls, just the 2 runs. Oh, that one's come back in. Steve Smith not making connection with it. Actually, the in-swinger from Roach makes connection with Steve Smith's thigh pad. Do you think Steve Smith will score 30 runs this session? I don't think you'll get to 30 this session. Mainly because they have only got 25 minutes remaining, which is probably around, I'd say, 6 or 7 overs from here. So, yeah, it'd have to be doing pretty well to get to 30. But who knows? If he plays aggressive shots. Oh, great straight drive. That's going to be 4 runs. The on drive of perfection from Steve Smith moves him up to 6 on the board. Fantastic shot from Steve Smith there. It's a half volley from Roach. Overpitched. And Steve Smith just timing that one perfectly. A very solid shot early on from the Australian opener. Hopefully the scoreboard, there we go. It is now updating. Oh, that's close. Got an inside edge. By the sounds of it, he was also hit, I think, outside of the line. Roach, yeah, they're going upstairs for this one. I thought he was outside of the line here for Steve Smith. He was a long way across his stump, so it might be trouble for the West Indies review. I think Steve Smith will be all right. I don't think it was given as out, so I'm confused at why this has got the wicket there. Is this one in line? Could Steve Smith be gone for only 6 off 5 balls? This young West Indies side have a good idea of what is required by the lower order after the failure of the top order. Right, he tried to jump across his stumps. Oh, he's in trouble here, Steve Smith. That one has hit him right in front of the stumps. It's whether or not he's gone over the top or not. Ball tracker when ready. No bat on it. Steve Smith, his opening journey for the Aussies has not started well. He is gone. Great review from the West Indies, and Steve Smith on his way for the 6 runs. Early wicket for the West Indies and Roach. What a wicket. Goes for 4 runs the ball prior and then fires back with a beautiful delivery. And Steve Smith, it just jagged off the surface. And great review. I actually thought it was outside of the line, but that is just due to how Steve Smith normally bats. He looks like he's almost got tears in his eyes here, Smith. He'll be thinking, why didn't I say Cam Green shouldn't have played? I could have batted 4. An early wicket I predicted, says Shashank. And what? Says Karaoke Singer. So yeah, very early wicket for the Australians here. And Roach strikes. He may not be express pace, but when he gets it in the right place, he can get the ball to talk. And that ball is talked extremely loudly just then. And yes, told you says Vaughan. And there as well. Vaughan's prediction of 2, I think, is almost the closest out of anyone. Although, Fluffy's saying 3rd ball for a duck. I mean, he got out on the 6th ball, so he wasn't a mile off. The second one will come in a few overs, says Shashank. Yes, Steve Smith already gone. He got off to such a good start as well, managing to time that first delivery. Getting the 2 runs, then also the on drive, looking very strong, but Steve Smith then dismissed. Marnus Labuschagne. He was actually my pick for scoring the most runs out of any of the Australian players. So let's see if he can do it. But Alzari Joseph now bowling to Usman Khawaja. Oh, a little bit of an awkward length there. But nicely controlled by Khawaja to bring that one down and not get hit by it. A does tend to cry a lot, says Fluffy. Right, okay, what has just happened, ladies and gents, is I realised I was a little bit behind, so I skipped forward, and now they've actually gone up for something here. They're checking LBW here. Now, I do apologise for not seeing the ball, so we will actually get to see it the first time when this ball is happening. But it was called as not out originally. They're just checking it. Oh, it's hit him on the front leg as well. for Marnus Labuschagne. I believe the steep bounce may mean that it does go over, but it has hit him on that knee roll. Could this be Labuschagne dismissed early here as well? The West Indies taking their chances. As Alzarri Joseph pulled one out of the hat here and created a little bit of magic. Was given his not out. Nah, it's going down leg. It's going to be impact, umpire's call, and missing the wickets. I didn't actually get to see the original ball like I mentioned. But it's going to be not out, and that is the review gone now for the West Indies early. Definitely a century for Mitch Marsh. I would have picked Marsh over Smith considering the recent innings put against India. And waste of a review, says Mikel. Although the good news is that they have got 3 in this innings rather than just the 2. Thought it was worth half a crack there, but yeah, looks like it was always drifting down leg. Maybe a little bit of the excitement for the West Indies really kicking in here, seeing as they've got a couple early chances up against the Aussies. But Alzarri Joseph to continue his bowling. Great on drive, this time from Labuschagne. That ball, I think it might just pull up. Yep, well fielded by the captain, Braithwaite. They'll get back for the 3 runs. So they're going for a few runs at the moment here, the West Indies, but they won't mind that one bit if it means that there is another wicket just around the corner. I watch him from Guyana. Says Bertram, welcome in, mate. You are doing extremely well. Still 18 minutes remaining in this session. Still plenty of chances for Australia to score runs and also chances for the West Indies to still get one more wicket. Question, ladies and gentlemen. Who would you rather see dismissed here? Do you think Labuschagne is the bigger wicket at the moment, or is it Usman Khawaja? Do let me know. Oh, big full toss from Alzarri Joseph. You don't normally see that. That was about knee high when it came through to Khawaja. Second ball faced. He's had a half volley. No, sorry, he had a little bit of a shorter delivery as well as the big full toss now. He was quite confused, Usman Khawaja, when he received that ball. Both, says Shashank. I mean, of course, both wickets falling in the next 17 minutes would be ideal for the West Indies, but I'm sure that they will target one of these wickets just a little bit more. Off the edge, and it's taken! Labuschagne gone for 3 runs off 2 deliveries. The scrum just said that Labuschagne would be the bigger wicket, and they just got it right there. In the second over, Joseph now strikes. They are making the new ball count well and truly here, the West Indies. Look at the colour of my face and how it's changed. I've just got sunburnt from nothing from seeing a wicket. I don't know how it does it. But just off the outside edge of Labuschagne, played it one he didn't need to, and a great diving catch there for Sinclair in the cordon. Second wicket gone, says Emma Rashid. And Khawaja, he's dangerous, says Vaughan. He got lucky, otherwise it would be 2 wickets under 5 overs, and now it is. And your prediction went right, mate. When do they go right, though? That is why I never put any money on any sports, because I'm terrible at predictions. I predict Australia all out for 64, says Fluffy. And Windies searching for the win, says Rakesh. And what does that do to the betting odds? Because they aren't supposed to have 2 wickets in only 2 overs. Sinclair, brilliant take, because his elbows hit the turf. And sometimes those ones bounce out. But the confidence that the Windies are playing with at the moment, can they be world beaters here? I think Khawaja, because if he spent more time at the crease, he could put up some good runs, says O'Neill. Although I think the benefit that they've got for Khawaja is he hasn't been scoring a lot of runs in a hurry recently. So, it does put that little bit more pressure. West Indies have gone up to 17% chance of winning just with that wicket. They were on 7% before, so that is a massive booster for the West Indies and their confidence. Just 97 left. You ever eat kangaroo meat? I have not, no. They don't really have kangaroos in New Zealand. Now working it to the leg side, Cam Green gets the single. And a lot of pressure going to be on him, because at the end of the day, he wouldn't have been expecting to bat during this session. There's still 15 minutes remaining, ladies and gents. This is a very intriguing test match as we progress just that little bit further in it. what I'm quickly going to do is I'm going to see what the odds are saying now for this test match. So the West Indies, they are $6.60 underdogs. That is almost the best that they have been throughout any of the matches so far. Australia $1.30, that is good money to put on the Aussies. If, of course, you normally back the Aussies, normally you get about 2 cents per dollar. This time you get 30. Here we go. Kumar Roach, second over for him. Cam Green will be on strike after just facing the one delivery. The ball is doing a bit. It's swinging. It's causing problems for the Aussie top order. What can Kumar Roach do this time? He has put it just a little bit wide outside of off stump. Two more wickets before the break is excellent. Says Rakesh Manas, Mr. Century mate. Says karaoke there. And the West Indies win. And I should mention as well, ladies and gentlemen, I mentioned earlier on, I felt that if we saw 7 wickets falling for the Australians by the end of today, that would put the West Indies in a very good position. At the moment, it seems like we could see even more than 7 wickets if Australia can't break this West Indian momentum down the leg side. Cam Green evades. You can put Australia on Australia right now, and when there is a partnership, you can cut your profit. Says Shashank. And also West Indies win. And also you can do hits of Wallabies in South Canterbury, North Otago. Says Fluffy. You saw right commentator, no Pakistani and Indian, but from Guyana. Origin says McCall, and Usman is the biggest wicket because he will play long. And I say, well, let's go the Windies. Nice drive from Cam Green. We'll get him 2 runs. Oh no, just the single, fielded well by the West Indies. They are well and truly up for it at the moment. The Aussies will win no matter what. They are good, that's it. Says Helen Howe. And I have had Kangaroo at Perth. Says Kiwi Game, and also one more wicket is loading before the session ends, says Shashank. And please mention my name, West Indies win. What is your name that you'd like to go by? Unfortunately, I'm not too sure what your YouTube name does say. My name is Dinesh. And there. So yeah, shout out to you, Dinesh. And 2 more wickets, says Baboliko. Squared up Khawaja a little bit there. I don't think we've seen much variable bounce as of yet on this wicket. Now, I should still mention there is rain forecast for day 4 and day 5. Day 3's not supposed to be too bad. Tell them New Zealand has koalas, says Stanley. I'm from Pakistan. And there as well. I think Dinesh's button might be broken. Because he just keeps on sending it. It's full work to the leg side. Okay, Dinesh, we see your name. Says O'Neill. That will be 4 runs. Nicely whipped away to the boundary for Usman Khawaja. Still 12 minutes remaining. New Zealand has koalas 2 heaps in Herney Bay. Says Fluffy. My name is Mustafa Dar. And best cricket ground according to you in New Zealand, says Shashank. I mean, I love Hagley Oval. I always enjoy watching cricket there. The Basin Reserve is always very nice as well and talked about. Least favourite's Eden Park. I still don't know how they make that a cricket ground. But, yeah, there's a few nice ones around. Pitched up, left alone by Khawaja. Should mention Roach is coming round the wicket to Khawaja to try and create that little bit of angle coming in and away. And from Australia, says Mustafa Dar. And also, I've been watching Kumar Roach bowling since childhood. What's his age? I think he's about 33. Somewhere around there. Where are you from? I am from New Zealand. Just showing the dismissal again of Steve Smith taking out his middle stump. Melbourne or Lords? Oh, I love the MCG, but Lords is like the home of cricket, some would say as well. So it's a tricky one. Also just showing that Labuschagne wicket. Playing the wrong ball. It was a little bit back of a length and he did end up just edging it through to the slip corner where Sinclair took a beautiful diving catch to his right. Come on, boys, let's get them 2 more down. What is your name, says Owenil? It is Hamish. Oh, ball and a half from Alzari Joseph, keeping Cam Green guessing if that one had jagged back in. Which stadium is that in the background? It is the Gabba. Which is where this one is being played. He is 35, says Sean. Oh, sorry. Actually older than I thought he was. Who do you support at the moment in this test match? I mean, I love an underdog, of course. And the West Indies are heavy underdogs in this matchup. But there's still a lot of twists and turns to come in the rest of this contest. Azari Joseph. Nice straight drive from Cam Green. That'll be 4 runs. Timing it beautifully. And race into the boundary. That is his first boundary of the day. The only player to not get a boundary at this point for the Australians is actually Marnus Labuschagne. He was close to getting one to get the 3 runs down the ground. His name is Robert. Who do you support? Says it was there from Kumaldar. But yeah, I'm pretty impartial when it comes to the world of cricket. Similar to rugby, just because we've called so many games that we end up not really picking sides, if that makes sense. Gabba and Optus are different or the same. They are different. So the Gabba is in Brisbane. Optus Stadium is in Perth. Now, Green sitting on 6 off 6. All the Australians are ticking over at quite a few runs. So maybe they have got the mindset of trying to be slightly more aggressive here rather than allowing the West Indies to get on top of them. Hamish is getting bombed from orbit today, says Gus in there as well. Still overcast conditions, cricket or rugby. I cover both on the channel, so it's very hard to pick because they are very different. Your commentary are very nice, your voice. Thank you very much, mate. And Kawaja, 20 plus 23 plus 25, 30, 40, 50, 50, 50, 50 Kawaja runs. Says Carmel, oh, that one's popped up. It's the glove of Cam Green. And maybe a cracker of a match go. The Windies, says Dane. 2 balls remaining, though. A little bit quicker from Alzari Joseph. And yeah, that one's reared up. It's actually ended up hitting the back arm of Cam Green. Like I said, when you're 6'6", 6'7", see that one go as high as it did, probably a little bit of a surprise for Cam Green. Joseph has been bowling well, picked up the wicket of Marnus, a little bit too far down the leg side though this time. De Silva cuts it off to keep it to just the single. Smith or Kane and Test, says Shashank, just depends on what style of cricket you enjoy watching. Fun fact, I wouldn't open either of them, but for some reason, Australia are opening Steve Smith. And there's another live chat calling the game Kid. I want you to get them, says Sinclair Mayers. You're not allowed to do that. We can't do any sort of thing like that. But we are still doing our commentary, of course. Another wicket would be great soon, says Philip. Yep, 7 minutes remaining in this session. Are you watching the Under-19 World Cup? Says Kamal. I've given it a couple little looks. Probably not as much as I'd like to, though. Mainly because we have been covering other cricket at the same time. It is the end of the 4th over, 2 for 22. So even though Australia have been losing wickets, they've actually still been able to tick over the runs quite nicely. David Warner once said players like Warner, Rohit makes Smith and Virat by taking the shine off the ball, says Shashank. I mean, this new ball, of course, early on in this innings is not going to hold up for too long. Probably 20 overs or so is how many the West Indies will get out of it before it starts to misbehave and starts getting a little bit softer. So they have to make the absolute most of these 20 overs. So Steve Smith, he looks frustrated, sitting up there, having to wait a long time now to get back into the action. Joseph was born, and a little shack by a river, says Fluffy. And Australia is still trailing by 289 runs. Shreyas and Kel Rahul have just brought up a 51-run partnership in the game between India and England. So India currently sitting 210 for 3. I think the thing that's exciting for the West Indies in this scenario is the fact that Shamar Joseph still hasn't bowled. And the same can be said about Justin Greaves. A good straight delivery coming back nicely for Roach. Make Sure, he got right in behind it there for green. Kid, you are doing a great job. You are the only one. We had the first test, says St. Clair Myers. And Joseph was born, oh no, I read that one. I predict Smithy to take some mental health days, says Fluffy. But the Windies at the moment, 30% in favour of the West Indies, 70% for Australia. But still for the West Indies to be 30% is way more than a lot anticipated for them to be throughout this match. Nice drive again there from Cam Green. At least 2 runs for this one. Braithwaite, well done in the deep. Keep it to just the double. And Karl Rahul has just brought up his 50 runs in the test match up against England. 50 off 72 deliveries. Is the silver keeping? He certainly is. After top scoring for the West Indies, getting his 79 runs. So 287 runs down. Left alone by Cam Green again outside of off stump. Roach really putting it up there nice and full, which of course will entice the drive, which I believe is the tactic that the West Indies want. They want Australia feeling like they can play their shots, and then that little bit of natural variation could lead to another late wicket here. But only 4 minutes remaining in this session. How green is your valley? And I think West Indies made a good score. Yeah, I think that 300 plus on this pitch is going to prove to be quite an effective amount. Although we do need to remember as well, the West Indies were 64 for 5. She's out! Cam Green is gone. Roach gets the wicket. It was scooped by Cam Green. 8 of 14 deliveries he will be dismissed for. And they still have time for one more over. The Windies on fire, ladies and gentlemen. I'm celebrating right now, bro, says Rakesh. And told you, we should have got Cam a hook. And also we have got there, we need to keep the runs down. West Indies third down, says Emma Rashid. Kumar Roach, that is his second wicket in just 3 overs that he has bowled. There's still 1 ball remaining. But now Travis Head will make his way out to the middle. This is insane from the West Indies, ladies and gentlemen. What time now in New Zealand? It is currently 6:58. Now, I should mention the next session, as sad as it will be, because of the action that we are seeing here, we are actually starting our next session's commentary 20 minutes after the start of the session. The scoreboard will still be updating. It's just I won't be commentating till 20 minutes in. So we will be starting the next session's commentary after this over finishes in an hour's time rather than 40 minutes. That is because we have got Samoa versus Fiji in the 7s. That we will be covering. It does start during the lunch break in this game. So yeah, the first 20 minutes we'll just have the scoreboard updating, and then after that we will be straight back in for the rest of the session and the rest of the day as well. I'm from Australia, pretty mad too, says Gus, and give Shamar an over. I don't think they need to yet. I mean, these two have taken 3 wickets between them in less than 5 overs, and Roach is on fire, says Kamal, although that one was a little bit more Cam Green throwing his wicket away. I mentioned about how he was aiming to pitch it up a little bit more, and that is to try and entice Cam Green into that drive, which is exactly what he did to get out Mitch as the guy. And it's 2 a.m. in Barbados, says Sinclair Mayer. So yeah, the next session for us, we will be starting it at 3 a.m., but the second session does start at 2 a.m. 2:40 a.m. Now Cam Green, last wicket to fall, 8 runs off 14 deliveries. Kumar Roach down the leg side. I think Head's got something on it. He's been given 4 down for the Australians. Roach is having a field day. He has got 3 wickets already. I think Travis Head knows that he's hit that one. He's got another golden duck. He can't believe it. And they're going to have to be very conservative. The Australians are in a position we have not seen them in for a very, very long time. Roach is on fire, says Cornwall. Down the leg side. Unfortunately for Travis Head, those are the type of ones that if you time it, it goes for 4. If you don't, I'll be honest, Roach, poor ball, gets the wicket though. And that is what they needed. 24 for 4. 1 over remaining now. And it's a win from here, says Rakesh. And my 64 prediction is looking pretty good. Says Fluffy. Travis here, Golden Duck. Australia 4 for 24. This is a similar situation as we saw the West Indies in. Their tail and their middle order now is going to have to step up. Kawaja is sitting at the other end. He's faced 6 balls for 6 runs. He's sitting there watching on, probably thinking, why are these blokes all going out? That is actually going to be the end of the session though, ladies and gentlemen. They will not have time for one more over. They will be taking the lunch break. So it is a 40-minute break, ladies and gents. We will be back in 60 minutes though, just because we have got that Sevens live stream that we are doing just a little bit beforehand. So I will put up a little notice saying that we will be back at that stage. But what a session. Like, insane, to say the very least. So we are going to be back at, it will be 8 p.m. New Zealand time, or that is going to be at 2 a.m. Jamaican time, ladies and gents, for session number 2. But yeah, what a weird session. What an interesting one. And also we go, well, that is impressive, says Philip, and one more wicket coming, says Karaoke Singer, and also the Windies, says Maharam there. Yeah, 4 down the Australians for 24 runs. Told you Mitch Marsh is the guy. Well, he has to be now because the rest of the Australian top order's almost gone. And what are the odds, says Gus? At the moment, the West Indies, they were 17% likely to win this test match when I last checked. And now for the West Indies. In the percentages, I can't sleep, says Stanley. Hey, I can understand that very much so. They're now 22% chance of them heading on to win this test match. So it hasn't actually gone up by that much. So even though they've got 4 early wickets, the TAB, they are still saying that they feel like the West Indies aren't out of the woods and there is still something big to come for the Australians. But that will, of course, be in the next session. I'm flabbergasted seeing this session unfolding with the wickets falling already, says Philip. So yeah, like I said, we will be back for session number 2. It is just the first 20 minutes we will not be here for, as we are doing a quick Sevens live stream. We're coming back though for the rest of the hour and 40 minutes of that next session. The scoreboard will continue to update, ladies and gents, while we are away as well. But thank you all very much for tuning in. Be sure to enjoy your lunch break. You've got 40 minutes here before the cricket gets back underway, and we will see you all in a short moment to see what is next in this exciting test. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back and ready to go for another session in the cricket. Now, currently, the momentum has slightly shifted away from the West Indies. It is 4 for 46. I was doing that Sevens live stream like I mentioned, but I was watching along, seeing that Khawaja and Marsh are now building up a decent partnership. Neither man taking their time here, trying to get as many runs as they can in quick succession. Yeah, I hope you guys have been enjoying a little bit of a break. We are now back for the rest of the session. And the partnership moves up to 22 runs off 28 deliveries. I'm wondering whether or not after that last over from Roach, they may actually look to change him. Maybe go to Shamar Joseph could be a good option. They've also got Greaves as another pace bowler that they could look at using. Mitch Marsh now on strike. Down the leg side and beautifully whipped off his legs. That'll be 4 more runs. Marsh now moves to 17 off 16 deliveries. And this kind of temperament and this kind of situation in a game, I feel actually heavily favours Mitchell Marsh, because if they bowl a bad ball, he's going to hit it away to the boundary. He knows that they need quick runs to try and suck some of the wind out of the West Indies sails. Yeah, very strategic shot from Mitchell Starc there. Try and bring that momentum back in favour of the West Indies. In favour of the Australians. Now, the West Indies, they were 66, or 64 in fact, for 5 wickets. So Australia, they will be planning to do, if they get into that same scenario, oh, that's come back nicely for Alzardi Joseph. Luckily for him, it has bounced. All right, so would have cleaned up the stumps of Mitch Marsh, but the end of the over is not too far away. We've seen a no ball from Alzardi Joseph in this one, which just shows that little bit more pressure that he is starting to feel. But this over thus far has actually gone for about 12 runs. $26,611 in attendance, so growing nicely for the crowd. Oh, that one's come back in as well. Mitch Marsh leaving on that awkward limp. I think Alzardi Joseph's found somewhere in the pitch that it's starting to move around a little bit. That'll be the end of the over now. It is 4 for 50. 10 overs old the ball is. More than likely we're going to have another 10 overs or so of a good new ball. And then from there, does start to swing less. And you also get a little bit less bounce. I just had to wake up for real and go on the West Indies, says Patrick. But yeah, they got off to an absolutely brilliant start, getting those 4 early wickets. I should mention Shamar Joseph now going to be replacing Roach. Australia still trailing by 261 runs. So there's a fair way to go for them to get themselves back into the contest. But this partnership here, and to be honest, the next partnership, they are the absolutely crucial ones. Currently, the West Indies, they are $3.55 underdogs, ladies and gentlemen, in this contest, which is the lowest that they have been throughout all of this series. Shamar Joseph coming round the wicket to Usman Khawaja. And left alone by Khawaja being patient, as he normally is, although he is scoring a little bit quicker than we would normally see from Usman Khawaja, with him sitting on 13 runs off the 20 deliveries. Just showing that first wicket for Shamar Joseph. It was actually his first ever ball in Test match cricket, and he was able to get Steve Smith out. Just showing the wickets that he was able to get. He managed to get Steve Smith out. He got Labuschagne, Cam Green. Fun fact, those 3 are already out, so he cannot get them again here. And then also got Mitchell Starc as well as a Nathan Lyon. 5 for 94, the figures he was working with. Currently sitting 0 for 2. Or 0 off his 2 balls. Pink ball. This is the first time Shamar Joseph will be bowling with this. And 3 good balls outside of the off stump. Maybe not quite on the line that he needs. Just a couple more stumps over Put it right on that off peg. I think that'll entice Khawaja into driving or at least playing at it. And that can create that opportunity off the edge. It's starting to get a little bit darker at the moment. 6 p.m. local time in Brisbane. As that nighttime session rolls around, the newer that the ball is for the West Indies, the better it will be in terms of the amount of swing. Straighter delivery there on the stumps this time, but Khawaja is ready for it and taps it back down the ground. Now just showing that ugly bouncer bowled by Shamar Joseph in the first test match to Usman Khawaja was a little bit shorter and it actually gone Khawaja right on the jaw. Kumar Roach showing his experience, there's daytime TV. Well, to be honest, like that first ball that got Smith, very impressive. The one that got Labuschagne, in fact, it was Alzarri Joseph that got Labuschagne, wasn't it? The one that got Cam Green, I think, also was just a testament to the game plan of the West Indies to pitch that ball up and get them driving. And then that one down the leg side for Travis Head, of course, like I said, those ones are either the ones you get the unlucky feather or you hit to the boundary. And yeah, Kumar Roach, the fact that he's pitching it up that little bit more is enticing Australia into playing, which is great news. And Windies got the same issue, good thing, says Tony. And there as well. Last ball. Oh, and it's a great one from Shamar Joseph. Khawaja looks down at the pitch, says he can't do much with that one. And it is now 4 for 50, but brilliant first over from Shamar Joseph. Right on the money straight away, which is what the West Indies needed in the bowling change. Now, I believe Alzarri Joseph will also be taken out of the bowling attack. More than likely, they will go with Greaves. I don't think they'd want to go with spin as of yet. I think Greaves would be the much better option. Just showing the innings so far in the wickets that have fallen. Golden Duck for Travis Head. He actually received a Golden Duck, I believe it was, in the Pakistan series. And I'm going out first ball. West Indies win this match is going to be huge for them. Says Daytime TV. It certainly is. I know that there were a few ex-Australian cricketers who were saying that they shouldn't even have to play this West Indies side. And they said that they should never tour Australia again. But if Australia lose this one, maybe the West Indies shouldn't bother playing Australia. I think they still will, of course, and I feel like, you know, the ex-cricketers who say that they shouldn't play certain sides are part of the reason that Test match cricket is struggling, because they're trying to put people off the game. But nicely pitched up. What a shot that is, though. Mitchell Marsh just does not care if Australia are 4 down or they are sitting 8 down. He will still play the same shots. And just a little bit over pitched. Interesting choice to bowl Alzarri Joseph again. I would have actually thought that Mitch Marsh, he does a little bit worse when there's a bit less pace on the ball. So, yeah, I would have made the change of Greaves. But can Alzarri Joseph find a way of breaking down Marsh? I think if he bowls it a little bit wider outside off stump and gets him really slashing at it, or gives him the good peach right on middle stump, maybe swinging away. Oh, he hasn't timed that at all, Mitch Marsh, and he has gone a little bit shorter of the length, tried to pull it and has mistimed the experience of Kumar Roach. He's in the right place, right time, and Marsh is now gone. 5 for 54, the Aussies really struggling. West Indies need to tighten it up a bit. Get Mitch swinging to over the ropes rather than playing cover shots. Says Michael. And boom, he's gone. Says Michael there. He slashed and gone. Yeah, didn't time it one bit. Safe catch from Kumar Roach, who was almost having a little bit of a dance as he took that one. But the Australians now 5 down. Marsh dismissed. 21 off 20. I guess it was a good idea keeping Joseph on. I honestly thought that they were going to make that change, but did not happen that way. Partnership of 30 runs they were up to between those two before Marsh was dismissed. Why? Says Cornwall there. I tell you what, that will change the odds. Once again, the West Indies, They are now $2.80 favourites, underdogs, to go on to win this match. I have a bad feeling about this game though, only because I'm really worried we are going to end up seeing the rain affect the last 2 days of this test. So I think the West Indies, they will know if they can clean up Australia by the end of today, that puts them in such a dominant position. Now the West Indies in the driving seat, exactly right, although I will mention once again, the West Indies were 64 for 5. And look where they got to. Theoretically, that still means Australia can break 300. And he's shown the intent to score, risk a few runs for his wicket, and they did, says Michael there. And yeah, that's why tactically I said maybe giving it a little bit wider outside off stump, try and get him lured into driving, but did drag his length back a little bit, and Marsh just missed timing. Now Alex Carey. Khawaja's only faced 25 balls, and Australia are 5 down. This is uncharted territory. Down the leg side, it is going to hit into the pad of Alex Carey. Has managed to get the leg by. And it was a no ball from Alzari Joseph. Thankfully for the West Indies, it wasn't the ball prior that he bowled a no ball. Imagine that, finally getting Marsh out and then having it be a no ball. That would be absolutely heartbreaking for the West Indies. Khawaja needs to step up. That's the thing, Khawaja hasn't done anything wrong as of yet. He's 13 off 25. He's ticking over like he normally would, but he doesn't have any teammates who are staying out there with him. And that is eventually going to either lure him into playing a bad shot. He's been bowled some pretty good deliveries so far. They're just showing the difference in the 2 balls from Mitch Marsh. Didn't time it at all. I would love to see Ashmar give a few bounces to Khawaja to shake him up a bit. Says Michael Davis, although I think that they may wait a little bit before doing that. Mainly because Khawaja currently, he's slightly pushing at the ball outside off stump, so they don't want to give him a few runs to give him confidence off the back foot. Oops, I just dropped something. That's going to be worked away to the leg side. Big caller, yes, from Khawaja, and they'll come back for the 2. Good run in between the wickets from the Australians. Another one bites the dust, says Daytime TV, and a match will be drawn. Says Akash, and pressure is building now, says Philip there. It certainly is. 5 wickets down for 58 runs. Something that we haven't really seen for the Australians in recent time. It shows the potential that this West Indian bowling attack does have. I'm going to make the comment again. Why do we not have a 3-match series between these 2 teams? I get that they've got the ODIs and the T20s, but if this series ends 1-1, it's going to be pretty disappointing. I feel like everyone would have loved to see what would have happened if we got one more match. And Cal, 73 runs. See, Shashank, has he gone out on 73, Shashank, or is he still batting? Khawaja needs to just keep playing as he is, says Cornwall. Yeah, although, theoretically, if the trend continues, Australia are only going to be batting for 20-something overs, which would be insane. And Windies powering to an innings lead, says Tony there. I should mention Australia, not out, counting on 73. He's a very good batsman, Karl Rahul. Love watching him bat. Australia still need another 54 runs to avoid the follow-on. Now, that is something I didn't think I'd be saying today. But if they somehow lose these last 5 wickets for less, I think that the West Indies will follow on because they've only bowled 12 overs. West Indies is doing wonders with the new ball, says Michael. And they always talk about the first 20 overs with the pink ball, how dangerous it can be. And we are seeing that right now. And hi, says Ollie is the best. Welcome in, Ollie. I need follow on, says Shashank. And are you not, or are not going to wish India a happy Republic Day? Says Daytime. Have you wished Australia a happy Australia Day, Daytime TV? Out of curiosity. Got a few people dressed as jockeys, and I think one of them's dressed as a horse. On the lead side, De Silva does well. Australia trailing currently by 253 runs. West Indies is doing well. What I had asked them to do, play hard cricket, and I think what West Indies is doing, being aggressive with the ball to get Australia out, have a lead they can build on, says Michael Davis. And yeah, currently they're doing very nicely. 2 sixes and an over by Cal, says Shashank. But they can't take away the pressure. Doesn't Australia have a king? No, they don't. They have a prime minister. And this is great from the Windies, says Philip. Now that is going to be just the single taken. In fact, I think they actually got back for 2 there. Alex Carey playing a very nice pull shot, running quick between the wickets. Gets his first runs of the day. A hitting in the air, risky tactic up against the West Indies. And when he's doing amazing this test, woohoo, keep getting Australia out. Says Simran, and India is in the lead now by 4 runs. Says Shashank. Almost cut onto the stumps there from Alex Carey, the inside edge, but it doesn't hit the stumps. Shamar Joseph, I should mention those 2 runs before were actually the first runs that we've seen him go for. And I'm sure any of your friends going to the lake by Benmore Dam this weekend. They talk it might be infested with the duck itch parasite. My little cousin has been infested. Not that I know of. I don't really have many friends, so the like 3 that I know aren't going to the Benmore Dam. Or Lake Benmore, I assume it would be, or is it Lake Aviemore? Down the left side. Just gone a little bit too wide. I believe there was actually a little bit of bat on that from Alex Carey, so half a chance. I note they've called it as 4 byes. I think Australia and New Zealand are both have King Charles a third as a monarch, says Daytime TV. And 2 more wickets and we are deep in the tail, says Patrick Davey. And that is exactly what they'll be aiming for here, to try and get themselves into that tail before the end of the session. I said that if Australia was 7 down at the end of the day, they would be in a bit of trouble and West Indies would be in the box seat. West Indies only need 2 more wickets for that to become a reality, and they've still got another 3 hours 50 remaining of today. Nicely fielded. And the slip caught, and Alex Carey trying to chip it. Wonder if Alzadi Joseph's got 1 more over in him with the new batsman Alex Carey at the crease. Same with Khawaja. He seems to bring that ball across Khawaja very nicely, who has been patient in the way that he has approached this innings. He has seen his teammates fall around him, but he's still there, and he needs to be for a long time, to at least the end of the session. Short ball again, beautifully controlled by Alex Carey. Get Roach onto Carey, says Michael. And happy Australia Day, says Cornwall. And also Australia lost to Zimbabwe last year in ODI and now by the West Indies in Test. I'm Australian, says Cornwall. And there as well. Into the 13th over. And it is now 64 for 5. Or 65 for 5, I should say. After that last pull shot from Alex Carey. He doesn't mind going after the short delivery, but he does often hit them downwards. There are a few batsmen. Travis Head, for instance. You've got, who else? De Silva, another man who will play that pull shot to hit it upwards rather than down. But Alex Carey likes to stay controlled in the way that he plays. Australia will bounce back strongly, says Manish. And is New Zealand a part of Australia, or is it different? It is different. Whole different country to Australia. And while the Windies, says John, and mate, you got international friends, says Robert. And need Khawaja's wicket before he's too settled, says Philip. Yeah, his wicket would be a massive one for the West Indies. They're just talking about the fact that it is 47 runs that Australia still require. If they aren't able to get that, then the follow-on could be on. Usman Khawaja is like a rock, and everyone wants a strong West Indies team, says John. They're not looking too bad. At the moment, I just found that ball that I dropped a while ago. Of course, not a white ball for this test match. Instead, it is pink. But I'm not willing to spray paint this ball pink because it is a brand new one. Lovely. New Zealand Australia flags are the same. Not quite. There's a little bit of a difference in the flags. They both have the Union Jack on it, which, of course, is to do with the Commonwealth. Who you think winning? Says Robbio. I mean, at the moment, West Indies are in a better position than they've ever been in an Australian series, I believe, or at least for a very long time, almost finding the outside edge for Shamar Joseph there. Currently, the run rate ticking over at just under 5 and over. Predicting Australia will be all out in this session. They will follow on, says Randeep. Joseph, oh yeah, good shape on that one, but Alex Carey has knocked it to the leg side. Chandapal will be chasing it, but they will get back for 2. Good run in between the wickets. Both of these men quick enough when scamper in between. Azari Joseph, he's been going for 6 runs and over, but he has picked up a couple very important wickets. West Indies is going to smash Australia, says Malaysia. Slip Corden, they've got the 4 men there. Sinclair taking a great catch earlier on. Pitched up, hit down the ground. Alex Carey, beautiful shot off the front foot. And this one might not quite race away to the boundary, but very good shot from Alex Carey. Seeing the next wicket is expected to fall after Australia have 100 runs, according to the stat that I've got here. That'll be interesting to see whether or not that is a reality. As Mitch Marsh out already, he has ended up trying to play a pull shot, getting caught by the man at mid-on, so didn't time it at all. Sunshine, Kawaja had a crack at the cover drive. Looks like he was frustrated with himself. Australia will get away. And Australia tail was the most strongest in comparison to other teams, but today West Indies proved me wrong. There's Shashank. And also the way West Indies is playing right now, if West Indies continue like this, they will win this match, says Patrick. But yeah, the big thing is not allowing Australia to get the same kind of partnership as what the West Indies were able to get. You need to remember, De Silva and Hodge, 149-run partnership between those two. It started in session number 2 on day 1. All short ball from Joseph down the leg side. Who do we think win this match? Austin, you're actually looking not too bad in terms of, I think, I might be wrong. It was one of you guys, but did you have a bet on this game too, Austin, in terms of who was going to win? Because West Indies are in the box seat at the moment. You might be getting paid. Choking on water. Not good. We'll win $40 off $1. It says, Austin, don't mind me, I'm just dying. But, yeah, good return if they do manage to get all the way and get themselves that victory. Of course, a little way off at the moment. I am bright red. But we'll be right. You just got to remember how to drink water sometimes. Sometimes you forget. I'm just showing the early wickets that were fallen for the Australians. First wicket falling, Steve Smith on 6 runs. Labuschagne closely following with only the 3 runs. But Australia didn't give a chance to someone like Renshaw and McSweeney. Place a green, 100% agree. They should have made that change. They didn't though, because they're too happy with going with consistency and not giving other opportunities to players. And it might backfire here. Because when you think about it, Cam Green, he's dropped 2 catches. Didn't get any wickets, and also didn't really score too many runs with the bat. Nicely whipped off the pads for Usman Khawaja. Another single taken. Moves up to 17. Don't you wish more countries should play cricket? Says Daytime TV. I mean, it would be nice, of course. There's a lot more countries that play it than some people think. Recently watched a series between Indonesia and the Philippines in a T20 series, which I'm sure 90% of people didn't know took place. Shamar Joseph got his 5 in his last test match up against the Australians. Alex Carey on strike, sitting on 8 off 10, so trying to keep the runs ticking over, but that can backfire. If you're too aggressive you can find yourself going out. Oh, he's caught behind, is it? There was a noise. Okay, it was the back pad, they've said, by the sounds of it. Top of the stump. Says Michael, checking in high ball as well. Says All-Star, All-Star. I think you're a little bit ahead of me, Michael. So if you can, if you don't mind, if you wait about a minute before putting your comments, just so that it doesn't spoil it for the chat or myself. Just because I'm pretty sure that court came through before I saw the ball. Let's clip the stump for Shamar Joseph. Hit the top of our stump, but the bail did not leave. Yeah, the bail's almost done a little bit of a rotation. India's now playing baseball and checking in high ball as well. Says All-Star, certainly is. It's all well for Alex Carey because his bail has just been hit by the ball, but it did not come off. I see in behind it there for Alex Carey again. That's the kind of luck that you sometimes need as a batsman. Brian Lara there just saying, so lucky to have your bail hit, have the bail spin, and not fall off. Alex Carey needs to use that now, though. He needs to realise, right, that's about as lucky as you can get. Now it's time to score some runs. Pitched up that time from Shamar Joseph. Whipped to Chanda Paul at mid-wicket. No run taken this time. And well done, West Indies. I'm proud of you guys. Says Patrick Davey. Yeah, they've done extremely well so far. See Mitchell Marsh there. He's got a can of Diet Coke by the looks of it. Steve Smith's doing a crossword. A lot of the Australian batsmen who were expected to score a large body of runs haven't been able to back it up in the second test as of yet. Joseph shorter there. Alex Carey will not take the run. And the last thing Australia can afford to have here is a run out. If anything along those lines was to happen, they're showing there. The bail actually did a perfect 360 roll. Which is absolutely incredible. Shamar bowling well so far, says Philip. Yeah, he certainly is getting it right on the off stump. Oh, okay. He stopped his run in there. I think Australia, in that case, or at least for yeah, they've just said pretty much that if they were to review that, it would be not out because the bail hasn't gone. That's going to be some good running between the wickets for the Australians, taking the tight two when they get there. Quick between the wickets, Alex Carey. And that'll be the end of the 15th over now, 74 for 5. Roach opening spell was great, says Philip. And can you please tell us how fast it's both Joseph bowling? So Shamar's around that 137, and Alzari, I believe he averaged 139. So just a little bit quicker for Alzari. But I would say that his spell has probably come to a close unless they give him one more, which they might try. Still 38 runs. Australia need to avoid the follow-on. And Shamar bowling so far, or bowling well so far. Now once again showing the men dressed as the Jamaican bobsled team. West Indies need someone like Shai Hope, Brandon King in the top order to make their batting order stronger. Says Shashank. Oh, Kumar Roach coming back into the bowling attack, ladies and gents. He will take over from Alzari Joseph. Interesting choice. They feel like maybe with the ball still moving, they want 5 more overs of possible wicket taking. And he can certainly offer that. Straight across Khawaja, but too wide though. Khawaja does not have to play it, it can just watch it as it drifts past. Finally, Roach back on. Says Michael there. Although they don't want to overuse him as well. That is something that can sometimes happen, is when a bowler's going so well, you want to just keep on bowling him and bowling him and bowling him. But then if he picks up some sort of injury, can be pretty brutal. So I think 5 overs was a good amount for Roach, not to push him as hard as they did Alzarri Joseph, who bowled 7. Pitched up, but once again, way outside of these off stumps. Do you post regularly on Insta? Not at all. We haven't actually posted on our Instagram at this point. We reply to messages on Instagram, but we don't actually really post anything on there at this stage. Had a swim in the ocean. Says Ollie, and get these 2, and I think we win, or we in it. Says All-Star, and the West Indies coach is a very good friend of mine. He is a very humble person. Says Patrick. Khawaja, as it starts to get a little bit darker. Oi, that was close. Leaving that one alone. Usman Khawaja leaving on length. Like I mentioned, the bounce has been pretty true so far on this Gabba surface, so you don't have to worry about the ball sneaking onto your stumps. Just showing that dismissal of Steve Smith as well. Pitched up from Roach, driven down the ground. Khawaja takes the single. Signing up for the night. Good night, everyone. Be safe. Says Michael. So I assume we may see you tomorrow. So hopefully you do get some good sleep. And yeah, you'll be looking forward to seeing where this game is situated in only about 21 hours' time. Your favourite bowler? Says Shashank. I mean, I like watching Josh Hazlewood in terms of the way that he is able to bowl, mainly because of just that consistent line and length. Pat Cummins is a little bit the same, although he has been a bit less consistent at times in this series. But yeah, I do like what Josh Hazlewood does with the ball. That one was coming back in a little bit for Roach. And he's actually opting to go round the wicket to Alex Carey, whereas he's coming over the wicket for Usman Khawaja. Their thoughts on Rachin Ravindra joining the New Zealand Test match against South Africa? I mean, New Zealand's Test side, there are a few guys in there that some people feel shouldn't still be, like in terms of the experienced players, but Rachin Ravindra will be interesting to see how he goes because of what he does in short format, and also, you know, like he's got a bit of longer format experience as well. I think he'll go all right. I'm not sure what they're going to do with their batting order, though. Definitely if Kane Williamson is back, they're kind of trying to fit a lot of players in. Henry Nicholls, he's one that could end up getting taken away. What about Shami and the World Cup semi? Says Shashank. I assume you're talking about the ODI World Cup semi, maybe. I mean, Shami's a good bowler, don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't say he's my favourite bowler. Now, end of the 16th over, and Australia, to their credit, have still ticked over at around 5 runs and over at this point. Khawaja, Shamar Joseph now going over rather than round, and great straight drive. This will be at least 3 runs here. Brathwaite chasing after it hard, but the ball will beat the man. Shami taking 7 against New Zealand in the World Cup semi-final, says Shashank. Which was, of course, impressive, and Henry Nicholls got dropped, as he probably should have, to be honest. I haven't actually seen the team as of yet, but hopefully they go all right. Yeah, nice drive down the ground from Usman Khawaja. Brathwaite unable to catch up with it. Nice pull shot. On out to the man in the deep, though. Chanderpaul was back there. Sinclair has to field that one. Didn't quite get the ball to De Silva from Chanderpaul's throw-in, but already 5 runs off the first 2 balls of Shamar Joseph's over. So I don't think going over the wicket actually is beneficial if you can't quite get it wide enough. Khawaja does like that straight drive. We just need to be patient with this West Indies team, keep them together. This team just needs shy hope, says Nikhil. And there as well. Can Will Young become next Kane Williamson? Probably not, because they play very different styles. Like, there was no time when Kane Williamson was getting 100 and whatever it was runs off that limited amount of balls. So Williamson has been always more of that long format player. And then Will Young also, like last week, people were saying he's going to be the next Brendan McCullum. So it's very hard to tell who people think he's going to be. I feel like the best case scenario for him is to just become the best version of Will Young. Nice drive from Alex Carey. That'll be 4 more runs. Currently, Shamar Joseph, he's gone for 9 runs off 3 balls. Your drinks is on me. Would you like some cold red stripe beer? Says Patrick. I mean, I've currently got a big bottle of water, but as you guys saw, I choked on it before. My grandma's cat Missy says hi. Well, I am impressed that your grandma's cat can talk, Ollie. But I guess say hi to it from me. Need these 2 wickets now. Another big drive. That'll be 4 more runs. They've decided to go after Shamar Joseph here, and he has now gone for 13 runs off 4 deliveries in this over. He is over pitching the ball. He's very frustrated now. Yeah, very nicely played. And Alex Carey isn't afraid to play off the front foot. If he sees the opportunity to hit that ball, Joseph is frustrated as if the fielder was supposed to get to that one, even though the nearest fielder was probably about 20 metres to the side. What do you think how much a lead of India should be against England? I mean, they'll want at least a couple hundred. With where they are sitting in this test match, that's going to be another at least 3 runs. It's going to be, oh no, he's missed it out wide. Sinclair couldn't get down to it. And that is now going to be 17 runs off the Shamar Joseph over. Carey's up to 22 off 20. The crowd loving that one. Sinclair, he made all the ground, but he couldn't get down low enough. Maybe from getting his 50, ended up stiffening up a little bit. But these runs have changed drastically. Australia, at the moment, their run rate, they're playing baseball. And it won't take very long to get to 300 if they continue this way. Right, where does he go now for Joseph? He's gone for 4 boundaries and a single in this over. Azari Joseph just went over and talked to Shamar Joseph, slowing it down a little bit. Down the leg side. I think it's hit the pad, so that'll be the end of an expensive over. 38 off 35 this partnership moves to. Happy Australia Day. Says a fluffy there. And Carey is playing in baseball mode. Says Shashank. And to be fair, in a way, why not? If the bad ball is bowled, you need to make the most of it. That is something that the West Indies, as credible as their 311 was, there were times when the batsmen, such as a Chanderpaul at the top of the order, just didn't attack the bad ball. And I think it ended up hurting them in the long run. Yeah, Braithwaite going over to talk to Shamar Joseph, just trying to say to him, hey mate, don't worry about those ones. Just take your time, bowl this next ball where you need to. Now Roach, will they look to attack his bowling as much as they did Shamar Joseph? It's out wide and Khawaja is not interested in going after it. Feel like that kind of ball, Alex Carey probably would have had a bit of a stroke at, but Khawaja knows he has to play the anchor role in this innings. Carey's going to play the aggressor. Khawaja, he needs to be there when they're 9 down. Kal Rahul, nearing 100. 85 not out, says Shashank. Usman Khawaja's had a couple ducks this year, but hasn't really gone on to make that massive score as of yet. His last innings was actually retired hurt. That was 9 not out in the end. And we need to get another wicket or 2 as early as possible, says Patrick. Yeah, they trail them by 219 now. which means that that follow-on opportunity for the West Indies is slowly slipping away. Nice solid shot from Kawaji. He is very good in his defence. Currently actually ticking over at more runs than he normally would in terms of his strike rate, sitting 23 off 42 balls. Scary on 22 off 21, but this partnership now sitting 38 off 38. And we need to get another wicket or two as early as possible, says Patrick. So the question, ladies and gents, who do you think will be the next wicket to fall? That is over-pitched, and Roach has been hit away, but nicely fielded by Alzarri Joseph to just keep it to 1. In fact, they might have. No, they did just get 1 there. What is the most popular sports in New Zealand, rugby or cricket? Or anything else? So yeah, normally rugby and cricket is the top 2. Then you've got football, basketball's up there as well, I think, in terms of popularity. Then that's probably the top 4. Connect 4 is pretty popular. So Fluffy, it is. It's a great game. Australia always finds a way to get out of trouble. Says All-Star, yeah, they always find that next partnership. Great drive this time from Alex Carey, but brilliantly fielded by Kirk McKenzie. He has stopped a guaranteed boundary right there. Fantastic connection from Alex Carey with his covered drives. Gets into position so early. We have to connect 4, or we have to connect 4 world champ, Barry. Says Fluffy. No run taken there. It'll be the end of the Roach over. 93 for 5. Oh. Okay, we've got the drinks break. Ladies and gentlemen, Smiling Blackberries is here in the chat as well. Welcome in. And when a team is down, keep them down. Get them out, West Indies. Says Patrick, yeah, this has already become about a 40-run partnership between these two, and it doesn't take long for those 40 runs to turn into 100, definitely with the aggression that is being shown by Alex Carey. All from the West Indies, or I'm all for the West Indies as South African. You get them, boys, says the human chapter. And also what you love most, baseball attack or traditional way, slow and steady. I mean, they both have their own positions and their own, I guess, times where they are useful in a game of test match cricket. I have to say, baseball made the Ashes series one of the most entertaining that we have seen in a long time, mainly because you knew that there were going to be quite a few runs being scored throughout the game, and it kept it so that you were on your edge of your seat thinking, were they going to score 7 runs and over, or were the Australians going to be able to break it down and find a way of getting them out? So it just depends on the game. But sometimes, you know, slow and steady does win the race in test match cricket. Usman Khawaja, he's sitting on 24 of 43, which is higher than he would normally find himself sitting on, but I wouldn't be surprised if he slows down completely and allows Alex Carey to be the main man going after the ball. Do you speak the Māori language? Not a lot. I can only say about 3 sentences. Having a chat here with Alzarri Joseph. Come on, the West Indies, get these guys out. And you must be tired, says Sard. I'm kind of used to it by now in terms of doing long streams. Like this one's been going for almost 4 hours, which is, you know, not too bad, but we did an 8-hour stream yesterday. We'll be probably doing about 8 hours or so of streaming tomorrow as well. Can you speak Hindi? I cannot know. And come on, West Indies, get these guys out, says Igal. And the Kiwi lads in the chat says the human chapter. Alzarri Joseph picked up that early wicket of Marnus Labuschagne. Cam Green dismissed by Roach, just chipping it down the ground. To Braithwaite. Travis here gone for the golden duck. That was probably one of the more surprising dismissals that we saw. And then Mitchell Marsh just ended up getting that one a little bit soft Not Eagle, but Eagle in there as well. Okay, I will try my best to remember it. So it's Eagle, not Eagle. Shashank, the Maori people, are the native people of New Zealand, says Daytime TV. The drinks break. Australia have made it to it. Some thought that maybe they wouldn't. I've made it that far. Virat Kohli has received the title of ODI Cricketer of the Year 2023. And of course, the Test Match Cricketer of the Year went to Usman Khawaja for 2023. Had a lot of runs throughout the calendar year. He struggled a bit more this year, though. Alex Carey, 3 fours that he's been able to hit so far. They have all been impressive strokes of the ball. It's really nice cover drives. I agree with you. We can't let them off the hook at all. They are righter, and we'll be right back. So here's Patrick. Oh, here comes Greaves in Cricket of the Year, Pat Cummins. So here's Daytime TV. They also star in nativity scenes. So here's Fluffy. But yeah, Justin Greaves. I like this guy's bowling. He's got that extra height. He doesn't bowl express pace, but, just a little bit moving the ball away. My best player right now is Virat Kohli. Who is yours and what is your name and where are you from? So my name is Hamish. I'm from New Zealand. My best player at the moment, I don't know about best, but my favourite player to watch at the moment is actually KL Rahul, who I believe is still batting for India in the Test match. I'll probably go with him just because his covered drive is so immaculate, as well as just the effortless ability of hitting the ball to the leg side. And I'm playing some very strong shots. Australia currently trailing by the 218. Greaves with a dot ball for his first delivery of his spell outside of off stump, left alone by Khawaja. 121 Ks. Now Greaves has been known to crank that up to about 133 when he's really feeling his rhythm, but for now doesn't need to work too hard. They're just showing again the bail that did get hit. It was Alex Carey's bail, but it did not fall off. I just see right amount of cheese sauce is better among Virat Kohli and Babar Azam. It depends on who you ask. Because I know that people from India will say Virat Kohli, people from Pakistan will say Babar Azam, and you cannot change their minds. They're pretty set on who they like and who they don't like. And how much time in the session more? Still another 55 minutes remaining. And in this session, I think Michael Clark is really underrated. Still remember his 329. I do New Zealand miss Trent and Neesham as they are playing league, says Shashank. I mean, like all teams, you're always going to have to adapt to not having certain players available. Side off stump again, left alone by Khawaja. He's just waiting for them to bowl the ball where he wants it to be bowled. Waiting for it to be in his hitting arc. I will mention anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. At the moment, we are only 26 away from our goal. So be sure if you haven't already to hit that subscribe button. Who's your favourite player in Sri Lanka, bro? Says Chris G. Ooh, of the current side or of all time Chris G? Do let me know. Because if it's of all time, I've got one. But if it's of the current squad, it will be a different guy. And we can't let them off the hook. They are fitter and they will fight back. Well, they are a fighter and they will fight back. So here's Patrick. Current. Ooh, I have to look at their current test squad to see who's still in there. Sri Lanka test squad. Who have they still got? Pakistan and Sri Lanka. It's a good question. I quite like De Silva. But in terms of the rest of their squad at the moment, I actually don't know many of their team, to be honest. The captain, he's not a bad option at opener. Oh, here we go. Kevin Sinclair about to bowl. How much did Brisbane score in the Australia series? And the sad face says, Chris, but that is not because I don't like Sri Lanka. That is only because I haven't been able to watch too many of their test matches more recently. Because I straight away when you said favourite Sri Lankan player, I was going to say Kumar Sangakkara. But then you said Curran and I got thrown off. Sinclair first ball. Oh, scoop shot early from Alex Carey, and he will get it away to the boundary for 4 runs. I've got there. Who do you favour to win? I still feel like the West Indies are in the box seat, but Australia, this partnership is concerning for the West Indies, and Sanga's the best. Says Chris G there. Yeah, so that's why I was really hoping you'd say any era of Sri Lankan player, because he came to mind straight away. But I have to watch more of the Sri Lankan Test team, I would say, mainly because, like I said, I actually didn't know, or I didn't recognise too many of them. I think when you see them out there on the field, you recognise them more than just seeing the names. But I see bowled this time from Sinclair, dragged his length back just a little bit more. Who's your current Australian player, says Randeep. My favourite, I mean, it was Marnus Labuschagne for him, but that is a great shot by Alex Carey. That is going to be his second boundary of the over. He's moved up to 30 runs of 26 deliveries. He is not messing around. When you put the ball there to be hit, he will hit it. 30 runs of 26. AC or DC, says Fluffy. Knows I can name favourite team of Barbara, Zimbabwe and Ireland, says Shashank. Carey tapping his bat with intent here. Cuts it away. No run taken. Hits it straight out to Greaves. One of the better fielders out there on the field for the West Indies. Actually took a couple very sharp catches in the last test match up against Australia. Cal Rahul just got out, says Daytime. So that must have been just short of his 100, I would assume. Once again, a little bit too short. Greaves this time is able to field it. They don't get the single and they score on too fast now. Says Philip, yeah, they're going at currently still 5 runs and over for the Australians. Is it day or night in New Zealand? At the moment, we are sitting at 8:51 p.m, so night time here in New Zealand. Do you think Australia will have to follow on? They won't. There's only 10 runs required. Reverse sweep from Alex Carey and another 4 runs from him. That makes the first over of Sinclair in Test match cricket going for 12. And Australia, 105 for 5. West Indies have dropped to $4.10 underdogs now. Just tells you how quickly things can change in a game of Test match cricket. If they can put on a 100-run partnership here between these two, which they are well and truly on their way towards, already the 50 runs have almost been brought up by these two individuals. Partnership of 51 or 53. I'm chuckling because the crowd are singing Living on a Prayer by Bon Jovi. Not very well, but they are absolutely having a ball. At least his first ball didn't go for 6, unlike Hartley, says Fluffy there. And Cal missed the century, says Shashank. Good job, bro. Keep it up, says Chris G. Thank you very much, mate. And it's 1:22 a.m. in India. Have you ever been to India? I have not, no. It is somewhere that eventually I would like to go, but yeah, for now I don't think it's in the near future for myself. Greaves hasn't gone for a run as of yet. Almost went for one there, but well stopped by the big quick bowler. Was able to stop that one from racing to the boundary. West Indies, this is an important period at the moment because the West Indies, of course, they want to have Kumar Roach bowling as much as they can. But you also have to balance it out. Same with Alzari Joseph, and Hartley got KL. Oh, good Yorker. Oh, by Greaves. Playing cricket at 1:22 a.m. That's dedication. I want to say Happy Republic Day to all Indians, says Sudeep. Oh, it's not quite full enough, some would say. As that Hartley's first test wicket is second now. And India 288 for 5. And West needs to break Tippers. So another 45 minutes remaining in this session, ladies and gentlemen. And no Hartley got 2, Gill and Kale. Says Shashank. And it's 1:22 p.m. in India, says Daytime TV. Once again, getting it to move across Khawaja, who is patiently just allowing everything outside of the off-stump past him, not getting lured in to playing the wrong ball. Does play that traditional style of test match cricket of he will face 300 balls if it means he get 100 on the board. And now it's 1:25 p.m. says Shashank. They are just showing one of the beach balls. I think that is the Fox Cricket Rover camera, was just playing with a beach ball, pitched up again and blocked by Khawaja. Another maiden for Greaves. That's 2 in a row. And now we are back to Sinclair. Does he get another couple overs? Now it's still 1:25. Says Shashank. What about now? You watch tennis? You like tennis? Who will win the Australian Open this time? No idea, to be honest. I don't even know who's taken part in it. Novak Djokovic, he's normally one in tennis that you say is going to do all right, but I have no idea if he's winning. I think he was losing his Australian Open test or his tennis match the last time I saw it. Yep, I'm just jamming with Bohemian Rhapsody. Says Daytime TV. Who do we favour to win? Still, unfortunately, that's the thing. Even though West Indies are in a very good position, people still think Australia are the more likely team to win. But the only way West Indies become favourite in this game is if Australia are really, gone completely, if that makes sense. Our time goes backwards in India, says Fluffy. And no, we have 1 minute extra, says Shashank. Yeah, no ball bowled by the spinner Sinclair. Not what he wants, as that means he has to bowl it again. Novak Djokovic will also win Australian Open, according to me. Reverse sweep from Alex Carey. Once again, will find the gap, but he only gets... Oh, it's a misfield. And now, because of that misfield, they get themselves at least an extra single. Why do you guys get an extra minute? Not fair, says Fluffy. Now, that reverse sweep is such an effective tool in Alex Carey's Arsenal, and the reason it is so effective is because where's Shamar Joseph? He got hit for 17 runs off his last over, Daytime TV. So they've taken him out of the bowling attack, just for now, because they didn't want to go for another 17. Another reverse sweep. He's hit that one absolutely phenomenally there. Have you seen the video Novak Djokovic playing cricket and Smith trying tennis? Says Shashank. I think I saw a short of it, but he actually has played that reverse sweep, purposely tried to hit it towards point. West Indies need to break this partnership. Shamar Joseph needs a rest. And it was fun coming to you live. You come every day, right? Says Sudeep. That is the plan for this test match. Yes, we are also hoping to do the ODIs and the T20s for these two sites. So yeah, be sure to pop in again in the future. Nice drive from Alex Carey. And tennis guy of Rafael Nadal. For me, says Daytime TV. Field set at the moment. They have actually got about 5 men deep for the West Indies. So quite a negative field set, but it's just due to the fact that there are so many runs coming for the Australians that they're trying to find a way of slowing them down, and they can't. They're just manipulating the field. Who do we think will win this match, says Austin? I'll be honest, Austin. If they don't break this partnership, and if these two manage to bat until 200 runs and Australia is still 5 down, I would say Australia will win. It's bold. It's hard to say. Oh, half a chance there. Just short of the fielder at leg slip. Can't quite believe it, Khawaja. He thought there was no one there. Oh. I think that one's gone under the fingers of the man at leg slip now. Back foot punch. Through the gap out to deep cover. That'll be another 1 run for the Australians. 9 runs from the Sinclair over. He's gone for 21 of his 2 overs now and 114 for 5 for Australia. And like I said, Australia, they were 53 for 5. West Indies was 64 for 5. And this big partnership for the West Indies, it was Hodge and De Silva who created it. At the moment, for the Australians, it's Khawaja and Alex Carey. You must know that Ben Stokes was born in New Zealand. Would have been better if he had played for New Zealand, says Sudeep, although you can blame his dad for playing for England because he played rugby league in England, it meant that Ben Stokes then grew up in England and, yeah, ended up being eligible to play for them. So, yeah, you can't really blame Ben Stokes. Yeah, it is what it is. Greaves, he has bowled 13 dot balls in a row here. I think, to be honest, if he bowled 5 more balls outside off stump, Khawaja would leave every single one of them. He has left that one again. I said to you when you are checking odds, the one partnership in Australia will come as favourites. Says Shashank, although Australia have stayed favourites throughout this whole time. Even when the West Indies were doing extremely well, they were still considered underdogs. We revoked his visa. He got links to his Fluffy. Interesting. Currently, the run rate in this session is 5.19. And what day does the match end? So it will be Monday, New Zealand time, which I think is still Monday for you guys in the USA. That is going to be down the leg side. Lead buys. So we'll not go against the bowler here, Greaves. I believe he's still yet to go for a run. Yeah, we've still got 3 days remaining. So tomorrow, the next day, and the next day. Although those next 2 days are supposed to have some rain impacting them. Canada has Canada Day, Australia has Australia Day. So when is New Zealand's Day? I have no idea, to be honest. I normally just, if I get told that it's a public holiday, I don't go to work. And I end up editing instead. Beautiful backward cut from Usman Khawaja. Goes away to the boundary, and that now takes him up to 29 on the board. This partnership, a crucial one for the Australians. And anyone who is new to their channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. 22 away from our goal, so be sure to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Greaves, this over's become a little bit more expensive as well. Pitched up, on drive, but fielded down the ground from Kumar Roach. Every day is New Zealand Day, says Fluffy. And what is the time in New Zealand right now, says Shashank? It is currently sitting 9:03 p.m. So we have got another 37 minutes remaining of this session, then a 20-minute break, and then the final session of the day. Look at there, New Zealand lost in the 2019 World Cup final because of Ben Stokes. It was a very good innings game, says Sudip. And I was like, what's your job? Says Daytime TV. So I am a builder, believe it or not. And yes, Shawshank, I'm still dealing with the PTSD. And come on the Windies, time for a wicket. At the end of the over. And what day do you think this match will end? I honestly think the way we're going and progressing in this test match, it could be day 4 or 5, which I like. I really hope it goes the full 5 days. It's what we need in test match cricket rather than these quick finishes. So, yeah, if it went to day 5, I would be pretty happy. It's becoming too easy for them, says Philip. Yeah, the half chance in that last over of spin. It's not Shawshank, it's Shashank. See Shashank there. And Shashank Redemption. Now Sinclair. Bowling to Alex Carey. Well bowled, a little bit shorter in the length. I think Alex Carey will still try and reverse sweep when he gets that opportunity to. And partnership needs to be broken, says Philip. Yep. They need to break it before 150's on the ball. Big shot from Alex Carey. He's got that one beautifully for 6 down the ground. Any freebies, Alex Carey is smashing away. He's actually playing T20 cricket in this test match. And I think that is when he's at his most dangerous. Just didn't even try and overhit that. Do they play in the rain like baseball? Depends on how heavy the rain is. If it gets too heavy, they will stop. So there is a chance that a bit of the rest of this test match is affected by the rain. Punches that one off the back foot, running hard, likes the look at 2, and they will manage to get there comfortably, just milking the West Indies like they're a cow at the moment. Steve Smith is not a good opener. Someone else should open his place. What do you think, says Sudeep? Yeah, I think so. I think Steve Smith should have stayed at 4. I think that there's the obsession with trying to keep Cam Green in the side, as well as Steve Smith, as well as Mitchell Marsh, as well as all these other Australians that they aren't willing to change. Bairstow, upon you the knighthood of the sacred thigh garter, but that is 50. Sorry, that was a very loud clap, but Alex Carey, 50 off 38 balls. He has taken it. Fastest 50 of his career by 28 balls for Alex Carey. Brilliant work from that man, and he has just kept the Australians in this game. Carey has a bigger problem than Khawaja now. He certainly is, because he does attack. Khawaja, I mentioned about it, he'll take his foot off the gas and he will allow Alex Carey to be the aggressor. He doesn't mind facing 100 balls to score 3 runs if it means his team is still progressing. Usman Khawaja. If you will open it, it would be a gift for opponents, says Shashank. And Aussie's changing the match in Australia's favour. And West Indies need to introduce a spinner from one end. They have. Sinclair's bowled 3 overs of spin and he's gone for 30 runs at the moment. So it hasn't quite worked the way that they would have liked. But Alex Carey, he has hit boundary after boundary. 7 4s, 1 6. And awesome Alex Carey. Keep going, keep scoring centuries, says Sudeep. I'm just going to quickly go Alex Carey, test high score. 111 is Alex Carey's highest score. I mean, it's not going to take too long. Do they play in the rain like baseball? Not really. Depends on how heavy. If it's light rain, they will play. If it's heavy rain, they will come off for a bit and then make their way back out there when the rain has slowed down. 88 metre 6 there for Alex Carey. You open Shawshank, I'll expedite citizenship for you, says Fluffy. Ooh, whip to the leg side. Is it cold in New Zealand? Nah, she's pretty warm at the moment. I think we're about maybe 17 degrees running between the wickets. Tough from Alex Carey. He decided he wanted the 2 and he got there in the end. I'm a hitter. I'm for finishing the work. You can open, says Shashank. And cricketers allergic to rain. They come out in hives. And take Sinclair out of the bowling now, says Philip. Yeah, good aggressive running. Alex Carey knew he was going to be able to get back. New Zealand 1 series. And Australia says Sard. Not that I can think of recently anyway. But I know that they're coming to New Zealand soon. And 17 is bloody Polar. Shot. That'll be another 4 runs, or will it? No, Alzarri Joseph will be able to cut this one off. No, he can't. It just hit too well by Alex Carey. He is absolutely smashing the ball at the moment. Great shot. Just seeing the replay of it. He can do no wrong at the moment, Alex Carey. Last 32 balls, Australia are going at 7.88 runs per over. They are playing T20 here up against the West Indies. And like they've said, the ball's not really moving. Alex Carey, back foot cut. He's got it away into a gap. They'll get the single. They'll field it in the deep. Moves up to 57 runs off 41. What is your highest score in test, says Shashank. I've never actually played in a test match myself. And also Djokovic lost his semi-final against Yannick Sinner. He won't be winning the Australian Open this year, says Glenn Woods. And they won a series in the 80s, says Fluffy. I'm actually a ghost, if you believe that, says Daytime TV. Some people call me a ghost because I'm quite pale. I don't look pale on the camera, but trust me, when the camera... There we go. There we go. I'm a bit more pale than this camera. This actually does me quite a bit of help, I would have to say, in terms of looking like I have a tan. Shark Kawaja leaves again. Stable Wanabata, he is retired from Test match cricket. So it's Kawaja and Steve Smith now opening the batting. Well, and Heath has put their Warner retired. And we can watch this match in Canada. I believe it's on Willow TV. If I'm not wrong, is it winter or summer in New Zealand? It is currently summer here in New Zealand. Kawaja. The good news is, for the West Indies, when Kawaja's on strike, they aren't scoring any runs. Or at least not many, just singles every once in a while. What did Steve Smith get? He managed to get himself 6. 6 off about 6 balls. I think he ended up with. How many balls left for Australia? They can still bat the rest of the day. So they've got another 30 minutes left of this session and then another 2.5 hours remaining in the last session, but then they can also bat tomorrow if they do want to continue. I hear that Australia has the highest cases of skin cancer. Not a problem for me, though. I don't have skin, says Daytime TV. I guess that saves on sunscreen, doesn't it? Oh, cut away. Carey again, just finding runs. Switch around the bowlers from either end, says it was Lowell there. And 70 degrees is in summer for us. It's winter, says Shashank. And the under-19 game between England and the West Indies has just started. None for none, or none for one, says Patrick. But anyone who does want to see one of my cricketing performances, be sure to click that pinned comment, ladies and gentlemen. That is when I got my first 50. A rough room, says Robert. There as well. Yeah, first ever 50. It is that link in the pinned comments. Be sure to check it out. If you prefer bowling, more recent GoPro cricket video was when I was doing a bit of bowling in a final. Be sure to give that a look. Also hit that subscribe button. Partnership is 84 runs off 84 balls. And we're going to talk about this situation for Alex Carey, the luckiest man out there. And that is because his bail got hit. It rotated and then sat back down on the bail, on the wickets, which meant he was not out. And since then, he has gone on to get an extra 50 runs off about an extra 35 balls. Best innings played by you, says Shashank. If you think that's the best, you wait to see one that's coming up in the near future. Diving on the Hyderabad outfield, I will not be option with no skin, says Fluffy, and Carey needs to be shut down. Another big drive. He has timed that once again. Shamar Joseph has come back into the bowling attack just to get treated the exact same way as he did at the end of his last over. Cricket season for school starts tomorrow. I'm playing against the Seas, and my mates are bad because they say they're going to win. I'm in the Bs, says Heath. Push Carey's off button. I remember something like that also happening to Ben Stokes and Cam Green. Says Daytime TV and Cal Rahul could not score a century. Djokovic was eliminated from the Australia Open in the semi-finals, says Sudeep. But now again, Brathwaite having a conversation with the youngster Shamar Joseph, who is currently sitting with 27 runs off him from just 4.1 overs, yet to take a wicket. He almost had Carey earlier on. Alex Carey hits it to the leg side, a little bit shorter. They just found a lot of space. No, in fact, cut off by, I believe that is Kirk McKenzie. Hello, bro. Says, neat welcome in, mate. If you heard about PUBG or Call of Duty games, I have heard of them. Haven't played a lot of PUBG. In fact, I don't think I've ever played PUBG. Played Call of Duty a while ago. 37 tomorrow. So it's going to be hot for the batting team, says Heath, without humidity. Yeah, so I think you want to be, or to be fair, you want to be the team batting, though, I would say, rather than bowling in that heat. Squared up, Usman Khawaja. Again, no runs taken. And had Virat Kohli been there, he would definitely have scored a century. What do you think in this ground, says Sudeep? I think that it's favoured aggressive batsmen for India versus England so far, and I think we saw that from the openers and also from Cal Rahul. Shubman Gill, he was a bit aggressive with it as well. So, yeah, I don't know how Virat Kohli would have done in that test. I'm sure he would have done very well probably, but native language in New Zealand, we actually have 3 languages. We've got English, we've got Maori, and we've got sign language. Whom you're supporting, India or England in the India versus England Test series? I just hope that the test goes long and we get to see some test matches go to 4 or 5 days. Because that's something we've lacked in test match cricket over the last maybe 12 months or so. Call of Duty cricket would be fun. Plant C4 behind the wickets, says Fluffy. Outside off stump off the outside edge of Khawaja, but he's gone so softly at it that it hasn't carried and it's actually managed to skip through both of the slips. And that will now make the score for the Australians up to their 147. They are closing in on the 150, ladies and gentlemen. And the more that this partnership builds, the more likely Australia are to being back in this Test match 22. Why? Says Fluffy, is this Test match great? Well, it's supposed to be, but Australia at the moment are going at a 7.9 runs per over rate, and the West Indies don't seem to be able to stop them from scoring at that rate. Oh, he got lured into playing that one, though. Usman Khawaja. I think they just said the last 4 overs there's been 12 fours and 1 6. Surely that's not right. Maybe that was last 10 overs, in fact. Hopefully one day you'll visit India. India is a country full of natural beauty, culture, and delicious food. Says Neat there. And go the West Indies, says Tino. The sun's starting to set in Brisbane. The innings is far from over for these two. 93 off 90 balls. Oh, here we go. I think having a team meeting at the moment. Greaves, Alzari Joseph, and Kumar Roach. Is this a test match? It is. But West Indies are conceding far too many runs in each over at the moment. When you come, you will notice what I'm talking about, says Shashank. And it was winning, says Rob Yo. Well, West Indies were considered with a decent chance of winning this test, and then Australia have done what they've done here. So now they are in the scenario of Australia have taken the momentum back, but West Indies still have the lead. Australia still trailing by 164. Yeah. Squaring them up nicely. It's more of a 5-day T20 at the moment, says Heath. That's a good way of describing it. It actually reminds me of if me and my dad play Cricket 22 on Xbox. I always play the genuine test cricket, like blocking each ball. I am Khawaja in this scenario. My dad just times it beautifully, hits it away to the boundary and gets 100 runs off like 40 balls. And that's about what's happening here for Alex Carey. And Ricky Ponting's still the best fielder. Do you have a girlfriend, says Sudeep? I do not. But my sleep schedule is not great, so that doesn't help. I'm on my way, Shawshank. I like my curries mild. I'll require some weed. And we have an OPM, says that. I got 100 of 19 balls in cricket 22, says Heath. Hey, come, I'll be there to welcome you, says Shashank. Off the edge, but it's gone over the top because he's going at it so hard, Alex Carey. Gets that little bit of luck. Moves up to 64 runs now. And New Zealand is my second favourite team. And Bing chilling, says the Cats. Do you like Indian girls, says Sudeep. I mean, I don't really discriminate. I mean, a girl's a girl, isn't she? Do you know a few, Sudeep? I just made you laugh, says Daytime TV. I had a bit of a chuckle. If only we won at Lords, says Tino. Now Greaves. Side off again, just left alone. 94 of 94. Sorry if I'm annoying, just learning cricket. No, it's no worries at all. Like, if you have any questions about what's happened, once again, let me know and we'll try our best to answer them. If I don't answer them, someone in the chat will be able to help. Someone tell Kerry he is playing the Windies, not the Heat, says Heath. Yeah, he is playing it like he's back in the BBL, Alex Carey. And, in fact, he's scoring almost quicker than he was scoring in the BBL. How many balls does Australia have? So they've still got as long as they really want to. So there's no rush. We're in the test match, so they can bat for another 400 balls if they really want to. If that happens, though, the West Indies could be down by a few hundred. That's how quickly they are scoring. What's the difference? What's the difference between seam and swing? Well, seam, tell you what, I can show you. I got a ball here. So, seam is normally referring to this part here. Okay? So this seam, when you hit the seam, it can sometimes end up jagging off awkwardly. Definitely if you've got more of a pronounced seam. Now, this seam's not very pronounced. As you can see, it's pretty flat. So it means that it doesn't really jag either way. So when you're talking about seam movement, you're talking about it hitting the seam on the surface and then going off in the direction that the ball is facing, or a little bit of deviation. That's why sometimes when you see cross seamers, they're bowling like that, hits the seam, and then it kind of skids on normally with the cross seamer. Swing is quite different. Swing is normally based on one side of the ball being shinier than the other, and also sometimes just the way that the wrist is being held, or the way that the wrist releases the ball. So normally you'd have a rough side of the ball, shiny side. The rough side cuts through the air a lot quicker. The shiny side cuts through the air a lot quicker, which then makes the ball move. Normally through the air. Sometimes it will bounce your seam and swing, and then that always becomes a bit of a awkward factor. Nice pull shot from Alex Carey again. And it doesn't matter whether they're swinging or seaming it at the moment to him, because he is hitting absolutely everything. Our seam is off the pitch. Swing is through the air. That's an easier way of describing it. I should have just said that, shouldn't I? Comedy is the key to success, says Shashank. In some professions it is. If you're a funeral director, don't know if that's the right time to be cracking jokes, but some people would love it. Don't feel bad, I'm just asking this fan, says Sadiq. And giving up learning cricket now, it only leads to despair. And also, and what is reverse swing? Reverse swing's a really weird thing, to be honest. Like, I still don't really understand reverse swing, but it's pretty much when the ball should be cutting through, like the shiny side should be meaning that it swings the other way, but it actually swings to the shiny side. Reverse swing is known as B-boot. It pretty much is, to be honest. It just does what it shouldn't. Mitchell Stark, very good at getting reverse swing. Definitely when the ball was sandpapered. Was quite a popular time for the ball to do a bit. Shamar Joseph, he's at that one in the air. Alex Carey, he's gone. 96-run partnership comes to a close. And that is the wicket that is much needed. Hang on. They're checking for a no ball. If he has had a no ball here, he is a silly goose, to say the very least. They're checking the front foot. Alex Carey just hitting it in the air. I don't know why he tried to hit that in the air. He didn't need to. It goes straight out to Chanda Paul. You know, Indian girls are very shy, says Sudeep. I don't know that, to be fair. I don't talk to many Indian girls, but it is a legal delivery. And Alex Carey now on his way 65 for 49, or off 49. And Mitchell Starc will now make his way to the middle. And how's that, says Dino? And are you a batsman or a bowler? Says Daytime and Caleb. I am a little bit of both. So I'm a leg spinner when I'm bowling. I am an opening batsman for my team normally, but then I also wicket keep when needed. Are you a batsman, says Caleb? I would say I'm more of a batsman than a bowler, to be honest. Like, my leg spinners aren't great. They normally bounce twice if I get them very wrong. Joseph gets the breakthrough, says Daytime TV. I'm a penguin, says Fluffy. When do the Windies bat next? So that will be after they get 4 more wickets. And we've got to remember, there's still 15 minutes remaining in this session. Then we've got the final session of the day, ladies and gentlemen, which of course we will also be covering on the channel. Name any spinners you know. Oh, there was one a while ago in New Zealand in the Super Smash, but I can't quite think of his name. Unfortunately, he was winning though, says Robios. So still, I would say the advantage is in favour of the West Indies. Irish, says Brandon, who takes the catch. It was Chunder Paul out at deep square leg. Alex Carey decided to hit it in the air rather than just tapping it along the ground like he had done so comfortably. Tim Sally best bowler so far, says Tino. Mitchell Starc on strike. Shamar Joseph bangs it in short for the first deliveries. How much sevens are you covering tomorrow? I think we're doing a few of the games. I haven't actually scheduled them as of yet, but we will be hopefully scheduling them after the last sevens live stream today. Seems like that 1 wicket is all the West Indies needed to try and get that spring back in their step. If your father tells you to marry an Indian girl, you will do it. I mean, do I know this girl or is it just a random person? Sudeep. First thing would be, though, I would be very confused because I feel like that would just be an out of nowhere. Oh, it's actually hit the back of Mitchell Starc, like kind of up on there, and that wouldn't feel nice. I'm just back. See Brandon. Oh, he's just got him on the spine. There we go. Snicko's just showing little grazing. Adam Perori, still the best wicketkeeper, says Tino. Oh, it's off the edge. I think Sinclair went for the big... No, it was Athanase who dove across. I don't think he had too much of a crack at it. We have got there, to tell you the truth, I'm really enjoying your live. You are a very nice person, says Sudeep. I do appreciate it, but this one, it was a thick outside edge. No, it didn't carry to Hodge, so it was actually a good decision from Athanase to go across for it, and he almost got a finger to it. Have you lost your voice? No, not quite. They've said, very good effort from Athanase. Yes, put the pressure on this tail, says Nikal. Yeah, if we can see Australia, they lose all of their wickets tonight and they have a trail of 100 runs. Although, honestly, I think that the West Indies would much prefer if they got to bat tomorrow morning rather than tonight, because this period of time, batting in the evening session is always extremely difficult. So they cannot afford to... Well, that's a weird scenario, because do you bowl them out and then risk losing 3 or 4 wickets in the evening session? Do you extend it a little bit further and then come back tomorrow, get that last wicket or so? Either way, they'll still want to get those wickets as quickly as possible. They stop Australia till 200 or 220, they will have a chance. He's probably working with Chris Martin at Bunnings. This is fluffy. Well, Zadie Joseph. And that one to move across. According to you, is arranged marriage or love marriage better? Well, from my personal experience, I haven't done either. So I don't have a huge amount of knowledge on it. It's a... I don't know how to answer this without someone getting offended, but I was about to compare it to cricket bats. I was about to say, would you rather a cricket bat that you've chosen yourself or a random cricket bat off the shelf that you know nothing about that you then have to use for the rest of your career? But then that sounds bad. So, it's each to their own, Whatever floats your boat, whatever tickles your pickle, 3-dot balls. Alzarri Joseph in a row here. Pressure is back on the Australians. The run rate is still 5.36 for this session, though. It's been a hectic one. 23.3 overs bowled. Oh, straight delivery. Khawaja hasn't scored a lot of runs recently. And I think that Mitchell Starc will probably still be the more aggressive of these two batsmen. Come back tomorrow for 1 wicket. Says Brandon, love is better. Says Brandon. Do you prefer to pick your cricket bat, Brandon? I have a cricket bat in my room. It sounds like I'm not talking about the marriage thing anymore, but I have a cricket bat that I have never used, and I don't know if I will. It looks too good to use, which sounds really weird to say, but I'd hate to see it get damaged by me using it. So I actually use the cheapest bat that I have because I don't want to break the good one. And a single for Khawaja off the second last ball of the Alzarri Joseph over. Australia still trailing by that 160. Is there a difference in cricket bats? There is a little bit. A lot of people will tell you that like certain bats have bigger middles or have thicker centers, thicker edges, and some of them just pick up a little bit differently. Sometimes they're a little bit heavier in the toe, a little bit heavier in the middle. How many brothers and sisters do you all have? Says Sudeep, so I have only got one sister. That's hit him in the face there. Mitchell Starc, he would have felt that one. Hamish, what's up? Am I seeing scorecard correctly? Australians struggling here. They are indeed. But Mitchell Starc, he was looking up at the sky before. I don't think he can see this pink ball. He's kind of getting a bit of his own medicine here. It sounds really bad to say. Stick to cricket, please. Does not love programs, says Nikhil. Yeah, it's probably a good call. We expected the same to happen. The teams got engaged. West Indies playing like Australia and Australia playing like the West Indies. Yeah, I think Mitchell Starc just saying that the grill ended up kind of hitting into his jaw. It's an ugly bouncer from Alzarri Joseph. Of course, they have got the protocol. If they have to give him the quiz, what's your name, where you're from, what day is it, where are you playing, those kind of questions, just to make sure that he is all right. But it was a quick bouncer from Joseph, and to be honest, right on the money. It's a community. He's a Kiwi. We are the lads. And what's after second favourite cricket team after New Zealand? Says Coding. I mean, I don't really say New Zealand's my favourite per se either. I like cricket in general. Starc is getting back what you do with others. Says Shashank. Yeah, I mean, it is always rough for pace bowlers. Definitely the ones who bowl bouncers, because when they receive a bouncer, you kind of go, oh, why do they want to bowl me a bouncer? But normally if you bowled the bouncers, that is why. But anyone who's new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We're currently 13 away from our goal, ladies and gents. So be sure to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. We've only got another 8 minutes remaining in this session, and then we have got a 20-minute break followed by a 2.5-hour session, although the last half hour we will actually be doing some sevens, but we've got at least 2 more hours of cricket coming for you guys just around the corner. I am very full of energy today, I'll be honest. I don't know if it's because I'm overtired, so I just talk a lot. Yeah. Aggressive, says Nikhil there. Hamish, are you right? Are you going mad? Yeah. It must be 10 in the night in your country. You're not able to sleep. I go to sleep at 9 in the night in India. It is 2 o'clock. Says Sudeep, but yeah, we normally sleep down the leg side. That will be worked away by Khawaja. And that'll be another 4 runs. I believe that actually came off his thigh pad, which means that it is going to be another set of 4 leg byes, I should say. Yeah, the outfield looks relatively quick at the moment. Hey, everyone. 9:33 a.m. in Germany, says Anita. So welcome back in. Hope you are keeping well. Shamar Joseph. It's been a bit expensive. Khawaja, pull shot off the back foot. Has found the gap. Chasing after this one hard is Alzari Joseph. He'll keep it to just the 3. And England spinners are terrible. Can't take wickets on a spinning track, says Cody. Well, they're used to having to create their chances rather than being on a pitch that does all the spinning for them. And great job, really appreciate it, says Anita. Khawaja, he's moving closer to his half century. He's moved up to 39 runs now. Already 7 runs off this over. 3 slips and the gully back pad. This might be a short ball here from Shamar Joseph. They got the 2 men deep on the leg side. Yeah, it is. It's knocked up by Mitchell Starc. My new comic book. Oh, well fielded in the deep. Will you do a giveaway for your goal? No, only because we've gone mini goals all the way through. So like one goal, of course, will be to get to a certain number, and then the next goal is normally add 50 on top of that. So we've probably already hit about 5 goals today. Do you play cricket? Do you like bowling or batting? Says Sudeep, I do enjoy bowling. I do enjoy batting. I would say, though, like, in terms of being out in the field, there's just, like, something about that that's very fun. What we're going to do is we're going to go like this. And like this. If you guys want something to watch during the little short break that we are about to have for the tea break, be sure to check out one of the many GoPro cricket videos that we have got on the channel. We've got about 5 at the moment. This one that I've just put in the chat is a link to when I got my first 50. If you are more of a guy or girl who prefers bowling, the second link that I'm posting now is for when I got 3 wickets in a match. So either of those 2 links will take you to a GoPro cricket video if you want something to watch during this break. If they are not able to bat, then it's their problem because we are batting quite well on this wicket. Have you ever gone to the ground and watched a match? The 2015 World Cup semi-final was a very good match. Says Sudeep, I did go to the MCG for the Boxing Day test in 2019, I believe it was. Yeah, more short stuff from Shamar Joseph, and he's not actually bouncing it above Mitchell Starc's head. Everything is about eye line. Starc, it's going to be a tough period here. Of course, we've got to remember that anything that is bowled to Mitchell Starc, he will more than happily give back in the next session. I'm actually 87. I thought you were a ghost, daytime TV. Pitched up that time. Nice straight drive from Starc. He'll get a single and we'll retain the strike now for the next over. You watch Smith versus Archer. There was a very good battle that time. Says Shashank. Why Eden Park is least like cricket stadium. It's just not big enough, I don't think. In terms of this, like the boundaries, like there are certain parts of the ground that are good for cricket and then other parts that are just too small. 87 years since I died. Said Daytime. Tell you what, you're doing very well typing-wise. Mainly because I would think it would be quite hard to type. Do you do like do you have one of those, what's it called? You know, the REM pods? So that you can talk into your Siri or something on your phone so that she can write your messages for you? Or do you use, because like apparently it takes a lot of energy being a ghost. I've been told by my friends. Alzari Joseph last over The 40, it's off the edge, and they've got the wicket of Stark. Very nicely done. How many countries have you visited? I have visited 2. Have you watched Smith vs Archer from the ground? No, I have not. And New Zealand should have a T20 tournament. They do. It's called the Super Smash. A nice ball from our Zari Joseph. Draws in the edge. And good catch from De Silva. And speech to text, I think, as there on YouTube. And Kane Williamson still good captain. Says Tino. That is going to be the end of Mitchell Stark. Is that the end of the session? Yeah, it looked like De Silva was running off. So because of that, ladies and gentlemen, we have now got our 20-minute break. And then we will be back out, ready to go once again. I possess someone's body, says Daytime TV. Did you ask their permission first, Daytime TV? And it must be very difficult playing with a pink ball under the lights. It certainly is. Normally Australia are the ones who are batting during this period. Bowling during this period, but the West Indies, they're going to have the final session to try and work their way through the remaining wickets. One moment, we will go like this, and we will go like this. 10 p.m. New Zealand time is when we will be back, ladies and gentlemen. That will be 4 a.m. in Jamaica. So it's quite late, but be sure to stick around for that next session. It's going to be exciting, and we might even see Alex Carey with the gloves on by the end of the day. We'll have to wait and see, but a lot of wickets falling for the Australians. In fact, not as many though, losing 3 wickets in that session compared to the previous. Should visit Jamaica one of the times, said Patrick. I'd love to. I feel like Jamaica would be quite a cool place to be able to visit one day. What are you talking about, Ghost? I can't ask for permission. The devil made me do it, says Daytime TV. Well, did the devil ask permission? Sorry. I shouldn't joke about it. Your ghost fellows might get offended, won't they? But nonetheless, we will have 20 minutes of break, ladies and gents, and then we are back for the third and final session. So I'm going to change that from session number 2 to session number 3. There we go. There we go. But we will be back in the very near future. 20 minutes time, and we are ready to go for session number 3. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome again to session now number 3. Australia most recently losing that wicket of Mitchell Starc. They find themselves 7 for 161, trailing by 150 runs. This session's going to have twists, it's going to have turns, and it's going to be interesting. See how it does end up ending. Still 3 slips for the West Indies. They were just talking about Usman Khawaja. The last time that a man has stayed at the crease the whole time, carried the bat as they call it, was David Warner in 2011. The last time the West Indies won a test match in Australia was 1997. That is before I was born. Some people say I'm old. Direct hit would have been gone for Pat Cummins. Miscommunication there. Really nice track you played in between tracks. What's the name of it? It's called Heavy Hitter. And it's actually produced by one of the other Kiwi lads, Isaac. Yeah, got sent back, had a shot at the stumps, but did not hit it. Just missing out, Kirk McKenzie. Khawaja having a bit of a laugh about it. Oh, Alzarri Joseph here's got 3 wickets currently. Here's chasing a 5-wicket bag here. Welcome, mate. C.S. Harsh Singh, welcome back, mate. Like I said, it's a tough period to bat. You're in a tricky scenario if you're the West Indies because it is such a tough time to bat. So, of course, they want to pick up those 3 wickets as quickly as they can. But in the back of their mind, they will know that that then means that they have to face some Australian bowlers under lights, which last night we saw a lot of wickets falling during that period. Oh, ugly short ball from Alzarri Joseph. It's going to be at least the single. Looks like Cummins wants the 2, and they will get back comfortably. Khawaja, he is still out there. He's sitting on 40 off 83 deliveries. Australia have only faced 30.4 overs at this point. Crowd absolutely loving it. 26,000 plus in attendance for this match. They want to see Australia do well. Currently, they are chasing the game. 148 runs behind. You think Smith should not open and stick to 4 because he is a natural opener? I think that he should have stuck with 4 and he should have allowed a younger player such as Renshaw, Bancroft, one of those guys to get the chance to open because Steve Smith's not going to be batting for Australia forever. He's only got a few more years in a maximum. So they need to start looking towards the future rather than stroking their own egos, the Aussies, and start looking towards the future. Ugly short ball from Joseph. That'll be 163 for 7 now, the end of the over. A lethal bouncer from Alzarri Joseph. Still, theoretically, 2 hours 30 can remain of today. We got 18 overs in for the West Indies. Then we got to see 30 for Australia. Take into consideration the fact that we had 2 overs for the innings changeover. We're still miles behind in this test match. We're only sitting maybe about 10 overs behind at this point. Throughout the last 30 minutes of this session as well, I should mention we are actually going to be popping over to do some 7s live streams. But we will be back first thing tomorrow for some more 7s action. Pitched up from Shamar Joseph, hit down the ground from Khawaja. Finds Joseph in the field, that being Alzarri. Oh, okay, Shamar Joseph saying he's got quite a wet hand at the moment. Had a random towel just get thrown at him. They are showing the bouncer that he bowled to Mitchell Starc, and then the one just outside of the off stump, a little bit fuller, but still a relatively short ball. Morning, Amish from Berlin. Says Stuart Moore, welcome in, mate. You are doing very well. Short ball, Khawaja pulled away beautifully. He's timed that one, but they've got the men back there. They will just take the single. Now, Shamar Joseph, he has the option of Pat Cummins on strike here. He'll try and make the most of it. Looks like Khawaja just having a bit of a chat there, saying you will expect some short stuff, but just try and avoid it. Of course, Usman Khawaja knows exactly what that bouncer from Shamar Joseph feels like. He took it on the chin in the last test match and what was a very ugly bouncer. The thing is with Shamar Joseph, he doesn't often miss with his precision. Like when he tries to bowl the bouncer, it's always going right for the helmet, rather than some of these quick bowlers who do go straight over the head and the player doesn't even really need to duck. Shamar Joseph's is always coming for your eye line. Cummins looking ready to face. Pitched up and almost chopped on for Cummins, but he does manage to work it through a gap on the leg side. Does end up with another single. Now Khawaja back on strike here. Australia still trailing by 146 minimum. And I mean absolute minimum. We go 51% feel the West Indies at this stage will go on to win this test match, compared to Australia, who are sitting 49% chance of going on to win it. They need Khawaja to stay out there for the rest of the innings, left alone outside off stump. And soon there will become a time where Khawaja has to start thinking, do I want to chase those slightly wider deliveries? Because if he doesn't score runs quickly, he might lose his three teammates at the other end. Why was Kerry aggressive earlier in the beginning? I don't get it. I think it was to try and get the runs as quickly as possible for Australia, because theoretically they're working on the theory that if they are bowled out, they want to be bowling at the West Indies tonight, because we know how dangerous Australia can be with a pink ball in hand. They normally take 3 or 4 wickets in only the maybe 10 overs with the pink ball that they bowl. So they want to make sure that if they are going to be bowled out, they at least have a lot of runs and they get them relatively quickly. That is why they're still going at around that 5 or so runs and over at this stage on the scoreboard, because they want to get the runs quickly so that they can still, if they are bowled out, have a crack at West Indies before the end of the night. I think Cummins has some lucky charm in the terms of winning big trophies as a captain. He seems to have some very good captaincy under his belt. Nicely whipped to the leg side from Khawaja. That is time to perfection, and that'll be now another boundary for him. He moves to 45 and 6 runs off of the Shamar Joseph over. And also, I should mention with Alex Carey, his natural game is to play quickly. Don't get me wrong, he goes all right as a test match batsman in terms of waiting it out, leaving the ball, but he finds so much more success when he just decides to go for it. And that's what he did. He did end up going out playing what I would consider probably one of his silliest shots of the innings, as that was probably one of the only shots that he played with pure risk, but they can end up getting caught by Chanderpaul. Just the 6 boundaries for Usman Khawaja. That was probably his best shot alongside that on drive that he played right near the start of his innings. But Alzari Joseph, now to bowl to Cummins. Lack of foot movement there from Cummins, actually stepping away from that delivery. A tough time to bat. Australia know it all too well when they are bowling that a lot of the batsmen against them do struggle. Now they are getting a little bit of that taste of what it's like batting during an evening session, definitely for the tail, in terms of how hard it is to pick up that ball. Silva does not have his cap on, they were just talking about. That is mainly so that he can see a little bit better under lights. Good ball. Stepping away was Cummins again. He is really keen to get out of the way of the stumps, so that if there is a bouncer, he is well and truly to the leg side of it. Anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is greatly appreciated you all being here for these live streams. We are very close to our next goal on the channel. We are only sitting 2 subscribers away. So if you want to be one of those 2, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Oh yeah, that was an ugly bouncer Cummins had to really test out his limbo skills there. Which team is most likely to win? At the moment, the Windies says West Indies are 51% likely to get themselves the victory. But the Australians, it only takes one good bowling innings from them and they're back into a contest. So, yeah, this one's honestly still extremely unpredictable, probably more unpredictable than some of the past test matches we have seen for the Australians throughout 2023 and 24. Stepping away again. No run taken off the fourth ball of the over. Hi, I'm New, says Aussie AFL. Welcome in, mate. If you are keeping extremely well, who do you think will win this test match? Do let me know. Why Maxwell and Stoinis not considered to play tests? It's just because at the moment, the Australians, they don't change their team as it is, so it wouldn't really matter who it is that they try and bring in. Stoinis, I don't think suits test match cricket. It'd be a similar role to Mitch Marsh. They'd have to use him as a bowler, more than likely, rather than a batsman. Maxwell, I think he much prefers playing the shorter format in terms of his style and the way that he hits the ball that is in the air, goes through the slip cordon, and 4 runs for Pat Cummins as he was backing away. Yeah, nicely played. Smith should not open. We are in heavy agreement, Aussie AFL. I don't think he should have changed from 4. I think that in this match in particular, with the fact that Cam Green tested positive for COVID, they should have put Renshaw as the opener and gone with Steve Smith still at number 4. And I mean, Cam Green already has dropped 2 catches. He scored hardly any runs. Steve Smith went out in the first over of the Australian innings. Renshaw is a good option. Says Coding. Yeah, Renshaw, Bancroft, any of those guys who aren't too shabby. That's a nice shot in a misfield from the West Indies, which means Cummins will get himself another couple of runs here. Just a little bit of casual running there from Cummins, as well as the West Indian fielder, I think. Oh, okay, it's a no ball from Alzari Joseph. That's got to be frustrating. That's about the 10th no ball now that the West Indies have bowled. 134 runs down though. And we've got to remember, Cummins had a very good partnership not too long ago. Smith should bat at 4. Says Klishitich or Kishitich. Hopefully I've said that correctly. I do apologise if I have mispronounced that. And let Bancroft open. Yeah, they've got players that they could use, but they're too stubborn and they don't want to make change to that starting 11. But in a few years' time, when all those players start retiring, they unfortunately will have to make changes to that starting 11. Am I saying correctly, says Vaughan? Yep. Australia currently sitting 178 for 7, Vaughan. They were actually sitting 4 for 24, fun fact. But a 94-run partnership between Khawaja and Alex Carey got them back into the match. Looks like Khawaja might have some sort of issue with the back of his knee here. The last thing that Australia want is to lose that man retired hurt. He's the only man set at the moment for the Australians. You're just stretching it out at the moment. For Usman Khawaja, who's going to win, says Nassar. At the moment, it is 50-50. And that's not just me saying that. They showed the win-vis before, and yeah, it's pretty much 50-50. Bancroft never played, sadly, after that saga, says Coding. He was the player who wore the brunt of it, even though there were, of course, other Australians involved. But yeah, he certainly got the worst of it. Nicely played by Khawaja. Being able to control it, keep that ball down. That is the main thing for Australia. To see him, at the end of the day, still at the crease. Now, might be easier said than done, though. Definitely in this pink ball situation. Now, Khawaja hasn't actually got himself too many 50s. He's been in the 40s multiple times throughout this year. 90 is his high score. Other than that, he's had about 6 times that he's been in the 40s, but then has gone out without converting it into a 50. Windies winning this one should be up there with the best test wins I'd agree. I think that this one is definitely history in the making for the Windies if they can get it done. With such a young side, guys on debuts, guys who have only played one test match, to be able to take down the world champions would be probably a highlight of their whole career. I'll be honest, we may never see a moment like this again for the West Indies, which is why they need the wickets now. Because if they can't clean up this tail and Australia manage to chase this down or at least get close to 300, the West Indies will have to do all their hard work again in their second innings. And we've already seen this pitch is starting to get a little bit harder to bat on at times. It's supposed to be rain around. The draw could still heavily be on the cards for these two teams. Khawaja's still very calm. Doesn't show a lot of emotion. I need to get Khawaja, says All-Star. Yep. Khawaja is the key for the Australians. If he goes, the other wickets will follow. Shamar Joseph, again, just a little bit shorter. Not quite as short as he would have liked. That's why I love 5-match test series. It should be mandatory for every tour. Or at least 3-match series. I don't understand the point of a 2-match series, to be honest, for test match cricket. Because you win the first one, worst comes to worst, you're going to draw the second one. Which, to be honest, is normally when you see sides making changes, but then you can't afford to make too many because you don't want to draw the series. You want to make sure you put the nail in the coffin. Australia gone with the exact same 11 across both of these test matches. So I'm betting on cricket history. Well, you kind of are, yeah, in a way. But we'll have to see whether or not it pays off. Okay, they are just talking about what I said in that break, which is how much time do the West Indies want to bat tonight? Would they much prefer getting Australia out nice and early tomorrow morning? And then, like they've just said as well, the bigger or the sooner that they can get these 3 wickets, the bigger their lead will be going into the next day. So that is the other way of looking at it. Showing there, Pat Cummins, every delivery, he has been on the back foot so far. He doesn't look like he wants to step forward and get towards Shamar or Alzarri Joseph. They've still got a man at bat pad, 3 slips the gully, and a man at deep square leg. Whoa, it's gone short, and Pat Cummins almost diving into that one. Australia get about 250, they win. And if they win tonight and tomorrow the Windies win, says Austin and there as well. Or if they can, that's the thing, the West Indies, they will need to bat again and they will need to put on at least probably another 250 runs. Because we are so early in this test match. Means that both sides have still got a lot to play for and lots of time to be able to play for it. So, yeah, West Indies, they want Australia chasing 350 at least in the final innings of this test match. And I have to say the only way they can do that is if they get Australia out very soon. Australia still need to trail by 100 runs at the time that the West Indies bowl them out for the Windies to really have that box seat. Khawaja on strike to Alzarri Joseph. Again, outside of our stump, and Khawaja is not willing to play at it. He's been very patient, waiting for the bowlers to put it where he wants the ball to be. "34 overs in for the West Indies. Roach actually running over. Having a little bit of a chat there with Alzarri Joseph. I'm wondering what that chat will be. Whether or not that's going to be something to do with what length to put it on. The line perhaps to bowl. Roach might have been saying just get it a little bit closer to that stump. And that's a peach of a ball there from Alzarri Joseph. 140 Ks on that one. And evening, brother Hamish. Well, it's been a while. Best wishes for the new year. Can't wait for the Super Rugby tournament to start. Says Birdie Visa. Welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing extremely well. Have we seen you since the new year, Birdie? We might have seen you right at the start. But yeah, hopefully you have been enjoying your 2024 so far. Kawaja appreciating that one. As he watched the ball sail past his bat. Tries the cover drive, doesn't time it. Half a run out chance here. No, they will get through. And Cummins awkwardly running there. Almost looked like he was going to lose his footing. They scamper through. Kawaja moves to 48. Cummins now has to face 3 balls from Alzarri Joseph. Australia can't afford to not take runs. Anytime that there is a single on, they have to take it. And it does mean that Cummins will have to face some short stuff. Chandapal goes back in as the bat pad. Man, it's short leg. I wouldn't be surprised if once in a while Alzarri Joseph does pitch that ball up a little bit more. See whether or not he can get Cummins stepping away to leg and maybe bowl him a good Yorker right on middle stump. He's gone short, played off the hip well by Pat Cummins. That'll be another one for the Australians, trailing by now the 130. And it's another no ball from Alzarri Joseph. And that is one of the big concerns at the moment for the West Indies. If they finally get that wicket of Kawaja, but it is a no ball, that would be absolutely brutal. So far we've seen 5 no balls bowled by the West Indies. Total of 18 extras. Kawaja, like I said, he's been out multiple times in the 40s. Can he convert? No run taken there. Two balls remaining so far. That'll be 35 overs, which to be honest, at the start of the Australian innings, it looked like they were going to struggle to get to 35 overs. After only about, after 5 overs in fact, they were 4 down. That big partnership from Kawaja and the other left-hander, Alex Carey, got them back into this match. And doing well. Thanks, mate. First time back on the Kiwi Lad channel. Says Birdie V. So it is, of course, very good to see you. Super Rugby and Six Nations. Next 2 big rugby comps that we've got alongside, of course, the URC. We're actually doing the 4 a.m. game tomorrow morning, or kind of the next day morning, which I think is between the Sharks and the Lions, or someone along those lines. Bulls and Lions it might be, actually. Yeah, we are covering that game on the channel alongside the Sevens. We've got 2 more Sevens live streams tonight, one of which starting in about an hour and 45 minutes. And surely they get Kawaja out just after he gets 50. Second predictions, though, says Simran. I mean, to be fair, if he was a West Indian, that seems to be the trend. Or at least it was in the last match. Kirk McKenzie getting his 50 and then going out. Then you've got Chandapal last time they were in Australia getting his 50. Very next ball goes out. West Indies got a shot to win this or no, says Championship Dreams. They've got a bit of a shot, but they do need to break this partnership. Because if these two can put on another 50 runs or so, I think that the Australian bowling lineup will be confident enough in their abilities to bowl out the West Indies for less runs than Australia can score in the final innings of this test match. Now we've got to remember, rain could also play a bit of a factor in this series. Just showing all of the dismissals. Steve Smith, how many outs do they get? Says Championship Dream. So Australia still need to lose another 3 wickets. Then after that, they need to get the 10 wickets of the West Indies. And then the West Indies would need 10 more wickets of the Australians. So we've still got another couple of days left of this test match. But I would assume, since you're asking, you may have a bet on it. I would guess. So in that case, did you just back the West Indies to win? Or... what was the bet placed? Just showing the stark dismissal. Alzari Joseph managing to pick him up just before the tea break. Steve Smith has got his toes out. Yeah, I did. But so the match won't finish today? No, it won't. That's one downside of Test match cricket in a way, because I know a lot of people put the bet on for someone to win without realising Test match cricket can go a maximum of 5 days. I have to wait days for the bet to finish. Yep. Unless you want to cash it out now, which might be the least stressful option. But yeah, more than likely this Test match is going at least another day and a half, if not 2 days. Alongside that, we also have to consider how much rain will be falling over those next couple of days. Thundery conditions in Brisbane. And champ, I made the same mistake, lol, says Austin. And Windies won't be able to defend 250 with 2 days to go. Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's why I said they need 350. That one's going to be cutting through the gap for Cummins. And that'll be another 4 runs for the Australians. They're slowly creeping their way towards only trailing by the 100 mark. At least that one for Shamar Joseph wasn't a no ball. Cummins playing it with soft hands. The field is still very attacking from the West Indies. They have got a couple men on the leg side for the short ball. There it is. Well controlled by Cummins, and he does manage to manipulate the strike so that he is now at the non-striker's end. Khawaja on 48 of 100 deliveries. How many wickets till West Indies bat? Still another 3. And more than likely, unless this partnership is big, they might end up batting a little bit tonight, the West Indies. But that is one of the most dangerous periods to bat in a pink ball test match. The last 30 or so minutes, sometimes we can see 5 wickets falling, which if that was the case, that would almost take the West Indies out of winning contention in this contest, depending on how big this partnership is. So there are a lot of factors still remaining in this test match. Cut shot played by Khawaja, glided to the man in the deep, and they will just get the single. And Khawaja now ends up on 49. I don't want cricket, or I don't watch cricket. Does the team with the most points win the game, says Jason? Kind of. Pretty much, if at the end of the match you have more runs than your other team does, then theoretically you do win, but there are other factors, such as batting twice type thing. But really, yeah, overall, simplest way of saying it is if you got more runs than your opposition at the end of your 2 innings, you win. 2-0, says Austin. And also if the Windies win today, will they get 1-1 in the series? So yeah, we'll be 1-1. Sadly, there aren't 3 matches in this test series, but if Australia win, then they will win the series 2-all. How likely is Australia's going to win this game? Did you also put money on them, Jason, by any chance? We've got Austin, we've got Championship Dreams, and now we might have Jason as well with a bet. Although you've actually backed Australia, maybe. Have you? Because if you have, you're actually against those two in terms of who they have backed in this test match. But yeah, do let me know. I am curious. Partnership of 27. Oh, moving away there, Cummins. Trying to give himself space, trying to hit it down to third man. He wanted the ramp, but he didn't get it. Champion, do you bet on stake? Yes, I bet Australia because of the odds. What were the odds, Jason? Because they actually probably weren't too bad for Australia, to be honest. The odds that you backed them for were probably almost the best odds Australia have been paying in their last maybe 1.5 years of test match cricket. And doing well, boys. For this young team, just get this 3 and we will win, says Wilbert there. And also West Indies wins, says Mohammed. 65% in favour of Australia and 145 for Australia. So yeah, that's relatively high compared to what they normally sit. To be honest, like normally Australia would find themselves at, to be honest, I don't even know what they'd normally, like $1.15, $1.20 maybe, even less. Now, Kumar Roach back into the attack. Bowling around the wicket, and Khawaja gets his 50. Well batted by him. 50 in front of his home crowd, like they've said. They love him in Queensland. And 26th Test 50 now. And who do you think is going to win, says Jason? Well, it's a tricky scenario because it's the whole head and the heart scenario. My head says Australia still should be able to win this test. My heart at the moment, from watching this young West Indies side and how they've fought, like, there's a part of me that thinks that it would be pretty rough if they weren't victorious in this one. But Khawaja single-handedly is decreasing the chances for the West Indies and increasing the chances for Australia. West Indies win, no Warner, no win. Chances for the West Indies. There's Mohammed. 15 times Khawaja has moved on from a 50 and got to the 100. Okay, thank you. Says Jason. But yeah, if you want to pop in over the next couple of days and we'll try and give you a little updates in terms of, I guess, how they are sitting, or if you just want to stick around, it's always greatly appreciated. But I am curious, whereabouts are you watching from, Jason? Do let me know. I do not watch cricket, know nothing about cricket. You didn't back them for a lot of money, did you, Jason? That is the biggest concern I always have when people come in and they're like, hey, I'll put money on them. And then they say they don't know Canada. Nice. It's also the middle of the night, isn't it, for you? Over there, isn't it like 4:30 at $2,000? What are you doing, Jason? That seems very risky. Without knowing a single thing about cricket. Well played by Pat Cummins. The concerned faces. But, yeah. I guess the big question is why? What was it about cricket that made you go, I want to put $2,000 on that? Like, I know you said the odds, but was there anything about it? Like, you're like, I know Australia. That's a place, so I'll back them. The Aussie quartet will probably bowl them out around 100. There is a high probability of that if Australia take those early wickets. Nicely glided again by Cummins. Will be another 4 runs here. And Australia, I knew they were good. Says a Jason there. Because I saw one TikTok. I mean, that TikTok is correct. They are a good side. But $2,000 on it. Just off the bat, off one TikTok. I feel like TikTok should take a commission, shouldn't they? For being able to sell you that information. That'd be a decent return though, like $900 back. If they do end up winning. I guess it's better than any long-term like investment plan type thing with like a 15% interest. Jason, send me money, we can gamble together. Says Austin there, but that is a great shot from Cummins to close out the end of the over. 9 runs off it. Australia now just trailing by the 114. Are you Kiwi? Says Dole. I am indeed. So yeah, we're currently sitting 10:30 p.m. here in New Zealand. Hamish going, man, are you all right? I just, people surprise me sometimes. But like at the end of the day, they always say if you have money, like never bet money that you aren't willing to lose. So I hope you aren't minding if you do lose that 2,000, Jason. Although they're going, all right, let's say the game ends right now. Who would win? West Indies. Not Australia. They are still trailing by 114. But they do get another chance to bat. So do the West Indies. Now Shamar Joseph. Happy Australian Day. And the West Indies says Austin. And Khawaja has to stay in. Or we are stuck. No, says Jason. Although it's not over yet. There's still time remaining. I've just realised the worst possible result for everyone in the chat at the moment is if this match is drawn. Which I guess for you guys who don't know cricket may not have even realised that was an option. That means that if we get to the end of 5 days and neither side have finished their last innings, or a side hasn't finished batting or hasn't chased down the runs, then it is a draw and no one gets paid out of the betting that we've seen. I've got there, how much longer does Australia have? So they've still got 3 days left. I shouldn't have betted on a sport you don't know stuff about. That happens though. Sometimes people actually prefer to bet on things that they don't know rather than things they do know. And I can understand that, to be honest, because like sometimes your own judgment can be different to reality, if that makes sense. Like if I was, for instance, I do not bet because I'm terrible at it. But if I was to bet on UFC, I know a few of the fighters quite well. So that would lapse my judgment when coming up against a guy who I don't know. So I would probably back the guy I know, even if that young guy is on fire. That's why I bet $1, not 2,000. Good call. And also, for just this one game, how long do they have? Or do games go on for days, says Jason. So yeah, this game is a part of a 5-day test. This is currently day 2, so we've still got another 3 days afterwards. But yeah, plenty of time left for a result. Usman Khawaja on strike again. 2 singles so far off the Shamar Joseph over. They're actually working down these runs quite nicely. I have a question, Jason. If you had known that it went for 5 days, would you have backed it? Because I think the answer probably would be no. They might let you cash out for the same price. So I think Australia are now paying $1.41, so you might get your money back. Partnership of 38 off 46 deliveries. Absolutely not at all, says Jason. 2 slips now in the gully. Pitched up, nicely worked to the lead side. Sound like a fire siren in the background. Oh, I put this on a parlay that is supposed to end in about 45 minutes. Well, that is unfortunate because this will not be finished in 45 minutes. Can you cash out on your parlay? I will be honest, I don't really know how it works. I know some multis you can cash out, but others you can't. And that is now the 200 on the board for the Australians for 7. I mean, ticking over quite nicely. Like I said, 5.31 is the current run rate for the Australians. Joseph once again pitches it up and Cummins. Lack of foot movement, just puts the bat there and hopes that it hits it. Already 35 minutes through this final session of the day. Cummins, this is an underrated innings from Captain Cummins again because he's done it recently. I think it was actually in the India game that he was able to put on a very nice partnership late. But this one currently 39, but he scored 25 of the runs. How you've earned a sub? Oh, for sure. Come here for updates and come back if you stream the cricket games, I bet. Says Jason, we also cover quite a bit of rugby. So if you ever bet on rugby, like, we'll probably tell you the wrong answers. Oh, it wasn't a fire siren. It was actually a man. I feel like that guy's going to get kicked out of the ground. He's done it again. He's being a fire siren. And now he's doing some M's on his head. And come on, time for a wicket. Dog is a jet, says Doe. And are you sure, says Jason? Yeah, we're terrible at predictions. I can tell you that right now. We normally get nothing right. I've actually bet on one rugby game while going to hit. Do you remember who the team was, Jason? I don't catch you out, you probably win. But only the 6-4s come for Usman Khawaja. I have no clue. Solid. Cummins, 25 of 27. Very random, not popular game, says Jason. Now here comes Roach. Solid in behind it. Usman Khawaja. He has looked like a rock when it comes to his defence. Only very rarely that we do end up seeing the ball sneak past the outside edge. He's being precise with what balls he's gone after. And when do they stop? They play for 3 days straight, says Jason. So pretty much the day consists of 3 2-hour sessions, but you can also have 30 extra minutes at the end of the third session. So pretty much it's 2 hours, then a 40-minute break, 2 hours, then a 20-minute break, and then the last session's 2.5 hours. So they do that 5 days in a row, unless there's rain or unless it ends earlier. I'll be back. The women's sevens have my full attention right now because it's so much better than the men's. Says Simrana. Is that for the Fijian women's side or for the just women's sevens in general? Nicely fielded. It actually might be Motti has made his way onto the field just as one of the replacement fielders. West Indies have to put on Sinclair. There's Oran. They need to find a way of getting the wicket. And, I mean, to be fair, Sinclair went for 30 runs off 3 overs. Do you have money on the game? I do not know, because I suck at betting. I'm terrible at it. I once had like $1 in my TAB account, and I was only doing like 2-cent bets, because I was too scared, because I knew I sucked at betting, and then I lost that whole dollar from like 50 different bets that I got every single one wrong. So it's almost impressive how bad I am in some regards. Great job, bro. Says Oran. It is Motti out there in the field. Like I mentioned, they might have to go back to spin though, and that's a skill, says Jason. I thought so. It's a good skill to have, but it's also a bad skill to have. Women's sevens in general, currently USA are winning against Japan. Ooh, had to hold back a yawn then. The sevens is good. Men and women. Both very, very entertaining to watch. Now that's going to be a single for Usman Khawaja, moves up to 53 now on the board. Of course, later on tonight, Samoa taking on New Zealand. That is going to be a cracking game of rugby sevens. Fiji taking on France as well. Another great game. Well, if you want to bet for a team, just choose the opposite and you'll win. Yeah, but I tried that and it still didn't work. I'd back the team that I didn't originally think would win, and then the team that I didn't back would still win, if that makes sense. So no matter what I chose, they'd just lose. West Indies won't have a lead to build on going into the third innings if they don't break this partnership. Yep, so crucial. On the leg side, 1, listen to your tips. 2, do the opposite. 3, 4, profit. It says dough. Sounds about right. But 1 run off the roach over. A little bit tighter there from the West Indies. If they can have a few good overs in a row where Australia aren't scoring, I think that is when the chance will beckon for the wicket to be taken. Yeah, not too long left in this day of cricket. 50 bets and lost all. Maybe it's a sign. It is a sign. And I'm happy enough to say haven't tried it since. Greaves into the bowling attack. I like this. Greaves partnered with the spinner didn't seem to work too well for the West Indies, but I don't mind the idea of Greaves getting another little crack. Because of that extra height, I don't think he'll be bowling bounces. He'll just be putting it on a good length, trying to manipulate Khawaja into playing a bad shot. But they have to get Khawaja playing. Am I have a problem, lad? No, I don't, because like that was all within like 24 hours, like 4 years ago. And it was $1 that I had for it. Because I was like, oh, I'll see how this goes. Oh, I've lost that, so that's fine. I haven't tried it since. I'm going to go bet on some short-term parlays. I'll be back for updates. Says Jason. Okay, sounds good. Well, good luck. Don't bet anything you can't afford to lose. That's what I've always been told. Well, that's what I've always tried to tell people anyway. And bowlers need to stick to the basic. I think so. I think they just need to find that line, 4th stump, and try and get Khawaja to play at the wrong ball, because this ball's still doing enough, I believe. Yes, it looks a little bit flat at the moment, but that is a good ball from Greaves. Savitri, I said come on the West Indies. And also West Indies played well, says Reut. Although their job is not done yet. We thought that they played pretty well in that first innings of the last test match with the ball in hand. But they still needed to finish the job. And that is what they find themselves doing here. They need these next couple wickets, and they need them before Australia cut that trail down by 50 or less. Khawaja just doesn't seem like he's going anywhere at the moment. Like I said, a rock at one end. The best way to do it is to dry the runs up completely. Don't allow Khawaja to score so that Cummins then feels like he has to go that little bit more aggressive. He's still sitting 25 off 28. He hasn't faced a huge amount of deliveries in the last little while. Pitched up. Khawaja drives. Out to backward point. And they will once again get the single. Rally hard, my West Indian fans. Says Savitri there as well. Yeah, I have to say, no matter the hour for you guys in the Caribbean, like, you guys are always here watching these cricket streams, and it is so greatly appreciated. Anyone who is new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We're back each and every day of this test match. If you do want to hit that subscribe button and get notified when we are going live, it is heavily appreciated. And we've also got a bit of rugby sevens that we are covering on the channel alongside this test match. Cummins now. Nice back foot punch. Oh, fielded beautifully there. Ended up actually getting wrong-footed. See the sub fielder, he's actually looked relatively sharp there. He overran it, still managed to grab that ball behind his back. Yeah, just. You cover football? Not really. We've covered only maybe about 2 games of football in the past. But, like, to be fair, like, I don't mind watching it. It's just something that we haven't really done. Is the Kiwi, which team are betting on. I was in your country a few years ago. It's so beautiful. Says, well, yeah, very nice here in New Zealand. I'll be honest, this for me is still a 50-50. In fact, I would almost say now with Australia slowly building a partnership between these two, I would say it's probably 52% in favour of Australia, 48% in favour of the West Indies. I do appreciate your live stream as well. Says Savitri, thank you very much. Yeah, we've got plenty more coming. We have almost been live for 6 hours on the channel. Hence why this eye looks extremely bloodshot. And I don't know why, but the lighting at the moment's made me look very tanned, which I will happily accept. But, yeah, she's certainly a long day of test match cricket. But it's always a lot of fun. We did 8 hours yesterday with the test match cricket as well. Pitched up, driven by Khawaja. He's got it through the gap. But once again, Alzarri Joseph covers good ground, fielding it mid-off and gets across to it to just keep it to the single. Now Roach has the chance of bowling to Pat Cummins. He's looked to be relatively aggressive throughout his first 25 runs of just the 30 balls. The West Indies, they need to break this partnership. I can't state enough how crucial stopping these two is for the West Indies in their hopes of winning this test match. They can't break this partnership by the end of the day. They'll find themselves in a bit of trouble. Nice Yorker. Pat Cummins hit down the ground. Straight to Alzarri Joseph. No run. I just made a $200 bet on the West Indies. And it's on the 5.23 times. So if the West Indies does win, I get my money back, plus a little more. And if Australia wins, win huge, win-win situation. Says Jason there. 400. Wait, but isn't that only $1,000, Jason, if the West Indies win? Or like 1,000 and a little bit more? But you backed Australia for 2,000. So you'd lose $1,000, wouldn't you, if the West Indies won? Wouldn't you? Or you'd actually, yeah. Or about a grand 1,200? Bro, Jason. And full and straight. Says Oran, yeah. They got to try and knock his stumps out of the ground for Pat Cummins. Oh, yeah, short ball from Roach. We don't see that too often, mainly because he doesn't have a huge amount. So he's still out 1.5k, says Austin. That's the maths that I've worked out. Although he said 400, so maybe you backed them for 400, in fact. Okay. So 400 will at least get you a bit closer. Okay. I understand now. Well, hopefully it works out for you. If it's a draw, you've lost twice. Could happen. Chance of a draw is still likely. Cummins wanted the single. Kawaja said no. Yeah, just off the outside edge of Cummins' bat. Is there a wicket coming? I'll be honest, I don't know when this wicket's falling for the West Indies, and I'm starting to get a little bit nervous for them. Australia wins. I win 1.6k, and if the West Indies when I get mine back. Question. Oh no, because it was part of a parlay, wasn't it? Never mind. I was about to say, wouldn't it have just been easier to cash out, but no, because it's locked in with something else. 105 runs. The Aussies trail by. I'm thinking they should bring spin back at some point. Even though spin went for a lot of runs, we've got to remember spin went for a lot of runs because Alex Carey was at the crease. Math don't add up, says Austin. I think if they chuck a spinner out and he gives it a few rips of the ball, he might go all right. Another single taken. So I would probably... Well, Greaves has only just come back into the bowling attack, and so has Roach, actually. So I don't think that they will put a spinner in just yet, but I would recommend changing a spinner in the next kind of maybe 5 or 6 overs. I honestly feel like even though he was expensive at the start, he might actually go all right now because they haven't got the same aggressive batsman. Okay, so, says Jason. Okay, I think Jason's about to give us the big rundown of what the profit margins and everything are in his case. Well, next, something within his next 10 deliveries. Okay, I never knew. Wait, so that is Pat Cummins' nickname, I assume, isn't it? Lady's got a fun hat on, a few men on top of it. The hat, I should say, not her. Well, kind of her because they're on the hat. Cummins, he's faced 35 deliveries. He's got 28 runs on the board. And yes, says Doe. I thought for a second one of the stormtroopers dressed up was Dan Christian, but it wasn't. Here we go, Sinclair. Okay, they actually brought him in earlier than I thought. But yeah, I think that spin is a good option. Definitely to Pat Cummins, because if he goes after him, there's a chance that he hits that ball in the air and does throw away his wicket. Sinclair to replace Greaves. That's too short. I've well fielded in close. Hit into Chanderpaul, which does mean that Cummins stays on strike. 30 runs Sinclair has gone for. That's too short and down leg as well. Just missing his line at the moment. I think he's going to be willing to give it a little bit of loft to Cummins to try and entice him into playing off that front foot, which I don't think he's done enough of as of yet here. It's a little bit better. Side of off stump this time. Cummins hits it straight to the man at point, being Alzari Joseph. And Stoinis should be considered for tests. And yet pace ain't working anymore. They got to try spin. Nicely bowled. Much more efficient over for Sinclair. Even if he bowls 5 overs here and only goes for, let's say, 10 runs. That's still a massive bonus because that slows down the Aussie scoring. Oh yeah, the quicker ball there. 92 Ks, and that'll be the end of the over. It's 207 for 7. And slow, full and straight. There's a run there. It will leave Kumar Roach to continue bowling from the other end. And in this case, it is going to be Usman Khawaja on strike. Partnership on 46. It has slowed down drastically in the last little while. I think that is down to some very good bowling from the West Indies, trying to keep it tight. Okay, Greaves has actually changed ends, so they have decided to replace Roach. Give Greaves the chance to bowl here. Nice straight drive down the ground. That'll be 4 runs for Usman Khawaja. Overpitched, and that is now the 50-run partnership for the Australians, and they find themselves now exactly trailing by 100. Just a bit too full from Greaves. Curious to know what the thinking was behind changing what end he was bowling from rather than continuing Roach. When does the game end? So it says, is that John? By any chance, John, have you got a bet on this game? Do let me know, because you're about the maybe 5th person who's come in and asked when the game ends who has got a bet on it, but didn't know when the match was taking place. But do let me know, have you got a bet on? And if so, who have you backed? Because we've got it split at the moment. Some have backed the West Indies, some have backed Australia. Which category do you fall into? Have I just nailed it, John? Is that exactly why you're asking? Partnership of 51 of 75 balls for the Australians. Pat Cummins and Khawaja as they now trail by 99. Okay, a couple changes in the field. Yeah, I'm from the USA, not a big fan of cricket, getting into it. Now I bet West Indies, says John. Okay, I'm going to break some news to you, John. This test match can still go for another 3 days. 3. But it probably won't. I think it's more than likely going to go for 2 more days. And I'm back just until New Zealand versus Ireland. Says Simran, it's probably a good thing you popped out when you did, because I did make a slightly cheeky comment about the USA-Japan game, which I don't think you heard, which was good. But hopefully it was a good matchup. Cummins working that one to leg side quite nicely, getting another 2 runs. 7 runs already off the Greaves over. Cummins off the outside edge. It's going to go through, though. More runs for Pat Cummins. Oh, good work from Shamar Joseph. Chasing that one down, saving just the 1 run. Oh, no, they only got 2, so actually saving 2 runs for the West Indies. A really good effort from Shamar Joseph. He did go for the original dive, realised he wasn't going to get there, got back up to his feet and slapped it away from the boundary rope. What did you say, Sesamra? Nothing bad. I just said that that would be a great game to watch. Now Cummins, our respect for cricket players. These games are long. It's 5 a.m. where I'm located, says John. And how much on the Windies, says Austin. So pretty much, John, I'll introduce you to the group. Austin put $1 on the West Indies to make back 40. Jason decided, even though he knew nothing about cricket, he'd put 2,000 on them. And now he's closed out the bet by putting some on the West Indies as well. We had another bet earlier on somewhere from someone else who was back in one of the teams. But yeah, everyone's been popping in asking how long the test match takes from their bets. Down the leg side, end of the over. 43 overs down, 216 for 7. It was all right. I'm more looking forward to this one. Kickoff just having to be right back in a break. I bet 25 for 850. Okay, that's a decent return. Do you think this pitch will favour the bowlers as the game progresses, says Doe? I think that I honestly feel the session that you're bowling will heavily impact how many wickets you take. Like West Indies, they're in the scenario now how if they have to bat for the last 30 minutes of this test match for today, they might actually lose quite a few wickets because it's such a tough patch to get adjusted to batting. I think day 5 should break up a little bit. Like day 4, we haven't seen any variable bounce as of yet. After the rain, though, I think that's when it will start to play out. So I think day 4 onwards will be when there's a little bit of a tougher patch for batsmen. Oh, Khawaja goes aggressive there. Hits it all the way to the boundary. Just dragged down from Sinclair. Didn't want to jump too quick into betting into cricket. I bet on India versus England too. Who'd you back in that one, John? I'm hoping you're going to say India. Because if you backed England, she's not looking good. Damn 30 times return, says Austin. Yeah, West Indies, they came in as big underdogs for this test match. But Sinclair disappointed to not find a fielder with that shot. Fish and chips for dinner? No, I had a chicken wrap, which is a bit more boring than fish and chips, but I've been behaving. I've been eating slightly healthier over the last couple of days. India says, is that John? So that's a good bet. What were their return, I assume, or what was their return, sorry. I assume it wasn't the same kind of numbers as the West Indies. Australia now only trailing by the 90. Who you think going to win? At the moment, I would say Australia are starting to take their momentum back. Partnership of 60 between these two. It's just such a tough ask to get all the Australians out without conceding too many runs. James Anderson retired. Yeah, I think he's... Oh, no, I think he's still there because Stuart Broad retired. Another boundary for Pat Cummins. He moves up to 36. Now, I typed in Alex Carey high score. I'm just going to have a quick look. Pat Cummins, what's his highest test score? 63 is his high score. I honestly feel like if they can't get him out soon, he might have that by the end of tonight. That gets another boundary, Pat Cummins. You should have Pad Thai tomorrow. The sad thing is, I live in a very small town. We don't have McDonald's, we don't have KFC, or pretty much any takeaway places. We have one decent fish and chip shop. It's closed till the 29th because they went on holiday. So we don't have anywhere we can actually get takeaways or anything at the moment. Do you watch AF Cup? I don't think so. What does AF stand for? Do let me know. I bet 500 for 5 times. So you guys in America and Canada must have too much money to bet. It's like old mate earlier on, he bet $2,000 for the return of like $800 or something. Africa Cup. Oh, the T20. No, sadly, I haven't been able to watch it. Mainly because it's not really shown here in New Zealand. And I'm so glad Warner is gone. No room for cheaters. They don't own it. Ashamed. He's an Aussie, says the house. And sorry, I'm late. I was ghosting around, says Daytime. No worries at all, mate. Hopefully you had plenty of fun being a ghost. 86 runs now. It's the West Indies. They will want to be batting for a majority of tomorrow, seeing as it's supposed to be extremely hot. You want to be at the middle rather than all your team being out there. I do construction work, man. I'm an entrepreneur. Okay. A successful entrepreneur, or just you have entrepreneur in your Instagram bio? There's a slight difference, but I assume it's the first one if you have enough to be able to bet that much on a random sport. Yeah, good Yorker. Bold there. By Greaves, I'm back, says Damien McKenzie. Welcome back, mate. Oh, yeah, that was really close. If he had bowled that to Pat Cummins, I think he would have got the wicket. But because he bowled it to the set batsman in Khawaja, although you'd have to argue now Cummins is set. 48 balls faced, 36 runs. Another pitched up delivery. Down the ground, Brathwaite fields it nicely. Don't need a job, everything's free for me. Says daytime, I didn't know Ponting was worth 95 mil. Not bad for never having a real job. Terrible commentator, Miss Channel 9. Says the house. Jeez, I wish I was worth 95 million. I'm probably worth about 95 bucks. I'm pretty cheap. Are you covering the Chiefs versus Satana Wild Knights next Sunday? I'm hoping to, if they are showing it somewhere here in New Zealand. Pitched up ball, gets it through again. Khawaja moves to 69. Some would call it the magic number. Khawaja currently sitting on it. Sitting on it's a weird way of wording it actually when you consider what the first statement was. My 10 delivery prediction failed. That I didn't bet, says Doe. Cummins is doing all right, 25 million, says the house. Nice. I model for clothing lines and ads. Starting to invest into stocks and real estate. That's where the money is at over here, says John. Sounds like you're doing all right for yourself, which is good news. I feel like America is built different in terms of like compared to New Zealand. You don't really hear many people saying I'm an entrepreneur in New Zealand type thing. Not that I know of anyway. Saying that, I'm from a town where there's 4,000 people and we have one fish and chip shop, so that's probably also why. Like if I tell people I'm a YouTuber, people like say like, what do you do for that? And the way you describe it is very tricky because if you say, oh, I sit in my lounge and talk to myself or talk to random people around the world while talking about sport, they kind of go, well, you're a bit weird, aren't you? I love to visit New Zealand, says, is that John? This partnership is too much now. It certainly is. 2 more runs added here for Pat Cummins, who moves to 38 runs on the board now. Hamish, what would your last meal be? Whatever the meal is that kills me. America is capitalist haven, says Daytime TV. And some sources say he's worth up to 43 million, says the house. And India's lead over 100, that's big, says William. Yeah, it's going to be hard for England to get back into that match. And to be honest, India might win by a session and something. What did I just come back to? Says Simran. We've had some weird questions, but we're having fun. And that is the main thing. I'm manifesting a wicket now, says Philip. Oh, it wasn't bad, Philip, that next ball after manifesting it. To be honest, I don't know how they can get this partnership out of there at the moment. It just seems like they aren't bowling the right plan. Sinclair with the spinning option is bowling half trackers that are just getting smashed away to the boundary. Is it true that you have snakes everywhere in New Zealand? Nope, we have no snakes. But Australia does. Like Australia, in terms of when you list Australia and you're like, what to look out for? Snakes, spiders, crocodiles, bogans. There's a lot of things in Australia that will take you down. New Zealand, we got a few things around as well that aren't great. Mainly people, but a lot of New Zealanders are nice. I mean, yet again, the random people you may talk to, you can be vocal about the things you like and feel comfortable on YouTube to talk to your fans. True. And like I've said all the way through, like we've built such an awesome community on this channel, like whether that's rugby, whether that's cricket, like it's just been absolutely awesome. Aren't there snakes in the zoos? Probably, although they don't really count, do they? Now it's going to be nicely cut in behind. Khawaja again, just the 1 run. Moves up to 71. What's a bogan? Well, a bogan, the house will know what a bogan is. More sheep than people, good jokes to be had, says the house. I actually own a shirt that says what happens in the sheep pen stays in the sheep pen. Embracing the inner Kiwi. For our 4,000 people, one fish and chip shop, well, you're really in the middle of nowhere. Where I live in Hawke's Bay, we got 52,000 people. We got Burger King, KFC, 3 pizza places, McDonald's, Subway, everything. Yeah, see, the closest KFC or McDonald's or anything for us here, you have to travel 30 minutes. I heard about the birds in New Zealand who attack people. Yeah, there's a few of them around. Nice shot from Cummins. Another boundary. He's just scooped that one, playing it similar to what we saw from Alex Carey earlier on when he was batting. But Cummins has moved up to 42 runs now. This is a partnership that West Indies couldn't afford to allow to happen, but they haven't bowled to a plan. Sinclair hasn't bowled many balls on the stumps. That one was at least close. Cummins just played a good shot. How did the game end? Says Robbo, well, West Indies will need to be bowled out, and Australia would need to be bowled out. 30 minutes for a McDonald's? Yep. So that is the nearest McDonald's. Also, no Uber Eats, no DoorDash or anything like that. Rather fish and chips and keep it going. Yeah, well, to be fair, like, without them going, there's not a lot. But, yeah. Oh, half a chance. I think there might have been a little edge there from Pat Cummins. Also, we 20 minutes. We got another KFC, another everything. 3 more pizza places, a Burger Fuel, 2 Carlos Juniors, and I think 1 other. Yeah, see, we don't have that. Oh, he's tried to scoop again and he's got away with it. Pat Cummins got a little bit on it. I think it was bat. Okay, it's just buys in that case. He allows the stump to be... Nah, that's at bat. That's at something. I think that counts as a drop catch for the West Indies. We might have to see this again. Snicko. Yep, there's a little bit of something. A little bit of glove by the looks of it. For Pat Cummins, Australia are unbeatable in tests, whichsoever team may be, says Neutrino. Waja playing sensibly still, though he has sped up his run rate just in the last maybe 5 or so overs. I think Australia seeing the end of the day is just about upon them. Are you okay with being claimed Australian if you become world famous? As long as I get to go to Australia every once in a while, I would accept it. But I don't think we're getting to that stage anytime soon. I think that world fame is probably not on the cards. I prefer the quiet life, to be honest. Can't believe I've never been to KFC, says Daytime TV. Although, to be fair, like, I've never been to, what's a good American one? Like In-N-Out. I've never been In-N-Out. What's another one? What's the one with the rooster? In America. Not Nando's. There's another one with a rooster, isn't there? Worked for Russell Crowe. There's the house there. Also, for some reason, we've got like 5 supermarkets in like 5 minutes from each other. Subway. Says Daytime. And as the session for today stops, says Jason, not quite. Still another hour and 20 minutes remaining. Why are you not commentating India versus England? Because we are commentating Australia versus West Indies. Chick-fil-A, that's another one with a rooster on it, isn't it? Popeyes, that's it. Oh, I want to go to all these places in America. I feel like if I ever end up in America, I'm doing like the fast food, just circa Five Guys. Another one, is there a break? Says Jason, they will have a drinks break in about 5 minutes or so. Short ball from Greaves, well bowled. Red Rooster, says Doe. Cummins only 8 runs away from his half century. To be honest, it would be extremely well earned. We used to steal the S, says the house. Red Lobster is a good one, says Daytime Red Rooter, says the house. I really want, like, pizza now for some reason. Even though we were talking about chicken, I wouldn't mind chicken either, but for some reason pizza's now on my mind. But I do not have pizza, so that's quite sad. Greaves looks like they're making a couple field changes here. You can see that the frustration is on the face of the West Indies, though. They felt like they could have cleaned up Australia by now, but Australia just fought back and wouldn't allow it to happen. And now the West Indies find themselves still up by 73 Domino's or Pizza. I'm a Pizza Hut kind of boy. Just feel like you get better pizza from Pizza Hut here in New Zealand. I was thinking West Indies may win this match, but Australia have dominated now. And they were like 4 for 24. They were 4 for 24 off just 4 overs. But the West Indies, they were 5 for 64. And they finished with 311. Have you had Eagle Boys? I have not, no. What is Eagle Boys? I don't think I've heard of it. In your town, you can only get a pizza at New World. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much New World is a supermarket as well. For anyone who's wondering. Short ball, Cummins gets under. It wasn't as short that time from Greaves, only just brushing over the back of Pat Cummins. New York pizza is the best, says Daytime TV. Do you cook your own food? Mainly, but sometimes I'll end up getting takeaways. The other day, though, I had my shower, as I normally would at night time. That's probably going to start a whole argument of morning shower, nighttime shower. Then I went on the scale and I was like, that's more than I normally am. So now I'm like eating healthy for a little bit. Just because I've also got cricket season still in effect. I think we've still got like maybe 6 or 7 games. And I'm like, I should probably try and get a little bit fitter for that. Doing 10-hour live streams a day probably aren't going to help, but shower, says Doug. Sorry, yeah, shower, bath. What do you guys call it? You guys call it. Wait, you're in Australia, aren't you, Doug? You all drink coconut water? Not really. We don't have a huge amount of it here in New Zealand. How can they play so long? A lot of patience required. And the word test is pretty much a great way of describing it. It tests you mentally, physically, emotionally. That was close to an edge for Pat Cummins. Tacos for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, says the house. I don't need a shower, no skin, you see, says Tato. So you save time. That's what you're saying there. 5 dot balls in a row from Greaves. He seems to go through a trend at the moment. He bowls a maiden, then he goes for about 8 runs. Then he bowls a maiden, and he goes for the 8 runs. Debatable. If we had Lamingtons first, I'd say yes. Well, we had the Pavlova. If you want Lamingtons. Because Lamingtons, like, they're all right, but they ain't great, are they? Compared to a Pavlova. And that'll be the end of the over. 238 for 7 now. After 47 overs for the Australians. We're just seeing some of the ugly bounces that Pat Cummins has had to deal with. Do they have a break now? I think that they are very close to the drinks break, where they do get about 2 or 3 minutes that they stop, have a quick drink, and then they're back into the action. I wouldn't even be mad if Australia win, but West Indies had a good run, says John. And there's, West Indies held their own in this test, but they've just struggled to get that final wicket to break this partnership. "63% of balls to Pat Cummins have been short. Now, 4 more runs for Usman Khawaja. Sinclair dragging it down. This is awful bowling. And I know that sounds harsh to say, but it's been absolutely like the opposite of what they need from him. Half trackers that are just sitting up for Khawaja to smack away to the boundary for more runs. Needs to be lofting it, getting it up there, close to Usman Khawaja, try and get him hesitant. He hasn't done that at all. He's gone for 48 runs of his 6.1 overs. Can't expect it to come back and see a wicket. There's some run there. That's better. Much better length from was Sinclair there. And the West Indies need the top order to do some work for a change next inning, says Dole. Yeah, if the top order can get, let's say, 200 runs amongst the first 5 men, they are very handy indeed. Pitched up. Once again, defended well by Usman Khawaja. Sinclair starting to find his line here, and maybe the length as well. Exactly what he needs to do, and that is probably the best 2 balls that we've seen him bowl in a row. Pitched up, it's the edge. Khawaja is gone. He's going to do a backflip as well in the celebration for Sinclair. When is the last time we saw a bowler celebrate with a backflip? Usman Khawaja dismissed on 75. Backflip there from Sinclair. Great catch from Athanase. And the West Indies have got that breakthrough that they needed. And then there we go, the Sinclair celebration. I think we just heard Alan Border on commentary say that is the best ever for celebration-wise. I don't know what to say. Like, we've seen a fist bump, we've seen a jump in the air. Backflips are great, says Daytime TV. They certainly are. Definitely when the person doesn't break their neck. And Sinclair looks like he's done it a few times. Has he managed to do the full flip there, trailing by 69? Nice. Says Doe there. And yeah, says Simran and also let's go. And what happens? Still batting. Still 2 more wickets required for the West Indies here. So it's not over yet. Bye-bye Kawaja, says Damien McKenzie. Are you into UFC? I am. Very much so. Actually, probably about as much as cricket and rugby. For myself, did end up purchasing the last pay-per-view, Sean Strickland versus Dricus du Plessis. Going to be watching, of course, a couple of the big ones coming up in the near future. It's actually my example of why I wouldn't bet on something that I kind of know about. Because I feel like I'd be partial to certain fighters. May not be over, but the partnership was broken. Says Simran certainly is. 69 runs. He says Damien. And why isn't Kohli currently playing against England at the moment? Says the house. I'm not actually sure of the reasoning behind it. I know India are going not too bad without them, so we're actually at the drinks break now. I hope Australia wins. I need my money, says Robio. And also, who do you have coming up? Alex Tuporia. Or Tuporia. I always mispronounce some of those guys' names. It's a tricky one, isn't it? Because, like, Alex is a hard man to bet against. But then, like, I feel like the unknown of his opposition. Well, not really the unknown, just like, I know a lot of people would say Alexander Volkanovski for the sake of, because we've seen him in some wars before, whereas Tuporia, not as much. He's undefeated, though. I'm actually, can I be honest? That's going to be a great fight, right? But I'm more looking forward to Robert Whittaker, Paulo Costa on that card. Mainly because I feel like that's just going to be a slugfest between those two. Like, I don't know if Robert's going to even consider grappling, but Paulo Costa, he'll stand and bang all day. But yeah, I'd still go probably Alex Volkanovski. Marginally. I've never even seen many people bet on this game. I've never seen so many. Yeah, it seems to be everyone has got a bet lying on this one. And the worst thing is, if it's a draw, everyone loses their money. Yay. Gambling. Gambling is fun until you, if you like to lose money. They are just showing that backflip. Chanderpaul was looking at his teammate like, what are you doing, mate? You doing backflips? McGregor's definitely on the juice. There's a reason he hasn't fought in a long time, and that's because he can't stay off it long enough. And I got Robert in that one. Yeah, I'd still go Robert. I feel like his IQ will win him that fight over Paulo Costa's power, but with Paulo Costa, it only takes one shot, and he can put your lights out. I feel like Tuporia can edge it off. It could happen. Like, he's on top of the world at the moment, being 14-0, so he doesn't know what it's like to lose, and sometimes that can actually help you in important fights. It's just whether or not he's had enough 5-round fight experience to be able to handle it. Is Nate Diaz retired? I think he is since retiring, or since fighting Jake Paul in the boxing, but that is the end of the over, and an important one for Sinclair. Gets the wicket of Usman Khawaja, went after the wrong ball. You can see the disappointment on his face. And our under-19 doing well. That is, of course, up against England for the West Indies. And is it the Six Nations next Friday? Yeah. So the Six Nations just around the corner from starting. We are going to be covering all of those games on the channel. Hilarious. Ronda couldn't own up to losing. What a downfall. There's the house. What was your view on Sean versus DDP? I called for a rematch. It's a split decision for Izzy to get the jump over everyone. Says John, yeah, I feel like that fight, for me it was good, but both men seemed like they still could have done more. And yeah, it was that second round that was really the one that could have been argued. But yeah, I feel like it was one that could have gone either way, and they should rematch, but I think first they're going to go with DDP versus Izzy. And that seems to be the planned fight next. Oh, shot from Cummins in the air, but it will race to the boundaries. He's realised that he still needs a few more runs for the Aussie skipper. And thanks for the chat. Got to take my kangaroo for a ride now. We'll make sure you feed him as well. And we'll see you later on. Islam Makhachev is also undefeated. Says Daytime TV. If we can get Cummins out That would be great, says Philip. Yeah, there's a chance that we do actually see West Indies batting tonight. Who's doing better, Australia or the Windies? At the moment, I would say... Yeah, I'd still say Australia are doing better at this current moment. But the West Indies could have a lead going into the second innings. And of course, that can be absolutely crucial. But they still need to get this wicket of Cummins, or else they'll keep on ticking over runs as he now moves to 47. I want to see Hamza versus Burns again, 5-round fight. Says, what was there from Is That John? And Hamza is the best, says Robbio. And tea or coffee, this one will shock a lot of people. I have never drunk tea and I've never drunk coffee in my life, which confuses a lot of people because of these late night live streams that I seem wide awake, but it's not because of caffeine. I don't know what it is because of, to be honest, just water. I guess tiredness. Sometimes I get a little bit almost tired drunk, if that makes sense. Like when I get tired, I almost seem drunk. What? Says, is that John? Zari Joseph, 5 runs. Oh, it's a Yorker. Oh, nicely worked off his pads for Nathan Lyon. Be at least the 2 runs. He's a brilliant batsman. Go to sleep. It must be late at your place, says Sudip. We've still got another hour and a half to go. Not just of the cricket, but we're also covering the sevens. Coffee is actually a drug, says Daytime TV. But they get the 3 runs. Nathan Lyon just playing that one nicely off his pads. How do you know how long they're going to play? So pretty much each day consists of 2 hours, then 40 minutes, 2 hours, then 20 minutes, and then 2.5 hours for the final session. Of the day you start dozing off, the sleepiness, I always do that too, says John. And Aussie, you have to try Blue Mountain Peak coffee, says Philip. Quite a split field here. A lot of men on the offside, but they bowl Cummins a straight one. No run taken. Nicely fielded by Kirk McKenzie to keep the pressure on, 90 overs. Says Daytime. That is another good point. Normally they try and get through 90 overs in a day, but they do struggle a majority of the time to get to that point. Do you follow IPL? Only a little bit. Not as much as I'd like to, but just the time zones make it brutal. How long does this round take, says Robbio? So the current session that they're in can go for another hour and 5 minutes maximum. Boy, short ball down the left side. Alzadi Joseph trying it out just to see whether or not can break Pat Cummins with the short ball. I'd say either France or Ireland will win it, says Willem there for the Six Nations, William, which is favourite team in the IPL. I'll be honest, I couldn't tell you who's in all of the squads at the moment. I normally like to watch the teams that have the most New Zealanders in it, but there's a lot of Aussies in the IPL as well now, so they kind of get a little bit of priority as well. Last ball of Joseph's over. Drive from Pat Cummins. He'll get a single. That'll now close out the over. Trailing by 60 runs now for the Australians. And they have brought up that 250, now 251 on the board. And we need Cummins' wicket because I see him being aggressive, says Philip. And so they need to get more than 311 runs to win this round. Kind of, but not really. So, because there's 2 innings for each side batting, it means that if Australia were bowled out, for instance, now, it just means really when the West Indies start batting, I've got that 60-run lead to build upon. Any lead that Australia build here, if they can build a lead, it will mean that West Indies have to chase that down before setting their own total that Australia have to chase. And 373 for 7 for India, says Williams. So yeah, doing very well at the moment up against the English. But Kyle Sinclair, sorry, not Kyle. It is instead Kevin Sinclair having another bowl. Cummins goes after him, slashes it out there for the cover drive, and it is 50 for Cummins. Brilliant captain's knock here. His best in Test match cricket is 63. Bro, sorry, can you explain again? These ads made me go mad, says Robo. Sorry, YouTube, I think, put those in randomly. They never used to. It used to be you only got a live stream ad at the start and the end of a stream. But But now YouTube have made it so that they can put ads in between, like randomly. There's 2 innings, right? Yep, 2 innings per team. So 2 times the West Indies bat, 2 times that Australia bat. But pretty much, Rob Yo, whatever Australia trail by, West Indies can build upon. Or if the West Indies trail after Australia finish their batting, they have to get those runs to then set their own total. Why doesn't Maxwell play in the test? He just doesn't like the format, I don't think. Nicely glided by Cummins down to third man. It was actually off stump that it would have hit if he had missed. Like they've said, 3 test 50s and 60 matches. Actually the first ever 50 for Pat Cummins as a captain. So doing very well for Australians at the moment. We didn't quite get it away. Do you have a vlog channel? If so, please tell its name, says Sudip. We don't really have many vlogs out. We've had a couple on this channel. I think we had a Christmas vlog. If anyone wants to see a cricket vlog, per se, this is actually your best example. It is of me playing in a match with a GoPro on my head as well as on the umpire. And fine, good explain, thank you, bro. Says Robbie, no worries at all, mate. Sorry, I'll probably really struggle to explain it in a good way. Test match cricket is quite confusing when you first try and talk about it, but as you slowly pick up on little things, it does make more sense. Pressure of captaincy made Cummins better, says Daytime TV. Nathan Lyon, 1 ball left off this Sinclair over. He's played it nicely, trying to stop it from hitting the stumps, and that is now 50 overs that the Australians have batted. Still over 5 runs per over that they've been scoring. It's West Indies time to whip Australia, says Glenn Thompson. Well, they need the last 2 wickets or else they will not get that chance. Think American football is comparable to rugby? I tell my friends rugby is more technical. Yeah, I would say that rugby, it's actually quite hard to find a comparison to rugby union when you think about American sports because of the stoppages. You don't really get that too much with rugby. If there's a stoppage, it's normally a lot shorter and you're kind of straight back into the action. Also, the kicking aspect is a lot more. But yeah, like rugby union's one of those sports as well that once you get into it, it can be a lot of fun to watch. Like we do a lot of rugby live streams on the channel. We're actually covering the rugby sevens that has taken place in only about 35 minutes time. Surname, please. His last name is Cummins. First name, Patrick. Oh yeah, short ball. Once again, dropping it down. It's actually called as a wide, too short from Alzari Joseph. What else do you do apart from YouTube or just YouTube? Says Sudeep. So I actually work as a full-time builder alongside YouTube, but we also do a lot of YouTube. So pretty much anytime I'm not working, I'll be doing this. And sometimes I balance my hours from work around this. So like on the weekends, we'll end up doing maybe 25 to 30 hours of streaming. And then we go straight back to work on Monday. So it's pretty brutal. That's probably why I've got so used to being tired. But it's a lot of fun. I love rugby. It's so entertaining, says John there. And I wasn't Ben Stokes' dad a rugby player. He certainly was. And he actually played rugby league, which is why Ben Stokes moved to England in the first place. And Cummins plays and Mrs. Lyon plays with anyone's missus. Does he? Has that been proven? Would you rather stream or work for the rest of your life? I mean, I really like the streaming, and if it was financially stable to do so, then I would love to be able to do it. But unfortunately, it's just one of those ones that I can only really do it as a hobby, and then I have to work to be able to pay pretty much to do this, if that makes sense, just because of equipment and everything along those lines, and just the amount of hours that we spend editing outside of streaming that takes up a bit of time. Nice backward cut, though, from Pat Cummins. Actually manages to get himself another 2 runs. And Daryl Mitchell, New Zealand cricketer's father, also played Ravi. And also we have there BJ Imes says Aleutian. And never give up, said John Cena. He certainly did. He also said that you can't see him. So similar to yourself, Dre, because you said you were a ghost. Hit down the ground. pretty much dug out from Nathan Lyon, and he will also get another 2 runs. So Cummins up to 56, Nathan Lyon moving up to 5 runs himself, and Australia now trail by only 49 runs. And keep chasing your dreams, man. Definitely takes blood, sweat, and tears. I'll come back in a couple of years when you're over 100k subs, man, says John. And there as well. But yeah, it was pretty awesome doing the Rugby World Cup, mainly because we got to cover it in its entirety, every single game. They were all middle of the night fixtures. I think 11 p.m. was the earliest, 9 a.m. was the latest, and we'd just go right through the night, and they were absolutely awesome streams. That is another 4 runs for Nathan Lyon. Now 41 runs the Australians trail by. How are they making points, but the odds go low, says Robio. So pretty much as Australia get closer in this match, the West Indies odds of winning do drop drastically. And like John Cena, you can indeed see me, but I'm transparent, says Daytime TV. 33 4s, 2 6s. Oh. Alan Borders just asked an interesting question. Would you consider declaring tonight, if you're Australia, just to have one good 45-minute patch at the West Indies? Big swing there from Lyon. I think that they'd much rather get bowled out here and just look to score aggressive runs. Like currently, this over's gone for 10 already. Since victory for the West Indies, says Glenn Thompson in there as well. Yeah, maybe they don't even bother bringing Hazelwood out to bat if they can cut this down enough. When I first put my bet on the West Indies were at 3,500, says John there. So how more points they get, how low the odds go. Pretty much it's just about balancing out. So pretty much because Australia were chasing the game, the West Indies odds of winning were a lot higher. But because Australia are getting closer back in it, pull shot from Nathan Lyon doesn't time it, we'll get, I think, just the one. And turning out to be a pretty good match. Australia fighting back. Stage now are being set for the West Indies batters, says Michael. And it'll be close burst inning, says William. And Daryl Mitchell's dad also plays rugby. Tell me I am right. I think so. Back in the day. I think Cummins is going for his maiden century. Yeah, currently he's only 7 runs away from his previous high score here, Pat Cummins. His first 50 as a captain. Currently Scott Boland having a bit of a chat to them, perhaps asking the question, what do you want to do, Cummins? Do you want to declare at some stage soon? Do you want to have a crack at the West Indies tonight? I don't think Australia will be mucking around for too long here. I think that Roach coming back into the bowling attack, it means that there won't be as much pace on the ball, so Lyon will go after him. Cummins will go after him. Is your mum British? She is not, no. Who wins this round, says Robio. Well, it kind of, to be fair, it doesn't really count as a round, but if Australia were bowled out now, then West Indies would have a lead going into the second innings. Whereas if Australia get those 44 runs, then they will have the lead going into the next innings. Everyone thought the West Indies would get run over by Aussie. They're definitely putting up a good fight, says John. Now much overs remaining. I think it won't be so much how many overs, but they've got 55 minutes remaining in this session. Australia's best team at fighting back, says Sudeep. They certainly are strong when they have their foot up against it. Now, Kumar Roach charging, and again, they have got a second slip and about a fourth slip, or maybe almost a gully pull shot there from Nathan Lyon. They'll take the single. Moves up now to 11 runs off 12 deliveries. But that intent already from Nathan Lyon tells me Australia are looking to speed up now. And they are trying to get as many runs as they can in short time. It's actually ended up hitting Nathan Lyon right in the chest. My mum was British. Oh no, sorry, it didn't hit him in the chest. It hit him right on the end of the bat. The toe end, that is. Now Cummins on strike. Boy, he was thinking about swinging big for that one, but tried to play sensibly and ends up actually getting hit with the ball. .22 current run rate for Australia, which has actually really helped this test match progress forward. Now, there is, of course, that scary factor, which is if the West Indies are forced to bat tomorrow and they lose some quick wickets, we could see the end of the test match tomorrow, but that is not likely. I think that we're going to get into day 4, maybe day 5 as well. At least that is the hope. Big shot from Pat Cummins. He has got that one well and truly. 6 runs there for Cummins down the ground. Would it be funny if Cummins gets out at 75 like Khawaja? Says Simran, it would be funny for everyone but Pat Cummins, I would be thinking. Do you know Vladimir Lenin? I do not know. But Cummins moves up to 62 now. Just a half volley from Roach. Cummins rocks back, gets that weight going forward as well in the follow through and gets it all the way for 6. West Indies had a fine chance to win this game when they got the early 5 wickets, but now I think it's not enough of a lead. Australia will not give such a chance again, says a ref. And India looking at 400 runs first innings. Oh yeah, pull shot, but a slower ball from Roach. Do you eat non-veg? Which dish do you like in non-veg? Wait, what's non-veg? Is that like not vegetables? Or is that like non-veg as in like not having meat? Because like of non-veg, like pizza, is that non-veg? I'd assume it is. Fish and chips, you know, bit of chicken, bit of everything. I've lost all sound on my computer, says William. Well, unfortunately, I do not know sign language. That is the best way of describing what just happened for backguns, which of course means 6. Non-veg means you eat meat. Oh yeah, well then just most things that are meaty, you know, don't mind much. In that regard, Ben Stokes is from Christchurch. He certainly is. Yeah, pizza's good. You know. I didn't realise there was a term for not eating vegetables. Does that mean I can't eat vegetables, though, if I'm non-veg? You know? Because, like, a vegan wouldn't eat meat. So if I say I'm non-veg, does that mean I don't have to eat broccoli? I actually like broccoli, though, so... Oh, yeah, shot from Nathan Lyon, pulled away. Filled in the deep by Hodge. He'll keep it to 1. And Nathan Lyon... He will retain the strike for the next over. How can't people eat meat? It is born to be eaten, says Rob. Yeah, mate, how long have you been lived? How do you still have a back? I'll be honest, I don't. It really hurts. My back, I'm pretty much slouched over on this wooden chair. You know, she's not good. But we've been live for almost 7 hours. And we were live for 8 hours yesterday as well. So crazy scenes. And non-veg people don't eat meat but eat eggs and milk, says Daytime TV. And carnivore, omnivore, herbivore, says Doe. And carnivore diet is the name, says Ends here. Oh, that's not what it means. So I do have to eat the broccoli. That's what you're saying. And Joseph is almost the reason West Indies are right up, or are up right now. He was slugging them, says John. And it looks like they're going to surpass our score. And how you've been sitting for 7 hours. Luckily, there's little breaks. Like that 40-minute break, the 20-minute break. I get to end up and about. I mean, you eat chicken and mutton, says Sadeep. I do. Are you into anime? Nah. The only cartoons that I like is Scooby-Doo and Tom and Jerry, but I haven't watched them in a little while. But I'd be lying if I didn't say I was tempted to watch Scooby-Doo the other week. Shot from Nathan Lyon. Hits it fine. Fielded nicely by Kirk McKenzie, but just ends up gliding it over the top of the slip cord and down to third man. Broccoli is so good, though. They're like little trees. Here's Simran. Have you seen that Mark Goldbridge on YouTube? I have. He does a little bit similar to what we do for rugby, but with football. One Punch Man is great. And also, well done, my captain. He's playing good. A one-day knock. And I should mention he is also tying his most runs that he has scored in international test match cricket. His previous best was 63. You have to put a pillow behind your chair, man. A wooden chair isn't the best feeling, especially sitting for 7 hours. Oh, and that's going to be the runs for Pat Cummins. He is now going to be on a new high score here. Moves up to 64 runs. And England under 19s, 151 for 7. So West Indies going quite well in the young competition. And go for a leather chair. Although leather chair in summer gets real hot. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like I'm quite a warm-blooded individual, so I feel like I would sweat on a leather chair. I don't know what type of chair I get. Maybe just a fabric one. Or just get a pillow for this one might be a good idea. Oh, half an inch on that from Nathan Lyon, and that will be more boundaries for the Australians. Oh, in fact, it's buys. And does it get real hot in New Zealand? Not too bad. Like, currently we're probably in one of our hottest periods. We're getting around like kind of 28, 29 degrees. I played cricket on Saturday last weekend and we played in 31 degree heat. That sucked. Gaming chair is good for you, better for your back too, says Robbo. And also the time there is T20 World Cup in the USA. Also, which team can win according to you, says Sadib. And it was 103 down here around June. Says John and leather chairs suck, says Ends here. And Cummins having a captain's knock. Beautiful shot from this time Nathan Lyon. More runs coming for the Australians. Fielded by Hodge. And another 2 runs on the board. Warm blood, are you offering a treat to my friend Dracula? Says Daytime. I am not. No. Morning, bro. Tobago in the house listening with my son Shaquan. Hopefully I said that correctly, but welcome in, Sean and Shaquan. Hope you are both doing very well. Early morning start, I believe, for yourself, mate. But greatly appreciate you being here. Current partnership between Cummins and Lyon is 42 runs off 31 balls. Unfortunately, they just haven't been able to break partnerships. Unfortunately. Oh, it's a big swing from Nathan Lyon. Doesn't get it. This young boy, Joseph, from the West Indies will be a star. Says Alicia. Of course, Shamar Joseph is the name. The end of another over. Oh, no, there's still 1 ball remaining. My apologies. Must be morning in America, Jamaica, says Sudip. And Joseph definitely will be a star. Yeah, he just has to stick at it. That is the main thing. And not let a few big overs that he did go for, I guess, dishearten him. Because he's still been able to take important wickets. Oh, yeah, big Yorker attempt from Joseph. But Nathan Lyon does whack it away out through cover. This will be another 3 runs at least here for Australia. West Indies is doing nice. They're going to take an extra run. Very cheeky run in between the wickets from the Australians. They get 4 runs. And it's a no ball from Alzari Joseph. That's a 5-run delivery right there. I don't want to see you, man. I want to watch the match. Sai, says Nayo. Well, unfortunately, depending on where you are in the world, the only option to be able to watch it might be paying money. Sai. I think Lions are cute, says Daytime TV. And yes, it's morning in Jamaica, 5:45 a.m., says Lingwell. So it is greatly appreciate you all being here, even if it is an extremely early morning start for you guys all around the world. And it's 4:15 in the evening in India. And now then go watch it on websites. Lowell says, John, that is the edge. How was that one? Yep, it's given. And Nathan Lyon now going to be on his way. That is the 9th wicket for the West Indies now. Oh, and Pat Cummins has said that is enough. Australia accepting, trailing by 36 runs because they want one last crack at the West Indies before the end of the night. Everyone, please tell me the time of your country. It feels good, says Sadiq. And also, why do you think that Australia will bowl out West Indies cheaply in the second innings? Says Hezekiah. I only get that feeling because pretty much exactly what has just happened. The fact that Australia have declared now means that they will get probably a good 7 or 8 overs at the West Indies. Pink ball, under lights, new ball, 1.9 degrees of swing. West Indies, if they aren't careful, could find themselves 3 or 4 wickets down tonight. And that is why it is such a tough patch to be able to bat during. And I'll be honest, I don't think Brathwaite and Chanderpaul wanted to go out there and bat. They would have much preferred being in the field for a little bit longer. But if they get through this patch, they could build a big total. It's just that first pink ball under lights with the new ball that can be extremely challenging. You are doing a fantastic job, thanks, says Sean. And that's quite possible, says Lingwell. And do Shane a Freddie celebration style? I mean, I certainly can't do the celebration that we saw from Sinclair doing a backflip when picking up his first test match wicket. Going to be tough for the Windies, says Daytime TV. And YouTube won't allow streamers to upload content like that, says John. That is very true. Very sadly. As well, Chanderpool makes 5 runs or left, and Hazelwood is going to strike, says Daytime TV. Yeah, Hazelwood, Mitchell Stark, those two are going to be very, very handy with the ball in hand. Now, I should mention, ladies and gentlemen, we have actually got another stream that we are doing at 12:05 a.m. New Zealand time. That will be the matchup between New Zealand and Samoa in the sevens. But what we will be doing is after that live stream, we've got France versus Fiji, but I will end up leaving this live stream running. So if you guys are willing to wait till 12:50 a.m., which is in an hour's time, of course, we're not leaving yet. We're going to leave the scoreboard running as well for the rest of the day when we do end up leaving. Yeah, if you guys are willing to stick around for that little bit longer, we will have a bit of a post-day analysis at that point. But that will be after the next sevens live stream that we have got. I don't think there's any ladies here. We attract about 2 a day, I would say. And the win probability was absurd when I first seen the bets. It was 1% West Indies. And I'll be honest, like the winning percentage now, West Indies are back up to $9.20. Australia down to $1.12. If you were to cash out, oh no, you can't cash out because it's part of your parlay, isn't it? And I'll be here, says John. And also 6:50 a.m. in Guyana as well. But like I said, we will still be sticking around for probably another about 13 or so minutes of this session. That will leave us with only around 25 minutes remaining in the day. I can cash out, says Rob Yo. It might not be a bad choice at this stage. Australia only trailing by the 36. And the Australians currently warming up with Mitchell Stark and Josh Hazelwood. It is fun to watch such a match. An interesting match is happening. I'm not watching the England versus India match, but I'm from India because a very boring match is happening. And Australia, great move declaring and get West Indies out quick, says Akil. Yeah, if they can pick up 2-3 wickets tonight, it's just saying there's a little bit of dew on the surface as well. Oh. Okay. They're actually saying in the commentary, this is a bold choice from Australia because we did see Alzarri Joseph scoring a lot of runs late last night. Now, he did eventually lose his wicket, but I think that is because he was going with the aggressive mindset of I need runs quickly. Chanderpool and Braithwaite have both been caught out in this series for not scoring quick enough. West Indies-Australia is a very good match. How many runs should West Indies score to win? I honestly feel like they need at least 250 runs here. If Australia are chasing down 270, 280 in the final innings, that may be challenging enough, although the West Indies, of course, would have to take more of those wickets. As Alan Border commentating, he was earlier on. Aussies have coloured eyes, but Kiwis don't. I've seen a lot of Kiwis with coloured eyes. Just because I don't have coloured eyes doesn't mean the whole of New Zealand don't have them. I think my sister's got green eyes. Seen a couple blue eyes in my year at school. So there are different coloured eyes in New Zealand. Mine are a little bit boring. I mean, I'm just hazel. But they work. You know, I can see, kind of. Not really well, to be honest. Some interesting glasses on my desk at the moment from the other channel. Like Harry Potter. Says daytime there. I'll show you guys these glasses. They are quite stylish. Now, I should mention, these glasses I would not wear on a normal day. They were for a video. Do I look cool or what? You can see my ring lights. Look at that. Interesting. Glasses, that is true. Trust me, Pat Cummins is the most smartest captain in cricket I've ever seen. Says Prayas, Australia batting now, says Railway Guide Tutorial. They certainly are. Oh, sorry, they just finished batting. West Indies about to bat. Scorer's running late. It's 289 for 9. Yeah, it does seem weird that it didn't update. You're very smart, says Sudeep. They look like Robocop's eyes. Says, is that John? And mate, everyone in Scotland and Ireland have coloured eyes. It's very weird. Says Cat I'm trying to work out where the gaps are. Cats Inellan Bogan, maybe? That's from Star Trek, says Daytime TV. But yeah, the scoreboard is pretty behind. They trail by 22, and I hope that the scoreboard eventually will realise what has happened. Hang on, we'll go like this. Oops, that's the wrong one. We'll go like this. Let's see if it's updated or whether it is still behind. Okay, it is still behind at the moment, so hopefully it does update in the near future. We'll go like that. There we go. Well, buddy, you pronounced my name perfectly. Damn salute, says Preyas. And also, so they've declared well. They certainly have. I think it's because it's on a break, says John. Yeah, I think as soon as they come back, they will be updated, and Bogan works just fine, mate. So you just want to be known as Bogan, or you want to be in the whole part of the name? What would you like to say to those who discriminate against fair art? According to me, all human beings are the same. Says Deep. What is fair art? Is that like painting? I mean, I like painting. I wasn't very good at it back at school. I used to absolutely butcher the painting. But, you know, people want to paint, let them paint. Is that what you mean? I don't think it is at all. If they're going to stick them in before the close, says William. It's 161 for 8 now in Turkish Delight, says Daytime. But alongside those glasses, we actually have another set of them very similar. I feel like these ones look a little bit cooler, you know. These look like I'm about to chop down a tree. But everything is very yellow at the moment. Like I am... Can I match it? No, not quite. I was going to match it so that my eyes were the same as those. What's your early Super Rugby Round 1 standings? Oh, I think we'd have to do a video on it. New Zealand have nice women. I'm a single dad looking for a good wife. Says Sean. Well, New Zealand, yeah, we've got a few nice ladies here. The way to a woman's heart in New Zealand is normally buying her KFC. Simple as that, but it's 0-0 now, says Rubio. That is because the West Indies are about to make their way to the middle, and welding glasses look better, says Daytime TV. And is that right, says someone? I think so. Ladies love KFC, you know, or Macca's. Chicken nuggets from McDonald's go a long way, is what I've heard. And just give you win predictions for now. I give you Sir a win, says Damien. And then I've made you a love guru. You become a love guru. Love, says Sudeep. Okay, so I'm a love guru. Tell you what, that's a nickname and a half, isn't it? Doesn't really, I wouldn't say it really suits me, but wear those glasses, get nicknamed the love guru, people will think that you are probably doing a parody. KFC is what wins us New Zealand woman over? Absolutely. And good call on the chicken nuggies, says Simran. And I brought my girlfriend to McDonald's our first date just to see what she would say about it. And is she still your girlfriend, John? Maybe. I don't know. She might have also been like, McDonald's, why did he take me here? Smith on top and not working, says Alicia. And Matchmaker says Daytime all road because somehow I'm not confident. We're going to make enough runs in our innings, says Philip. KFC Down Under is exponentially better than Macca's, says Bogan. And now Tangerine Chanderpaul is out there in the middle, facing off with Mitchell Stark. We did see Smith. He was dismissed in the first over. Which mobile do you use and which sim doesn't work in New Zealand? So I got a Spark. But unlike Spark, this is Stark. Mitchell Stark about to bowl. Ready to go. I'll be stoked to be taking a Macca's because I like nuggies, says Simran. And you've been together for 4 years now. We met in high school. She honestly rather eat at a fast food restaurant than spend $300 on 2 meals. She sounds like a keeper, John. Ooh, ugly ball. Straight away from Mitchell Stark. A little bit shorter to Brathwaite, who was on strike. Now I really want pizza. I'll be honest, I wanted it earlier on and now I really, really want it. Is that true, Miss Sadler? Says Philip. And who's going to win the opening game, Chiefs versus Crusaders? Says Damien. I think that'll be a tough one because Crusaders, a lot of adjustment needing to be made with a whole new squad almost in play. Have you seen Brock Lesnar's wife? That's Sable, isn't it? I think was his wife. At least she was at one point. Now Stark's second ball. Can he get it on the money? It's well played by Brathwaite. They take the quick single. And he is off the mark. Is what true, Philip? Says Simran. He asked about whether or not you'd be stoked to be taken to McDonald's for some chicken nuggets. Bro, you on Instagram? I would like to like or link up with you. Get some information on New Zealand women, says Sean. I'll be honest, mate. I am not the guy to ask because I have the worst sleeping schedule almost out of all of New Zealand. I spend all my time talking on streams. So, yeah, I feel like I wouldn't be the best man to go to for advice on New Zealand women. Like, as long as you're laid back, that's the main thing. What kind of girls do you like, simple or sexy? Says Sadeep. Ones with pulses is always a good start. Have you seen Chris Tucker live? Talking about McDonald's? I don't think so, no. Any chance of a draw, says Sanu? It depends on the rain, to be honest. That one's down the leg side, left alone by Chanderpaul. Did have a golden duck in the second innings of the first test match. I want to try Nando's. Anyone had it here? I want to give me some good ideas. And about KFC to the female's heart in New Zealand, says Philip there. And to be honest, I got McDonald's for dinner and I should have got pizza. Damn, I want some right now. I'm getting very hungry. I feel bad because some of you guys are just probably waking up or have been up all night and now you want food. West Indies currently have the 23 runs though. Even though that says 37, that is incorrect. Pitched up, Chanderpaul plays it well in behind it. We don't got Nando's, says Damien. Mitchell Stark getting them down there quite quick, 140 Ks. Just showing the setup for Chanderpaul. Oh yes, for us simple girls, Philip. Even Macca's is a great way to go, says Simran. And biscuits and gravy for me tonight, says Daytime TV. That's something we don't really have in New Zealand, biscuits. But like biscuits for you guys are kind of like scones here, aren't they? Shot, Chanderpaul cuts it away, decides to go after it. It was almost a little bit too close to cut, but they will get themselves the 3 runs. No, in fact, they only got 2. I want to give you a suggestion. You come to India and make a vlog. Many people come from America and Australia. Says Sudeep, it could be an idea in the future. The bank account probably wouldn't allow it currently to happen. Having yogurt with Aki or Akai seeds for my breakfast. Yay lol, says John. Ice pops for at midnight, says Damien there as well. And think you break open in the middle and kind of suck on the ice. Nicely played. So tempted to do a Macca's run now. Is it open where you are? I'd assume so. In New Zealand, depends on what town you're in, I guess, but could be an idea. Late night Macca's run, McFlurry for days. There's going to be the end of the first over. 4 for none, the West Indies currently sit. So for anyone who doesn't know what's happening very soon, what we are going to be doing is we are popping away to do a 7s live stream, but this live stream, ladies and gents, will still be running. And what we will be doing is at the end of the 2 7s live streams, which will be in about 50 minutes time, we'll be coming back to this live stream. By then the day would have been over. And also alongside that, we'll have a bit of a chat about what we thought of today. Also a bit more of a casual breakdown as well. Yeah, I'm in the city at the moment, so 24/7, says Simran. Well, there you go. Macca's on tap. In your place, it must be the 27th. And our place, only the 26th. Yep, exactly right. Just ticked over to the 27th. Here comes Josh Hazelwood in the evening session. Still 28 minutes left to play. I subbed and turned on notifications. Says, is that, John? So hugely appreciate it, mate. And yeah, hope to see you tomorrow. Even if you don't enjoy your cricket, or if you do enjoy your cricket, like Neil, even if you don't love the cricket side of things, like still come in for a chat. We are always here. We talk about, like I said, a lot of random stuff. I thought he was joking on that one, but you said it's by the Simple Girls. But what about you? Says Philip. Well, she is about to do a Macca's run, so I think that almost tells you what category she falls into. I think Australia didn't want to stand the embarrassment of being bowled out again in West Indies, or in a day, by the West Indies, second in 15 years. Close to the outside edge, well bowled by Josh Hazlewood again. Timaru McDonald's is open. They're 24/7, aren't they? It is past midnight though. Here in New Zealand, I would be much better off having something here and then doing a Macca's run at the end of the week after I've done these live streams. Because, of course, we've got about 3 more days of full-on 10 hours streaming. Get some Macca's, says Damien. And cute is more important to me than hot, says Daytime. Who wins, says Idak. It's a tricky one to predict because both sides are very even at the moment in this test match. I'm played by Chandapur. Nuggets are away to my heart. I'm a simple gal. I like the company more, says Simran. And of course, by company, she's not talking about McDonald's. I want to ask one more thing. What is it about girls that boys run after them? What is it about girls that boys run after them? Well, I don't normally run after many people. And yeah, I don't know. I couldn't tell. Once again, wrong guy to ask, really. Yes, I know. Here's Macca's. Oh, a drive there from Chandapur. Finds the fielder's hands. What do I do if my best friend is dating my crush / best friend? That is a tricky scenario, mate. That is tricky. Wait, they're both your best friend? Is your crush dating herself? I assume you got multiple best friends. Ain't got any Tegel takeouts you could cook up? Nah, none at all, unfortunately. Y'all remember when Ronald McDonald would be at McDonald's? That was my childhood. That used to be awesome. Or you got to use the ice cream machine on your birthday before they always said it was broken. Yeah, I call it Macca's for short. Now, another solid shot from Chandapur. This will be the last ball that we cover, ladies and gentlemen. But like I said, the scoreboard will still be ticking over and keeping you guys updated on exactly how this game sits. Now, my best friend, who's a boy, is dating my crush, who's my other best friend, says Damien. So, yeah, a tricky scenario to be in. You can't really push anything because or else then you'll get yourself in trouble and you don't want to take the risk of losing them both. I'm not a counsellor, I should mention, so take whatever I say with a grain of salt, but unfortunately you're probably in the scenario of you do just have to wait it out and see what happens. Now it's going to be a dot ball to close out the Hazlewood over. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we are popping away. I will quickly put, we will be back it will be 12:50 p.m. New Zealand time, or that'll be 6:50 a.m. Jamaican. There we go. Scoreboard will still be updating. I'll still put some music on for you guys, and I'll be popping over to that next stream. I will see you all in a little bit. Right, all I can say is I apologise, ladies and gentlemen. Those 2 games of the sevens, both games that we covered went to extra time. So unfortunately, we didn't actually get the chance to jump over as soon as we wanted to. I want to say straight away, it is hugely appreciated, everyone who has stuck around for this long. Unfortunately, right at the end of the day, we did see the dismissal of Chanderpaul, and it now means that the West Indies are 13 for 1 at the end of day 2. They have still got a 35-run lead, which I'm sure they will be relatively happy with. But Chanderpaul once again finding that edge through to Alex Carey off Josh Hazelwood's bowling. But do let me know, ladies and gents, who do you think is shaping up better for day 3? Now, with the fact that the West Indies were sent in by the Australians, they took the risk by still being down by around that 22-run mark, but they wanted to get a couple early wickets. They got 1, so to a certain extent, I think that they will be happy enough, but I think they'll still be a little bit disappointed that they only got the 1. He declared because he did not want to be embarrassed and being bowled out for a lower score, says Truth. And West Indies will win, says Paul Griffith in the chat as well. But 35-run lead for the West Indies, not a bad place to be sitting with day 3 just around the corner. Now, it is supposed to be relatively nice weather throughout that test match for tomorrow. Day 4 and 5 looking a little bit less nice. And good morning, kid. Still with you, 8 a.m, says St. Clair Mayers. And the chat as well. Yeah, we've been going for 8 hours, 15 minutes on this live stream. It has been a long one, that is for sure. But we are going to be back tomorrow covering more of this test match, seeing how it progresses and seeing whether or not the West Indies can set a big total that Australia then will try and chase maybe during day 4 as well as day 5. But I think for the West Indies, the most important thing for them here is to bat this pretty much whole of day 3. Yeah, we'll wait and see whether or not it becomes a reality. But nonetheless, I do thank you all very much for being here. Like I said, it is greatly appreciated. Everyone popping in, whether you popped in for 2 seconds or whether you popped in for 8 hours, it is very much appreciated. But thank you all very much for tuning in. If you did enjoy, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you are new. And I will see you all for tomorrow for the start of day